Chapter 121. After some noise, Jiang Xi successfully corrected Jiang Dudu's mood. Finally he exhorted, "You must pay attention to hiding your strength and learn to restrain yourself. Don't conduct any martial arts tests in public." He imparted all his methods and experience to Jiang Dudu. After all, it was truly shocking to go from an F-class martial artist to a C-class martial artist overnight. If Jiang Dudu's breakthrough was discovered, in Jiang Xi's view she would most likely be in danger. Compared with truth, kindness and beauty, Jiang Xi was more willing to consider the worst of people's hearts. People's hearts were unfathomable. The sentence could not be wrong. In addition to these, Jiang Xi had other doubts in his heart. Last night, someone was chanting softly to Jiang Dudu. It happened that the third recovery of spiritual power happened, and Jiang Dudu received a rocket-like upgrade and breakthrough. Could it be that Jiang Dudu was his destined daughter? In order to verify his doubts and guesses, Jiang Xi was not in the mood to wash up. He turned on the computer in the practice room and logged into the Shen-Tian forum. Sure enough, the forum was in an uproar at this time. They were all discussing the recovery of spiritual power this time. The hot posts at the top were still broadcasting strange events around the world in real time. After Jiang Xi clicked on it, he found that there were two special columns set up inside: Wuxia Kingdom and Abroad. Wuxia Kingdom. It looks like this: at midnight yesterday the old tree bloomed. Shocking. Sweet spring suddenly gushed out of the dry well of old Zhang's family in Chang'an. Breaking. Outside Luo City, a 1,000-year-old ancient tomb was suddenly struck by lightning. Mysterious. Somewhere in Shu Mountain Prefecture, a sword light shone. Abroad, the Peacock Country's Buddha statue shone. A century-old monk sat up in shock on the verge of death. White feathers are suspected to be flying in a holy land in the Holy Alliance. The pyramid is shaking. Genten Budokan was worthy of being the world's largest martial artist force. They could collect all the secret things that were happening around the world. Many kinds of real-time news were constantly rolling. Jiang Xi didn't see any truth in these amazing and exaggerated events. Because those pictures were magically edited, the person in the video seemed to be suffering from epilepsy. So far, no heavyweight powerhouses had made any comments about the recovery of spirit chi this time. Jiang Xi casually closed the fake news that was just for the sake of gaining attention and went to look for the things that he was concerned about. However, after looking through the news for an entire morning, he still couldn't find anyone like Jiang Dudu who had advanced a few levels in a single night. There wasn't even anyone who had advanced a single level. At most, he could find news about a few patients who had suddenly recovered. It was similar to the recovery of spirit aura, and their physique had been strengthened. If someone really made a breakthrough, they definitely wouldn't announce it. After all, it's a personal secret. Jiang Xi shook his head. Just like how he told Jiang Dudu to hide her strength. He had already expected this to happen. He was just holding on to a sliver of hope just now. Jiang Xi also asked Zhang Wei and Jiang Sheng to find out if anything had happened to them last night. In the end, he got a piece of news. Zhang Wei and Jiang Sheng's strength had both improved. Zhang Wei was level E before, and now he was level D. Jiang Sheng had been stuck at level E for almost 10 years. Originally, because of his age, his vitality had declined, and it was difficult for him to make a breakthrough. Unexpectedly, he also reached level D last night. However, the extent of their improvement was not as big as Jiang Dudu's. Jiang Xi hadn't come into contact with the higher-level circle of martial artists. As far as he knew, it seemed that Jiang Dudu had benefited the most from the recovery of spirit chi this time. Speaking of which, the secret manuals and equipment that I bought for Dudu last time seem to be outdated. Jiang Xi patted his forehead gently, feeling helpless. What a waste of money. However, he couldn't get high-level secret manuals now. Those were all worth hundreds of billions. He could only wait for the opportunity in the future to see if he could get them. As for why he didn't give Jiang Dudu the secret manuals that he cultivated himself, the reason was simple. Genten Budokan had strict control over secret manuals. They were not allowed to teach others privately. Once discovered, not only Jiang Xi, but even Jiang Dudu would be severely punished. Other than secret manuals, equipment was easy to get. There were ready-made ones. He had just received the second reward in the contract, and level A martial artist combat suit. Then, the level B combat suit from before could be eliminated. It was just right for Jiang Dudu to use. Well, I'll give the combat suit, backpack and tactical communications watch to Dudu first. The level B Shadow's Lair sword is too conspicuous and easy to be discovered. I'll give it to Jiang Dudu when she can show her true strength in the future. Jiang Xi quickly made a decision. After arranging everything and confirming that no one would notice Jiang Dudu's abnormal changes, He finally relaxed and let out a sigh of relief. He began to think about his own matters. Although it's a little regretful that I didn't reach level A this time, I still gained something. I reached the level B bottleneck, and the wind shadow step has been perfected. Overall, even if my combat power hasn't reached the pinnacle of level A, I'm not considered weak among level A martial artists. After I exposed my true speed, if Feng Xian is well informed, he will definitely take action. But now I'm really not afraid of him. According to Jiang Xi's original plan, he wouldn't have to be afraid of Feng Xian's threat after consuming the level A Fey medicine. He didn't expect that there would be a third spirit chi awakening. Taking this opportunity, he also completed this plan and saved the level A Fey medicine. I'll use the level A Fey medicine after familiarizing myself with my current strength. It just so happened that he had encountered a bottleneck. Jiang Xi speculated that with the help of the level A Fey medicine, he had a high probability of directly breaking through this bottleneck. According to the medicine's effect, ordinary level B martial artists would be able to break through after consuming the level A Fey medicine. August 16th. Like many other students, Jiang Xi didn't go out and didn't go anywhere. He stayed at home to sort out these changes. When he recalled the College of Martial Arts' enrollment expansion last year, Jiang Xi suddenly understood. Those higher-ups had probably predicted what happened last night. After the spirit chi awakening for the third time, the spirit chi in the world had become denser. Some people who originally didn't reach the standard to become martial artists had the opportunity to become martial artists because of this change. Therefore, the 4 College of Martial Arts had expanded their enrollment a year in advance. August 17th. Like other students with odd numbers in the Heaven Level training camp, Jiang Xi set off again for Ruin 99. When he left the camp town, he roughly observed. He found that many students' auras were more condensed, and some people's auras were obviously much stronger. It seemed that everyone had some breakthroughs but not much. The extent of improvement was similar to Zhang Wei and Jiang Sheng. Therefore, under such circumstances, Jiang Xi's small improvement wasn't so eye-catching. Everyone was about the same. He stepped out of the camp town's gate and entered the wilderness. This was Jiang Xi's first time stepping into the wilderness after the spirit chi awakening. What changes would there be in the wilderness? He was very curious, and at the same time he was more careful. Chapter 122. On the plateau, there was originally sparse vegetation and low trees. At this moment, however, they had become very lush, as if he had entered a primitive forest. However, what puzzled Jiang Xi was that the number of monsters in the wilderness had decreased by a lot. In the past, when he walked on this plateau, it was normal for him to see 10 to 20 low-level monsters in an hour. But now, after walking for half a day, he only saw 3 to 5 monsters wandering in the forest. When they saw Jiang Xi, they were so shocked that they fled immediately. After my strength increased, my realm is not so stable. My ability to control my aura has decreased a lot. Jiang Xi shook his head. He still needed some time to stabilize his current realm. When he came to Ruin 99, he casually found a few B-grade monsters and easily killed them with his speed and sword. It felt good not to have to hide his strength. However, after half a day, Jiang Xi vaguely felt that something was wrong. Ruin 99, which originally had a high density of monsters, seemed to have fewer monsters. By the way, where's the top-tier A-grade wolf howling in the moon? Jiang Xi remembered that in the past, when he hunted monsters in Ruin 99, he would often see the huge wolf howling in the moon howling at the sky in the depths of the ruins. Now, more than half a day had passed and he did not even see the shadow of the wolf. This was because he was usually cautious and observed the environment. If it were anyone else, it would be difficult for them to notice these subtle abnormalities. I have to be careful. There must be something wrong when things are abnormal. In addition, the third recovery of spirit aura had just happened the day before yesterday. It was difficult for Jiang Xi not to think in a bad direction. Jiang Xi did not let go of himself because of the increase in his strength. He continued to be cautious and low-key. In Ruin 99, he only hunted monsters that he was confident in killing. At night, when the sun went down, he did not continue to fight and immediately returned to the camp town. Half a month passed under such caution, but nothing happened. Moreover, Jiang Xi also asked around. During this period of time, there were no major casualties in the training camp. Am I too cautious? Jiang Xi frowned slightly, shaking his head. He decided to continue being cautious. August 31st. Even though it was an odd day, according to the rules of the Heaven Level training camp, regardless of whether the trainees had a single or double serial number, they were not required to go out to hunt monsters on that day. Jiang Xi heaved a sigh of relief. It was best not to take any risks. But things didn't always go as planned. On the morning of the 31st, Jiang Xi was about to go to the mountain water garden to practice swordsmanship with his teacher, Yu Lin. The heaven-level training camp sent out a message: notice about the annual survival assessment. After Jiang Xi finished reading, he patted his head. He had forgotten about this. He had read about the survival training on the Xiantian Forum's heaven-level training camp board, but he hadn't paid much attention to it back then. Now that he thought about it, there was indeed such a thing. In Genten Budokan, apart from the Xian level and the yellow level training camp, the four major training camps of the Sky, Earth, Black and Yellow level training camps were more focused on basic education. The strength of the students was relatively low, so they did not need to participate in the annual survival training. Every year on the 1st of September, there would be a fixed survival training in the Sky level and Earth level training camps, which was equivalent to a part of the annual assessment. Tomorrow happened to be 1st of September. Jiang Xi clicked on the notice and checked it. Assessment time, 1st of September, 8th, duration. 1 week, assessment location. Jasper Lake Secret Realm assessment content. Complete 7 days of survival training in the Jasper Lake Secret Realm. It was a simple notice, but it gave Riverward a shock. Is there really a Jasper Lake Secret Realm? Isn't this in myths and legends? Soon he remembered the two palaces in the Moon Palace projection half a month ago. Jasper Lake Secret Realm, Guanghan Palace. The recovery of spirit chi is getting more and more interesting. Jiang Xi's eyes were shining. The things in myths and legends were appearing little by little. However, since the survival training location is in the Jasper Lake Secret Realm, it means that the Jasper Lake Secret Realm must have been discovered by the Genten Budokan long ago, and they have already figured out the situation inside. Otherwise, the higher-ups of the dojo would not have sent the students to the Jasper Lake Secret Realm. For a moment, Jiang Xi was looking forward to this survival training. Not only him, but the trainees of the Heaven Level and Earth Level training camps were also rubbing their hands, eager to perform well in this assessment. Because this survival training assessment was different from previous years. The recovery of spirit chi had just occurred, and everyone's strength had more or less improved. Naturally, they wanted to prove themselves after becoming stronger. 1st of September. 100 Heaven-level training camp trainees and 500 Earth-level training camp trainees, all fully armed, came to the gate of the camp town ready to set off. Before setting off, Jiang Xi, Zhou Xing, Yen Chao, and some other Heaven-level training camp trainees from Pak Sun province stood together and chatted casually. He had been busy with cultivation for so many days, and he had less contact with everyone. Now that he met them, he found that these fellow villagers had indeed become much stronger. Just as they were chatting, they heard a melodious sound of bells ringing beside them. Turning his head, he saw Han Ningxue looking at him with a smile. Classmate Jiang Xi, long time no see. Jiang Xi was slightly stunned. He found that Han Ningxue had changed a little. It was not that her appearance had changed, but that her martial artist aura had become stronger. Although Han Ningxue deliberately hid her martial artist aura, Jiang Xi still felt it with his sharp spiritual sense. The shock on his face could no longer be concealed. A level. Han Ningxue had become an A-level martial artist. Han Ningxue, you found out. Han Ningxue was also a little surprised that Jiang Xi could detect her improvement in strength. Jiang Xi nodded slightly. A few days ago, with some external help, I became like this. Han Ningxue chuckled. She did not mind being discovered by Jiang Xi. Then she leaned closer and said in a low voice, "It's not just me. My cousin Shu Qiqi, Qin Feng, Mayu, and the rest of the people from the hidden families have all reached A-level." Jiang Xi grinned. What an honest girl. She told him all about the situation of the descendants of the hidden families. Thank you, Han Ningxue, for the reminder. Jiang Xi thanked her. If this girl did not remind him, people like Qin Feng and Mayu might do something bad when they reached the Jade Lake Secret Realm. After all, everyone had a grudge against each other before. Now he could be on guard. Taking advantage of the time before boarding the plane, Jiang Xi looked around and found Qin Feng, Mayu, and the rest. These people just happened to be together. Relying on his sharp spiritual sense, he discovered that the aura of these people was indeed not very stable. Like Han Ningxue, they were all faintly emitting the aura of A-level martial artists. Among them, Mayu's aura was more solid. This was because he was a genius student ranked in the top 5 of the Heaven list and had A-level combat strength. When a martial artist reached A-level, their control over their realm would be stronger. Are we entering the era where A-level martial artists are as common as dogs? Jiang Xi thought to himself. But I still don't know what realm is above A-level. Isn't it a little too early to enter the era where A-level martial artists are as common as dogs? Chapter 123. After waiting for a while, a large transport plane flew over from the horizon. In the blink of an eye, it arrived in front of the camp town. The cabin door opened and a person in a black robe walked down from the plane. Jiang Xi was a little surprised. Wasn't this the woman who gave him the rewards the previous 2 times? The woman in the black robe said to everyone in a hoarse voice, "Get ready to board the plane." Immediately, a total of 700 students entered the plane in an orderly manner. This large transport plane could carry a maximum of 1,000 people, so everyone didn't feel crowded inside. After boarding, everyone realized that other than the woman in the black robe, there were also 3 Gen 10 Budokan deacons, including Lu Kuei. Jiang Xi noticed that the 3 deacons, including Lu Kuei, were somewhat respectful towards the woman in the black robe. He immediately became suspicious. Where did this woman in the black robe come from? Just as he was deep in thought, Yan Chao asked, "Jiang Gu, do you want to form a team later?" Beside him, Zhou Xing also looked at Jiang Xi with some anticipation. Jiang Xi smiled, "No, I prefer to travel alone." A tactful rejection. Yan Chao and Zhou Xing didn't mind. They were just asking and didn't have much hope. After all, the difference in strength was obvious. Not far away, Han Ningshua's eyes flickered. She seemed to have similar thoughts. Seeing that she had the intention to move, Jiang Xi quickly closed his eyes and pretended to rest. Although he didn't have the intention to hide his strength, he didn't want more people to know his true strength. It was always good to have more trump cards. In this kind of survival experience, it was better to travel alone. Seeing Jiang Xi's reaction, Han Ningxue was a little disappointed and annoyed. She thought to herself, could it be that my sudden increase in strength made Jiang Xi feel the difference? So he deliberately distanced himself from me? Further away, Qin Feng, Ma Yu and Xiao Xing were sitting together. Qin Feng's eyes were vicious. He had seen the small movements between Jiang Xi and Han Ningxue just now. The A-class warrior aura emanating from his body became even more obvious, which was caused by his anger. "You 2 bitches. I'll teach you a lesson when we get to the secret realm." Ma Yu and Xiao Xing noticed the change in Qin Feng. The 2 of them looked at each other. There was no change in their expressions, but there was a strange look in their eyes at this time. The black-robed woman stood in front of the cockpit and said in a deep voice, "Let's talk about a few things." Everyone immediately focused their attention. No one dared to underestimate him. This included the students who had just broken through to Class A. This was because they had noticed from the very beginning that even though they were A-class martial artists, they couldn't see through the black-robed woman's strength. The black-robed woman didn't care if everyone was listening or not. She continued to speak. "First, it is forbidden to kill each other. Second, there is a 5% mortality rate in the survival training every year. Third, there is no satellite signal in the Jade Lake secret realm. Therefore, all of your actions can't be monitored by the satellite." With these 3 points, the transport plane immediately became lively. Without satellite signal, how can we contact each other? What if we encounter danger? There is a mortality rate? It said that killing each other is not forbidden, but in fact, no one will know if we really kill each other. After all, there is no satellite monitoring. Everyone was discussing and raising their doubts. Jiang Xi remained silent. The black-robed woman's words should be to remind everyone to pay attention to their safety, not to encourage the students to kill each other. But no matter what, without satellite monitoring, this survival training would be much more uncontrollable. When everyone was almost done discussing, the black-robed woman said again, "I will be guarding the edge of the secret realm with the 3 deacons. When the time comes, everyone will use the radio to communicate. The signal may not be too stable, but in an emergency you can contact us. Therefore, there is no need to worry about communication. Although once you send out a signal for help, it means that this survival training will fail. But I hope that everyone will not force themselves. If you really encounter danger, your life is the most important." Everyone nodded. Rest assured, it was fine as long as they could contact each other. The transport plane's speed was very fast. After traveling at top speed for more than 10 minutes, it began to slow down. They had arrived at the Jade Lake secret realm. During the descent, through the small window of the transport plane, they could see that between the clouds and mist below, there was a huge canyon with no end in sight. On both sides of the canyon were lush primitive forests. "This looks like the Kunlun mountain range's Death Valley," someone exclaimed. As if in response to his exclamation, suddenly, boom! A muffled thunder sounded from afar. Like everyone else, Jiang Xi could not help but hold his breath. The legend of the Kunlun mountain range's Death Valley was already very famous in the old era. Although this canyon was overgrown with vegetation, birds and flowers, it seemed to be full of vitality. However, it hid a huge danger. It was said that if an ordinary person or animal entered, it would be very easy for them to get lost. In the end, they would never return. Moreover, once there was a rainstorm in summer and autumn, after the rain stopped, some strange phenomena would occur. For example, there would be many antelopes, wild donkeys, foxes, birds and other animals' corpses in the canyon. There would also be some yellow withered grass and scorched earth beside the corpses. It was as if there was an invisible fire burning everything. The scene was too horrible to look at. Moreover, these phenomena were not accidental. Almost every time after a rainstorm, this scene would repeat itself. The Death Valley in the era of the spirit chi recovery was a little more treacherous. The most obvious thing was that this place was shrouded in clouds all year round, which looked even more dangerous. Could it be that the Jade Pool secret realm was hidden in the Kunlun Death Valley? Jiang Xi was not the only one who thought so. Everyone had the same guess and felt uneasy. In the old era, the legend of the Death Valley was already shocking. Now that they were in the era of the spirit chi recovery, would it be even more dangerous there? Amidst everyone's apprehension, the transport plane did not directly land in the Death Valley. Instead, it stopped in an open area about 30 kilometers away from the Death Valley. The terrain here was very high and they could see the situation in the Death Valley. Death Valley, which was shrouded in clouds, seemed to be separated from this world. It was somewhat out of place. Everyone got off the transport plane and lined up neatly. The black-robed woman's voice was hoarse and cold as she said, "Just now, someone said that this is the Death Valley." He was right. Everyone's expression changed. It was a dangerous place. As for the other one, you guessed it right too. The Jade Lake secret realm is indeed in the Death Valley. However, the Death Valley is just the entrance because the Jade Lake secret realm is not in this space. Not in this space? Everyone was puzzled. Could it be in another world? A cadet asked with uncertainty. Jiang Xi was also moved. Another space? Or what? According to our great Xia Kingdom's ancient saying, this is a grotto heaven secret realm. The black-robed woman's tone remained unchanged. Everyone exclaimed again and looked at each other in dismay. Grotto heaven secret realm. Another term that only existed in myths and legends. Alright, there is no point in saying more. As for the situation, you will have to personally experience it before you can truly understand the existence inside. It is now September 1st at 8 a.m. The survival training will end on September 8th at 8 a.m. Remember the time. Depart. The black-robed woman didn't say anything else. It was obvious that she didn't want to reveal too much. Chapter 124. A group of 704 people dashed towards Death Valley. In less than 10 minutes, they had covered a distance of 30 kilometers and were close to the clouds. But when they got close, all the trainees widened their eyes in disbelief. Between the clouds and them, there was an invisible barrier. It was like an inverted bowl, covering the clouds and mist inside. Outside the barrier, there was not a trace of fog. However, inside the barrier, there were clouds and mist that slowly flowed and rolled. What a strange scene. Quick, go in. The Jasper Lake secret realm is inside. The black-robed woman shouted coldly. Although the trainees were a little hesitant, they still stepped over the barrier and entered the clouds. Jiang Xi was a little slower. He waited until most of the trainees had entered and confirmed that there was no problem, then he took a step forward. Suddenly the sky and earth spun. It was similar to the feeling when he entered the illusory space of Lingwan Road. This time it was a spatial shift. After calming down, he looked around and saw that there was also an invisible barrier behind him. On the contrary, there were endless clouds and mist outside, but inside, there was a vast expanse of heaven and earth without a trace of fog. It seemed that the black-robed woman was right. The Jasper Lake secret realm was not inside Death Valley. That was just the entrance. This was the real Jasper Lake secret realm. Grotto Heaven's secret realm, a different space? It was indeed mysterious. He did not know how Genten Budokan discovered it. Jiang Xi shook his head and quickly looked around. In front of him was a desolate wasteland. There was shallow grass as far as the eye could see, and no living creatures could be seen. If there are no living creatures, what kind of danger would there be? Jiang Xi knew that it was impossible for there to be no danger. Otherwise, why would there be survival training? He looked at the radio signal again. This range was relatively stable, and he could contact the black-robed woman at any time. After confirming this, he carefully advanced into the depths of the wasteland alone. Not long after, the trainees in the training camp crossed the barrier of Death Valley. In another direction, there was a secret place about 300 kilometers away from them. A small invisible transport plane quietly landed. Two people walked out of it. It was Feng Xian and the leader of his personal guards, Old Yuan. They were both wearing martial artist combat uniforms and carrying weapons as they rushed to Death Valley. Soon they arrived in front of the barrier. The two of them adjusted the radio frequency. Feng Xian said, "After you enter, wait at the edge of the secret territory. I will inform you if anything happens." Old Yuan nodded. "Be careful, sir. But don't force it. You'll get your revenge in the future. This is the best chance and also the last chance." Feng Xian's voice was filled with killing intent. After he finished speaking, he directly passed through the barrier and disappeared into the rolling clouds. Old Yuan sighed softly. Of course he understood what Feng Xian meant. That Jiang Xi's strength had increased too quickly. They had already found out through their spies that Jiang Xi currently possessed the combat power of a peak B class or a beginner A class. Counting the time, it had only been a little over a year since June of last year, and he had grown from a martial arts newbie to his current level. This speed of improvement was too terrifying. If they waited another year or even half a year, to what extent would Jiang Xi rise? Perhaps Feng Xian would not be a match for Jiang Xi. The reason why Feng Xian had taken the risk of being discovered by the Genten Budokan in such a hurry to kill Jiang Xi was because he was afraid of this. At the same time, on a snowy mountain that was nearly 4,000 meters above sea level at the edge of Death Valley, two figures stood on the cliff of a snowy mountain, overlooking the vast Death Valley and watching the slowly flowing clouds within the invisible barrier. One of them was a handsome young man. He was dressed in white and had a very elegant demeanor. He was White Cloud, who had suddenly appeared when the four great elders of the Genten Budokan were discussing Jiang Xi's new contract. When the four great elders saw him, they had to bow respectfully. This was because his strength was higher than the four great elders. Many years ago he had reached the realm of A class or above. However, at this time, White Cloud was standing respectfully behind the other young man in black. The young man in black had a chiseled face and bright eyes that hid some vicissitudes of life. At first glance, one could tell that he was a very strong-willed person. He was the founder of the Genten Budokan, Shen Tian, an unpredictable martial artist. In the martial arts world, everyone only knew of his most glorious battle record. Back then, he had single-handedly opened up a human habitat that was second only to the prefectural city, Shen Tian City. He was recognized as the strongest martial artist in the world. However, no one knew how strong Shen Tian was because he had never been defeated. From where they stood, they could see the trainees of the training camp crossing the invisible barrier. "Master, there are many young people from hidden families in this batch of trainees," White Cloud reminded. Shen Tian smiled gently and said in a deep voice, "After so many years, those hidden families still haven't given up. They want to pry into my secrets. Do they think that by searching the Jade Lake secret realm, they can find the reason why Li Bai and I rose to power? Master, you have so many secrets. Moreover, we just searched the Jade Lake secret realm some time ago. These people want to pry into it? I'm afraid it's wishful thinking." White Cloud also laughed. "Why do I feel like you're mocking me?" Shen Tian glanced at him. "I wouldn't dare." White Cloud quickly shook his head. After all the trainees had entered the invisible barrier and disappeared into the clouds, White Cloud sighed again. Compared to those ordinary trainees, these young people from hidden families have a deeper foundation. They reached A class after the Spirit Chi awakening. Shen Tian's tone was disdainful. "It's just the vitality pill. The more they rely on external objects to improve, the faster they will be left behind in the future." Vitality pill? Is it the kind of medicine that can strengthen one's spiritual consciousness? White Cloud was surprised. After a martial artist's spiritual consciousness was strengthened, coupled with a large amount of Spirit Chi energy, their strength would increase rapidly. That's right. Only these hidden families that have been hiding for thousands of years have some in stock. However, it's only useful for martial artists. For people like you and me, our spiritual consciousness has already developed into spiritual consciousness. Consuming the vitality pill is useless. Shen Tian nodded gently. White Cloud's expression was one of understanding. At this moment, his tactical communications watch vibrated. He had received a message. He quickly checked it, then looked up and said, "Master, the satellite just discovered that the director of the Liberal Alliance, Feng Xian, and his subordinates have entered the Jade Lake secret realm." Shen Tian was finally interested. He smiled and said, "Oh? This kid really helped us catch a fish." "Master, aren't you worried about his safety?" According to our intelligence, Feng Xian made a breakthrough during the Spirit Qi awakening half a month ago. He should have reached the peak of A class. It's okay. He still lacks some training. This Feng Xian is a very good whetstone. He can sharpen his skills. Hearing this, a trace of helplessness flashed through White Cloud's heart. He always felt that his master would go overboard. Chapter 125. White Cloud had been his disciple for many years, and he was confident that he knew his master well. Usually when his master said that nothing would happen, there was an 80% chance that something would happen. Feng Xian's strength had been tested through many battles. Otherwise, he wouldn't have been able to climb to the position of one of the 13 directors of the Liberal Alliance. In comparison, although Jiang Xi was talented, he was still young, and his actual combat experience was definitely not as good as Feng Xian's. Moreover, Jiang Xi himself wasn't an A-class martial artist, and there was a gap in strength between them. I hope that junior sister He Tu can protect Jiang Xi, White Cloud thought to himself. He had already told He Tu a few days ago, but he was afraid that she didn't listen. Shen Tian seemed to have seen through White Cloud's worries and chuckled. Have I, your master, ever done something that I'm not confident in? Don't worry, Jiang Xi's movement technique is the Wind Shadow Step. There won't be any problems in the Jade Lake Secret Realm. Wind Shadow Step. Master actually passed this movement technique to Jiang Xi? White Cloud was very surprised. Yes, at that time he had just joined Genten Budokan. I gave him a discount, 30 million, Shen Tian said with a smile. White Cloud was speechless. 30 million, it was completely free. He recalled that many years ago, Li Bai and Senior Bai had asked their master for a few years and paid a huge price to exchange for this Wind Shadow Step from their master. Then it seemed that they didn't manage to learn it and changed to another movement technique. Don't be surprised. Jiang Xi is more suitable for this movement technique than Li Bai. This kid has only practiced it for a year and he has already perfected it. That's why I'm not worried about his safety. Shen Tian smiled. White Cloud. Shen Tian stood with his hands behind his back, and his gaze turned to the Death Valley shrouded in clouds. He seemed to be able to see the Jade Lake Secret Realm hidden in another space through these barriers and clouds. Jiang Xi, don't let me down. The clouds in the Death Valley seemed to have a mysterious power that teleported everyone to the edge of the Jade Lake Secret Realm. 700 people. In such a big place it was very difficult for them to meet each other. Is this the Jade Lake Secret Realm? Jiang Xi walked for about 50 kilometers in this wasteland, but he still did not find any animals or monsters. Maybe there are no animals on the edge. Jiang Xi speculated, but he did not let down his guard. Just like that, they traveled another 100 kilometers, and the vegetation in front of them finally became more lush. There were even some forests. The environment here looked almost the same as the outside world. However, it was far from the immortal mystic realm that he had imagined. In other words, it should be the difference between heaven and earth. There was no comparison at all. The Jasper Lake Mystic Realm was one of the top Grotto Heaven mystic realms in the legends. Walla Walla, there was movement in the forest not far away. There were animals moving through the forest. I've finally seen a living creature. Jiang Xi's spirits were lifted. But in the next moment he was shocked. Fuck. He saw a beast skeleton coming out of the forest. It was huge and complete. What was equally shocking was that this skeleton monster was actually emitting a B-class aura. What the hell? Roar. This beast skeleton could still roar and pounce on Jiang Xi. Jiang Xi calmed down and realized that the skeleton was only a B-class. He was not afraid and drew his sword to meet the attack. Crack. The A-class killer shadow sword's blade landed on the skeleton's waist and directly cut off a few huge bones. The skeleton monster's movements were affected. It lifted to the right and unleashed a fierce attack. It looks like the skeleton of a tiger-type monster. Jiang Xi sensed the familiar attack. He moved his feet and his speed suddenly increased. He came to the left side of the skeleton monster like lightning. The killer shadow sword also slashed out nearly 100 times in an instant. The power of the fast sword burst out. Wah! The skeleton monster's speed and agility were no match for Jiang Xi. All the sword slashes landed on its body and instantly turned it into a pile of bones. You killed a B-class undead creature, Wine Demon White Tiger. Experience plus 90? The experience panel did not disappoint Jiang Xi. He identified the species of the skeleton monster in front of him: undead creature, Wind Demon White Tiger. These two nouns made Riverward feel bewildered. It was the first time he saw an undead creature, but it was not the first time he saw a Wind Demon White Tiger. The second and fourth stage monsters in the spirit cloud path were all wine demon white tigers. No wonder the skeleton monster's attack just now felt so familiar. Is Lingwan Road related to the Jade Lake Secret Realm? Is this the danger of the Jade Lake Secret Realm? Jiang Xi continued to move forward with doubts. He remembered the vague reminder of the black-robed woman on the transport plane. She did not mention that there were undead creatures in the Jade Lake Secret Realm. She was either worried that everyone would panic or wanted to give everyone a surprise. Either way, Jiang Xi was shocked. This world was getting more and more interesting. He walked another 10 kilometers. Bang bang bang. There was a knocking sound on the hillside in the distance. More than a dozen large skeleton monsters walked upright, beating their chests, and rushed toward Jiang Xi with great momentum. 1 A-class and 12 B-class. I can give it a try, but this movement, could it be a Herculean demonic ape? Jiang Xi was very curious. At the same time, he also wanted to test his strength. Anyway, he was fast. If he couldn't beat them, he could run. Clang clang clang. Jiang Xi rushed up, dodged the attacks with his speed, and then slashed with his sword. To deal with these skeletons, he felt that it was more convenient to use slashing moves. After a while, a pile of scattered bones was left. He gained a lot of experience points. You killed an A-class undead creature, Herculean demonic ape. Experience plus 110. You killed a B-class undead creature, Herculean demonic ape. Experience plus 90. It really is a Herculean demonic ape. Jiang Xi was getting more and more curious. Could it be that Lingwan Road was brought out of the Jade Lake Secret Realm by the higher-ups of Genten Budokan? It was very possible. Since Genten Budokan could be so extravagant and use the Jade Lake Secret Realm as a training ground for students, it meant that most of the treasures inside had been plundered. He continued moving forward. His speed was not too fast, about 100 kilometers per hour. As Jiang Xi went deeper, the terrain began to change. There were more mountains and rivers. However, the number of undead creatures also began to increase, and their strength also increased. Most of them were A-class skeletons. Until now, Jiang Xi had not realized how difficult this survival training was. Maybe he was too strong. Then he quickly shook his head and threw this thought out. He could not be arrogant. He had to be humble and cautious. In fact, Jiang Xi's thinking was correct. He was indeed too strong. This kind of survival training was not too difficult for him. Because this kind of survival training was facing Heaven-class and Earth-class training camp trainees. What was their strength? They were basically between D-class and B-class. Only a few trainees in the top 10 of the Heaven list had A-class combat power. And now Jiang Xi's combat power was close to that of a top-notch A-class. He was already standing on another level. Why was there a 5% mortality rate in the survival training every year? Because these deaths did not come from killing each other, but from the undead creatures in the Jade Lake Secret Realm. Chapter 126. At this moment, at a small river less than 200 kilometers away from Jiang Xi, a female trainee from the Earth-level training camp was washing her face and putting on makeup. It was obvious that she loved to look pretty. What the hell is this place? Jade Lake Secret Realm? It's worse than the wilderness outside. She cursed silently. But at this moment, ripples appeared on the surface of the water. The female trainee's expression changed and she was about to retreat. But suddenly, a huge skeleton with a long tail leaped out from the water. The skeleton was extremely fast. It opened its mouth and directly bit the female trainee, dragging her into the water. In the clear water, clusters of blood quickly appeared. If Jiang Xi was here, he would notice that this long-tailed skeleton was very similar to the scarlet-shelled earthworm. And if one looked carefully, there were many such long-tailed skeletons in the depths of the river. The same scene was not the only one in this wilderness. Some careless trainees lost their lives because of it. They didn't even have the chance to call for help. Only those who were cautious had a higher chance of survival in such an environment. At the same time, in a valley, 3 trainees were gathered together. They were Qin Feng, Ma Yu, and Xiao Xing. Xiao Xing praised, "Young Master Qin's method is really amazing. It can actually teleport the 3 of us in close proximity." Of course. Our Qin family has a long history. These methods can't be seen outside. Qin Feng was a little proud. This was the method that his family elders told him before he came to the training camp. It allowed him to be one step ahead of others in various secret realms. Ma Yu and Xiao Xing secretly looked at each other. Ma Yu gave a look. So, Xiao Xing suddenly smiled and said, "Young Master Qin, before entering the secret realm, do you still want us to do what you asked us to do? If not, let's go our separate ways to gain experience." After all, this is a rare place to gain experience. I also want to see it. Qin Feng said coldly, of course we have to do it. There's no satellite surveillance here. It's a good time to teach those two bitches a lesson. Then who should we teach a lesson first? Qiao Xing asked. Jiang Xi is too vigilant. I can't put the tracker on him. Now I can only track Han Ningxue. Let's teach her a lesson first. Qin Feng said with a ruthless expression before leaving. He had placed a tracker on Han Ningxue. He also wanted to use one on Jiang Xi, but he didn't have the chance. Then the three of them flew in the same direction. Night fell. What surprised Jiang Xi was that the sun rose and the moon set here as well. Furthermore, there were also two moons, exactly the same as the ones in the outside world. Although the Grotto Heaven mystic realm is not in the same space as the real world, it is still on Earth. Jiang Xi understood. Observing the surrounding environment, he found that he should be close to the depths of the Jade Lake secret realm. As far as the eye could see, there were towering mountains and precipitous ridges. Moreover, there were more undead creatures in the mountains. Throughout the day, in addition to the undead creatures of the Ape Clan and the Tiger Clan, there were also undead creatures of the Deer Clan, the Fox Clan, the Wolf Clan, and so on. However, he didn't see any living creatures. The so-called Jade Lake secret realm had become a place for the undead to live. Although the moonlight was bright, Jiang Xi didn't continue to move forward. Instead, he found a high place in the mountains and stopped temporarily. This place has a wide view and is very safe. It's not difficult to survive for 7 days. Jiang Xi took out the roasted B-grade monster meat from his backpack and ate it. Every day at this time he had to eat something. It had become a habit. This was something he had specially prepared before setting off. He didn't expect it to come in handy. There were only skeleton monsters here. Not even meat could be seen. Soon it was midnight. The sounds of fighting could be heard from afar, getting closer and closer. Jiang Xi woke up from his cultivation. He quickly hid his body and breathed very slowly. At the same time, he quietly observed the direction of the sound. Damn, is this girl poisonous? Jiang Xi was stunned for a moment. He saw that in the jungle 1,000 meters away, Han Ningxue was being chased by someone. She was in a precarious situation. After taking a closer look, Jiang Xi was a little surprised. It was actually Qin Feng and the others. Mayu was at the front, followed by Qin Feng and Qiao Xing. These people were a little bold. Say, we're not. Jiang Xi hesitated for a while. Although he didn't have feelings for Han Ningxue, she was still a friend. He quickly weighed the pros and cons. Mayu and Qin Feng were now A-grade martial artists. Qiao Xing was a B-grade martial artist. In terms of strength, if he joined forces with Han Ningxue, there would be no problem. However, at this moment the situation suddenly changed. Mayu's speed suddenly increased. He slapped Han Ningxue's back and sent her flying. She fell to the ground and spat out a mouthful of blood. She couldn't escape. No intention to kill? Jiang Xi decided to observe for a while longer. Because Mayu didn't use his saber just now, Han Ningxue would be dead by now. He was less than 1,000 meters away from them. He could hear the conversation clearly. In the distance, Qiao Xing praised, "Young Master Qin has a lot of tricks up his sleeve. He actually has a way to block her communication signal so that she can't ask for help from the outside world." Qin Feng's face was full of pride. This time he didn't say anything. He walked in front of Han Ningxue, who was lying limply on the ground, and sneered, "You bitch, you humiliated me many times. Today I'll let you have a taste of humiliation." As he spoke, he was about to attack. Han Ningxue's face revealed a look of despair. However, Mayu stopped Qin Feng and advised, "Young Master Qin, the lesson just now is enough. If anything happens to her, we can't bear the Han family's anger." "My Qin family isn't afraid of the Han family." Qin Feng insisted on stepping forward. Puchi. Suddenly there was a soft sound. It was the sound of a sharp blade entering a body. "You?" Qin Feng's eyes widened. He felt powerless and fell to the ground. His life was also fading away. In the dark, Jiang Xi, who was about to attack, was also shocked. What happened? Why did they suddenly have an internal conflict? The scene returned to a second ago. Qiao Xing, who was standing behind Qin Feng, stabbed a dagger into Qin Feng's back without any warning. Even though Qin Feng was an A-grade martial artist, he couldn't defend against Qiao Xing's sneak attack. Mayu changed his previous gentle attitude and mocked. "The Qin family's descendants are getting worse with each generation. They actually produced such an idiot." What? Qin Feng's eyes were filled with unwillingness. A-grade martial artists had strong vitality. They wouldn't die in a short time. "Aha, you should die with your eyes wide open." This Jade Lake secret realm is like a land of the dead. It's a worthy death for you to die here. Xiaoxing laughed. They didn't intend to say the reason. Ma Yu squatted down and smiled at Han Ningxue. You didn't expect this, right? Han Ningxue also couldn't believe what had just happened. A second ago they were still talking and laughing. The next second they killed. Just now, when Ma Yu stopped Qin Feng, she still had a glimmer of hope in her heart. Now her hope was shattered. Han Ningxue knew that Ma Yu and Xiaoxing had killed Qin Feng. They would definitely kill her as well. However, she was puzzled. Why didn't Ma Yu immediately attack? Chapter 127. Han Ningxue was puzzled. Soon Ma Yu gave her an answer. Ma Yu grabbed her right arm and shook it gently. A bell rang. He chuckled and said, "This bell was given to you by your grandmother, right?" Han Ningxue remained silent and glared at him. "I know even if you don't say it. Thank you for delivering the bell to us." Ma Yu laughed and carefully removed the bell from Han Ningxue's wrist. "Have a safe journey." After he kept the bell, he raised his knife and stabbed it toward Han Ningxue's heart. Whoosh! Suddenly, a sword light flashed out from the forest and aimed at Ma Yu's back. Ma Yu's expression changed and he immediately countered the attack. But the sword light was obviously faster than his counterattack. Ding! His knife barely touched the edge of the sword light. The sword light pierced his left shoulder and blood splattered. Ma Yu endured the pain and rolled on the ground. Then he quickly got up. "It's you." His expression was ugly. Jiang Xi's face was full of pity. Students who were ranked in the top 5 of the heaven list were not simple. His sword strike was so fast that it only took 0.01 seconds, but Ma Yu was still able to react. However, although he did not kill Ma Yu, it was not a big deal. Because Ma Yu's arm was injured and his strength was weakened. "Let us go and we'll let her go," Ma Yu said in a low voice. Behind him, Xiaoxing's dagger was pressed against Han Ningxue's neck. But Jiang Xi did not hesitate. It was more important to save her. He was about to nod. Accident happened again. Han Ningxue, who was lying on the ground, suddenly stood up and punched Xiaoxing, who was close to her. Bang! Crack crack. There was a series of bone-cracking sounds. Xiaoxing, who had just broken through to be class, had a huge dent in his chest. He flew out for nearly 100 meters and landed on the ground. He was already out of breath and could not be saved. Han Ningxue stood up and panted. She was an expert in fist arts. As an A-class martial artist, her strength was vividly displayed at this moment. This scene gave Jiang Xi and Ma Yu a shock. When did Han Ningxue recover her combat strength? B-class Fey medicine. Ma Yu's expression became extremely ugly. He saw a syringe of medicine at the place where Han Ningxue had collapsed. Xiaoxing and Jiang and Ma Yu when they were not paying attention. Han Ningxue must have used the B-class medicine. The spirit chi energy contained in B-rank Fey potions was no longer effective for A-rank martial artists like them. However, it had a healing effect on the body. But the price was too high. One syringe cost 28 billion new moon dollars. Normal people could not afford it. Therefore, when martial artists fought, almost no one would think of this. Jiang Xi was also surprised, but he reacted quickly. He smiled and looked at Ma Yu. "Now you have no bargaining chips." Ma Yu turned and ran. He turned into a blurry shadow and quickly escaped. "Wanna run?" Jiang Xi exerted force on his feet, leaving a huge hole in the ground. His speed immediately increased, and every step covered a distance of 2 to 3 kilometers. Ma Yu was indeed an A-class martial artist, but he had just broken through and had not fully grasped the speed of an A-class martial artist. There was no way to escape. The two figures instantly disappeared. Han Ningxue was left behind. Her face was pale, and it was obvious that she had not fully recovered. "Ningxue, save me!" A weak cry for help came from the side. Qin Feng was still struggling. Xiaoxing's sneak attack was fatal. However, he was already an A-class martial artist and had a strong vitality. There was still a chance to save him. Han Ningxue's face was as cold as ice. She walked in front of Qin Feng and looked at him with disdain. "It's my fault. Ningxue, please forgive me." Qin Feng's expression was anxious. "Goodbye." Han Ningxue was very decisive. She took Qin Feng's long blade and lightly slashed Qin Feng's throat. After doing all this, she turned and chased after Jiang Xi. She did not even look at Qin Feng. A light breeze blew past and blood quietly flowed. It told those who came later that a battle had happened here. Qin Feng, who only had a trace of consciousness left, only had confusion and unwillingness in his eyes. He had just become an A-class martial artist and wanted to prove himself. However, he did not expect that his life would end like this. What made him even more unwilling was that he found out that Jiang Xi was so powerful. Even Ma Yu was not Jiang Xi's opponent. At the same time, Jiang Xi was chasing after Ma Yu. He had already chased after him for more than 20 kilometers. Since he had the intention to kill, then he might as well kill. In addition, when he was in the training camp, he had noticed that Ma Yu and Xiao Sheng had ulterior motives. They had been hiding something from him. In addition, Ma Yu and Xiao Sheng had mysteriously killed Qin Feng. He felt that these two people were not simple. Today was the day to deal with this threat. You can't escape. Jiang Xi took another step forward and crossed a distance of 2 to 3 kilometers. He was only 1 to 200 meters away from Ma Yu. In the next moment he would be able to stop Ma Yu. Damn it, why isn't Feng Xian here yet? Ma Yu was extremely anxious. Before entering the Jade Lake secret territory, a director of the Liberal Alliance had contacted him and asked him to be a spy in the secret territory. His main mission was to seize the bell in Han Ningshua's hand and find Jiang Xi's traces at the same time. Therefore, when Jiang Xi appeared in front of them, he sent a distress signal to the director. Through this mission he had basically confirmed that the director was Feng Xian. Behind him Jiang Xi caught up. Kill? Jiang Xi's eyes shone with a cold light. With a flash of his sword, he stabbed toward Ma Yu's back. Clang. Ma Yu turned around and blocked the sword with his saber. However, at the same time he was pushed back dozens of meters by the power of the sword. Jiang Xi, don't kill me. I can tell you a secret. Ma Yu said loudly. What secret? Promise not to kill me first. Okay. Ma Yu breathed a sigh of relief and hurriedly said, Feng Xian thinks you're the murderer of his son. This time he also came to the Jade Lake secret territory. Jiang Xi's expression became slightly more serious. He nodded and said, Thank you. No need. Puff. A head flew into the sky. The sword was as fast as lightning. Taking advantage of Ma Yu's relaxed state, it swept past his neck. Sorry, my sword didn't listen to me. Jiang Xi sheathed his sword. He didn't leave immediately. Instead, he bent down and rummaged through Ma Yu's backpack. He was looking for the bell that Ma Yu had taken from Han Ningxue. That thing seemed to be very important. While rummaging through the backpack, he also muttered to himself. Feng Xian actually came. This was something he didn't expect. He thought that Feng Xian would take advantage of his year-end holiday to attack him. He didn't expect him to come at this time. It seemed that Feng Xian really hated him to the core. I have to be more careful in the next few days. Jiang Xi raised his vigilance. With his current strength, he didn't have much confidence in defeating Feng Xian. Found it. Jiang Xi saw the bell in Ma Yu's backpack and was about to reach out to grab it. At this moment, suddenly, boom boom boom. Sonic booms sounded in the distance. Jiang Xi felt a stabbing pain in the back of his heart. His sharp spiritual sense told him that it was dangerous. Chapter 128. Without hesitation, Jiang Xi threw himself to the ground. Whoosh! A sharp blade landed on the trunk of a large tree in front of him. Crack! The thick tree trunk was split into two. Who's there? Jiang Xi was shocked. His figure flashed and he reappeared 200 to 300 meters away. He saw a thin middle-aged man suddenly appear where he was just standing. Feng Xian. Jiang Xi's eyes narrowed slightly. Ever since Feng Xian had issued that huge bounty, he had specifically searched for information about Feng Xian and knew what he looked like. He really came at the drop of a hat. Feng Xian's face was gloomy, and his killing intent was obvious. He looked like he wanted nothing more than to skin Jiang Xi alive. The two of them did not exchange any words. Their actions and expressions reflected everything. Run. Jiang Xi did not try to be brave. He turned around and ran at top speed. In an instant he disappeared into the forest. Strangely, Feng Xian did not immediately chase after him. He first bent down and did the same action as Jiang Xi. He rummaged in Ma Yu's backpack for a while and found the bell that Jiang Xi did not have time to take. You killed my son. You can't escape. Feng Xian moved his feet and chased after Jiang Xi. Every step was 3,000 to 4,000 meters. He was actually faster than Jiang Xi by 3 minutes. Jiang Xi sprinted through the forest. In just 10 seconds he had covered 20 to 30 kilometers. His speed was already very fast, but his expression was very solemn. Too sudden. Feng Xian came too quickly. It was beyond his expectations. In the martial arts world of Jianghai Prefecture and even the martial arts world of Dixia, Feng Xian's presence was very low and he was relatively mysterious. Everyone only knew that Feng Xian was an A-class martial artist, but did not know which martial artist faction he belonged to. Jiang Xi only learned that Feng Xian was one of the 13 most powerful directors of the Liberal Alliance after he arrived at the heaven-level training camp. To be able to sit in this position, his strength was naturally not weak. In order to find out more about Feng Xian, Jiang Xi had asked his teacher Yu Lin about Feng Xian. Yu Lin's evaluation was that he was an expert between the second and third ranks of the martial arts world. Jiang Xi also had some understanding of A-class martial artists. The strength of an A-class warrior was further divided into 4 tiers. The first group was naturally Shen Tian, Li Baibai, and the others. Their strength had surpassed the level of martial artists. The second group, such as the 4 elders of Genten Budokan, were at this level. They were top-notch A-class martial artists and were only a step away from surpassing A-class. The third group, such as the 12 deacons of Genten Budokan and the presidents of the martial arts associations of the prefectures of Xia, had combat strength close to top-notch A-class. Although they could enter the A-class realm at any time, their actual combat strength was 1 level lower than top-notch A-class. The fourth group were ordinary A-class martial artists. People at this level included the instructors of the heaven-level training camp and the masters of the Genten Budokan branches. Now there should be another fifth group, which included A-class martial artists like Hanning Xue and Qin Feng who had advanced with the help of external forces, as well as geniuses who were not A-class martial artists but barely possessed A-class combat strength. Jiang Xi knew that his strength should be slightly stronger than the fourth group, but slightly weaker than the third group. Based on this calculation, he was a whole level lower than Feng Xian, perhaps even more. This was because this did not take into account whether Feng Xian had made a breakthrough during this Spirit Qi revival. Had he reached top-notch A-class? Therefore, when he had learned from Ma Yu that Feng Xian had also come to the Jade Lake secret realm, he had planned to escape. Jiang Xi's plan was to first hide from this pursuit and then develop in a low-key manner for 2 or 3 months. When he had truly become an A-class martial artist and his strength had surpassed Feng Xian, he would then make a fuss about these matters. However, he had not expected that Feng Xian would come as he wished and not give him a chance to develop at all. This is going to be troublesome. Jiang Xi frowned. Whoosh whoosh, under the night sky, a whistling sound came from the forest behind him. Feng Xian had caught up. He's faster than me. Jiang Xi's heart skipped a beat. Speed was his forte, but at this time he had lost his advantage in speed. There was no way he could fight. With this speed he must have reached top-notch A-class. What should I do? Am I going to have a breakthrough again? Jiang Xi's mind raced. This time the situation was somewhat different. If he had a breakthrough and failed to kill Feng Xian, then his secret would be exposed to Feng Xian. I can't escape even if I don't use it. Jiang Xi knew that he had no other choice. While he was thinking, his footsteps did not stop. Using the wind shadow steps to the extreme, his speed became faster and faster. His whole body became even more blurry, leaving behind afterimages in the night sky. Under the illumination of the twin moons, the mountains appeared rather tranquil. Occasionally, the roars of the undead creatures could be heard. Boom. Suddenly, in the depths of the mountains, clusters of dark clouds gathered. Strong winds blew, lightning flashed, and thunder rumbled. The dark clouds covered the twin moons, and the Jasper Lake secret realm became dusky. Only the lightning in the distance released some light, cutting across the night sky time and time again. There. Jiang Xi had a feeling that there was something in the depths of the mountains that was attracting him. There was a chance for change there. As if he was confirming something, his footwork suddenly became even more mysterious, and his speed increased a little. Did I have a breakthrough in the wind shadow steps? Jiang Xi was slightly stunned. He looked at the experience panel. Wind shadow steps, combined 400,004,000. There was no breakthrough. That's not right. It seems that the environment has changed, and it's more suitable for the wind shadow steps. The wind around him became stronger, fitting the essence of the wind shadow steps. It was extremely fast and erratic. Jiang Xi was pleasantly surprised and puzzled. Soon he crossed the mountains. About 10 kilometers behind him, Feng Xian's face became more and more gloomy. His speed increased? Just now he could still see Jiang Xi's tracks and he was getting closer and closer to Jiang Xi. Now the distance between him and Jiang Xi was slowly increasing. Immediately after, he also saw the abnormality in the depths of the mountains. Dense lightning and dark clouds. What a strange scene. Is he running in that direction? Feng Xian found another trace of Jiang Xi. He did not think too much about it. His attention was completely attracted by Jiang Xi's hatred. His footsteps moved and he quickly chased after him. A minute later, Jiang Xi crossed another mountain and finally saw the situation in the distance. He saw that between the mountains and under the dark clouds, there was a huge mountain that occupied an extremely large area. It towered into the clouds as if it was going to pierce the sky. The upper half of the mountain was shrouded in fog, and the situation inside could not be seen clearly. Only the lower half could be seen. The lightning that looked like knives and swords kept falling, as if it was going to split the mountain in half. This mythical scene shocked Jiang Xi. Moreover, he realized that as he approached the mountain, the feeling in his heart became clearer, and his spirit sense became sharper. What exactly is on the mountain? Jiang Xi decided to give it a try. If this continued, he would definitely be caught by Feng Xian in the end. In just a moment he arrived in front of the mountain of unknown height. Standing at the foot of the mountain seemed to be emitting a powerful spiritual pressure, making people involuntarily feel awe. Jiang Xi's gaze was attracted by a huge stone tablet at the foot of the mountain. On it were written ancient words that clearly did not belong to this era. But the strange thing was that he could understand the words at a glance. It was as if a message was conveyed through his spiritual consciousness. Tongtian Mountain. What a domineering name. However, these 3 words reminded Jiang Xi of his home in Paksun Province, Tongtian District. The martial artist districts of the various Genten Budokan prefectural martial arts hall branches all had this name. It was obvious that the higher-ups of Genten Budokan had borrowed the 2 words Tongtian. Chapter 129. The upper half of the towering sky-span mountain was shrouded in thick fog. In the sky there were patches of dark clouds. Dense lightning fell continuously, making this huge mountain peak look extremely dangerous. If one were to rashly climb the mountain, they would easily be struck by lightning. Boom boom boom. In the forest behind him, there was a faint sound of sonic booms. It was Feng Xian approaching. These lightning bolts seem dense, but there are gaps. As long as I'm careful and don't get hit, there won't be a problem. Jiang Xi did not hesitate. Relying on his intuition, he climbed the mountain against the lightning. Soon, when he stepped onto the sky-span mountain, a shocking scene appeared. Those lightning bolts seemed to be unable to hit him. A few of them just happened to land a meter away from him. If it was an exception, it would be fine. But when Jiang Xi walked for more than 1,000 meters, he turned around. He turned around to take a look. The path he had just taken was completely covered by lightning. Although he was puzzled, the current situation was advantageous to him. These lightning bolts helped him hide his tracks. After carefully walking another 2,000 to 3,000 meters, the situation was still the same. Jiang Xi was slightly relieved. His climbing speed increased slightly. A moment later he arrived at the mountainside. This seemed to be a boundary point of the sky-span mountain. There was no lightning on the upper half of the sky-span mountain, only fog. Standing here and looking down the mountain, one could clearly see that the lightning bolts seemed to never stop pouring down, covering the lower half of the mountain. I wonder if Feng Xian has caught up? I wish him good luck. Jiang Xi continued climbing and entered the fog. The fog was pervasive and visibility was very low. After reaching this position, he realized that the inexplicable attraction was getting stronger and stronger, especially when he used Wind Shadow Step with all his might. At the top of the mountain, Jiang Xi followed his intuition and kept moving forward. After walking for about 10 kilometers, they finally came to a stop. Suddenly, he heard the sound of water ripples. It was quiet and serene, making one calm down unconsciously. There's a spring on the mountain? Jiang Xi's heart skipped a beat after climbing for more than 100 steps. The terrain suddenly opened up. He had reached the top of the mountain. Could this be the Jade Lake? Jiang Xi's eyes widened. There was an endless lake in front of them. The surface of the lake rippled as wisps of mist rose and filled the air. So the fog is coming from here. Jiang Xi came to a realization and looked around. He could see that there were many small peaks by the lake. In the distance, a mountain peak about 100 meters high caught his attention. That was where the inexplicable attraction came from. Jiang Xi's figure flashed and arrived in front of the peak. At this time, Feng Xian followed Jiang Xi's trail and arrived in front of Mount Tongtian. He was also stunned by this mythical scene. He looked at it for a while. Sky-piercing mountain. The Jade Lake secret realm actually has such a magical place. It seems like the rumors back then were true. Shen Tian, Li Bai, and the others obtained a fortuitous encounter on a mountain in the Jade Lake secret realm and rose to prominence. Now that I've also found this mountain, it seems like I have the same opportunity. Feng Xian's eyes flickered. He was very tempted. He had just broken through some time ago, and he was only a step away from the realm of A-class and above. Once he obtained an opportunity, he could break through again and become a first-tier elite. However, the lightning that kept falling made Feng Xian hesitate. It'll be troublesome if I get hit by a few of such dense lightning bolts. However, since that kid is willing to brave the lightning and rush up, I'm not afraid. Then, he turned into a blurry shadow and instantly stepped on the path of climbing the mountain. However, he had only taken a few steps. Boom! A bolt of lightning as thick as a thumb landed on his head, causing his body to freeze. What a powerful force. It's not an ordinary lightning bolt. Feng Xian was not too concerned. Being hit by a few lightning bolts occasionally was within his acceptable range. He was very confident that with the strength of a top-tier A-class martial artist, he could withstand the power of these lightning bolts. He took a few more steps. Boom! Another bolt of lightning struck his head. His body froze, and this time his body was clearly a little numb. It's okay. I can still, boom. Before he could finish his sentence, another bolt of lightning struck. Feng Xian's face was a little black. Some of it was left behind by the lightning, but some of it was really black. Even I'm affected by such powerful lightning bolts. Although that kid's combat power is strong, he's only a B-class. His body is definitely not as strong as mine. Maybe he's already been struck to death by such dense lightning bolts. Feng Xian thought about it from a different perspective and felt much better. Boom! Boom! Next, Feng Xian was struck by lightning for almost every 3 steps he took. I can only use my speed to rush over. Feng Xian sprinted up the mountain. Then he realized that the faster he was, the more frequent the lightning bolts were. Finally, he reached the halfway point of the mountain, the boundary between the fog and the lightning. There was lightning at the bottom of the mountain and fog at the top. Feng Xian heaved a sigh of relief. Wisps of green smoke rose from his explosive hairstyle. If it wasn't for the strong body of an A-class martial artist, he might have already turned into charcoal. He looked at the lightning bolts that kept falling from the sky and confirmed his speculation. I haven't seen any trace of that kid along the way. He must have been buried by the lightning. Then Feng Xian made some adjustments and recovered some strength. Looking at the fog on the mountain, he said to himself excitedly, "Now, let's start looking for my opportunity." His figure quickly disappeared into the fog on the upper half of Skyspan Mountain. Along the way, he didn't encounter any danger and smoothly reached the top of the mountain. This is the Jade Lake? When Feng Xian saw the lake at the top of the mountain, he was stunned. But then he was attracted by the things beside the lake. 100-year spirit item. No, there's also a 1,000-year spirit item. Feng Xian was ecstatic. In the hazy fog in the distance, in an open space that looked like a vegetable garden, there were 5 plants that emitted a spiritual aura swaying in the wind. 3 of them were about 1 meter tall and were 100-year spirit items. They all bore fruits and looked very tempting. The other 2 were more than 2 meters tall and were 1,000-year spirit items. They also bore fruits and emitted a stronger spiritual aura. The distance between each spirit item was about 400 to 500 meters. The chances of an A-class martial artist breaking through after consuming a 100-year spirit item are very small. But if it's a 1,000-year spirit item, I can definitely break through to the A-class realm. This is my opportunity. Feng Xian's heart thumped. Excited. However, he didn't act rashly. His many years of martial arts experience told him that wherever there were treasures, there would definitely be danger. The simplest way. He picked up a stone from the lake and threw it behind one of the 100-year spirit items. Whoosh! The stone was very fast and disappeared into the fog. Roar! A huge figure roared and pounced out of the fog. Its sparkling white bones indicated its identity. It was an undead creature. Chapter 130. Jiang Ci stood in front of the 100-meter-high peak, his face full of surprise. This is... Lingwan Road was originally here? At this time, from where he stood, he could see that one side of the peak seemed to have been cut 3 times with a knife, and a large piece had been neatly dug out. After careful comparison, the marks that had been dug out just happened to match the Lingwan Road of the training camp. Looking to the side, he saw that there was a pit below. Looking at the shape, it also matched the stone block known as Wondrous Rock Mountain. Jiang Ci roughly understood that Lingwan Road and Wondrous Rock Mountain were indeed carried back by Shen Tian from here. But why does this place have a mysterious attraction to me? Is it because I have cultivated in Lingwan Road and Wondrous Rock Mountain? Jiang Ci was very puzzled, but after thinking about it, he shook his head. The trainees of the Heaven-level training camp had all cultivated in Lingwan Road and Wondrous Rock Mountain. If this was the reason, then it couldn't be just him that was attracted. In order to figure out the doubts in his heart, he circled the peak a few times. In the end he didn't find anything. But that attraction had always been there. Could it be up there? Jiang Xi looked up at the sky, but unfortunately, there were only dark clouds and fog pervading between heaven and earth. There are the auras of other martial artists. Suddenly, he sensed two powerful auras coming from the other side of the lake. One of them is Feng Xian's aura, but who is the other one? Jiang Xi's heart skipped a beat. He memorized the location of the peak, then circled around the lake, quietly heading in the direction of the aura. He didn't rashly cross the seemingly endless lake directly. It was better to be cautious. Who knew if there was something terrible in the water? The thick fog made a good camouflage for him, so he didn't have to worry about being discovered. After a while, Jiang Xi approached his destination. He hid in a depression between several peaks, making it difficult to be discovered. Then he looked into the distance. Feng Xian and an undead ape. What a strong aura. Jiang Xi was a little surprised. At the same time he was a little puzzled. He noticed that Feng Xian's hairstyle had turned into an afro, and there were many burn marks on his combat uniform. Feng Xian has fought with others before? Why are you in such a sorry state? Before he could think about it carefully, his eyes lit up. It's actually a spiritual object. He saw the 5 phase growing in the open space. Although he was tempted, Jiang Xi did not act rashly. Firstly, he was no match for Feng Xian. Secondly, he was worried that there were other dangers hidden in this place. This place was filled with a strange and mysterious atmosphere, and he couldn't see through it. Let's wait and see. They're about to fight. On the other side, Feng Xian smashed a skeleton monster with a stone. This aura is only at the 3rd tier of A class. Feng Xian smiled slightly. He had made a breakthrough during the Spirit Qi awakening some time ago, and his strength was now at the 2nd tier of A class, the peak of A class combat power. It seems that these 5 phase are fated to be with me, Feng Xian. He was in a good mood now. The murderer of his son had most likely died under the lightning. Now he had encountered such an opportunity. Feng Xian will also stand at the top of the 1st tier of martial arts. He was full of confidence. After saying that, he directly rushed toward the huge A-class skeleton ape. He slashed out with his saber and a huge saber shadow shot out. Boom. The skeleton ape waved its huge bony palm and blocked the attack, and it retreated dozens of steps. Whether you're a living thing or not, you can't escape the law of the jungle. Feng Xian laughed loudly and attacked again with his saber. Roar. The skeleton ape, which was close to 10 meters tall, suddenly pounded its chest angrily and roared at the sky. Roar. 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 In an instant, deep within the thick fog, 4 angry roars responded to it. Boom. 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 4 huge skeletal figures broke through the thick fog and arrived in front of the phase. They were all undead creatures guarding the phase. Feng Xian held his breath. He was shocked. This was because he realized that 2 of the 4 undead creatures that had just appeared were also skeleton apes, and their strength was at the 3rd tier of A class. What surprised him was that the remaining 2 skeletons with long tails were actually transformed from crypt flame dragons. They had huge bodies of white bones and long tails that were as sharp as blades. These 2 were at the 2nd tier of A class, and their auras were slightly stronger than his. Brr. The 5 undead creatures roared at Feng Xian in unison and pounced toward him. Damn it. Feng Xian cursed and turned to leave. Boom. However, the 2 long-tailed skeletons, which had the strength of a 2nd-tier A-class warrior, were obviously much faster. Their sparkling white bone tails whistled as they swept towards Feng Xian. Clang. Feng Xian blocked one of them. Boom. The other landed heavily on Feng Xian's body. Like a cannonball, he was sent flying and spat out a few mouthfuls of blood. He landed heavily on a rock beside the lake and almost fell into the lake. About 3,000 meters away, Jiang Xi watched quietly from a depression on a mountain peak. He could not understand the battle in the distance. How strange. The 5 undead creatures did not pursue an attack. They only repelled Feng Xian and did not continue attacking. If they had chased after him just now, Feng Xian would not have had a chance to survive. Feng Xian also noticed this. He wiped the blood from the corner of his mouth, picked up a large rock, and threw it heavily at one of the skeletons. Shoo. The rock was like a cannonball. Brr. The A-class skeletons dodged the rock and roared at Feng Xian. However, they did not charge forward. Shoo. 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 Feng Xian threw a few more rocks. After a few probing, the 5 undead creatures seemed to be restricted and could not fight back. They can't leave that open space that looks like a vegetable garden. Jiang Xi's eyes flashed as he saw the pattern. From his position he could see that the 5 undead creatures were standing in an arc. In the face of Feng Xian's constant provocation, they only roared and did not take another step forward. Formation? This word suddenly appeared in Jiang Xi's mind. It was very possible. The things he was in contact with now were getting closer and closer to myths. With this thought, he continued to observe the situation in the distance. At this time, Feng Xian also confirmed this pattern. The feeling of having a treasure mountain in front of him but not knowing where to start made him very uncomfortable. It was almost impossible to steal the spiritual item under the protection of these 5 undead creatures. I have to find help. Zhong Su and Ta Shi should be near Shushan Prefecture at this time. They will be here in an hour at most. I can ask them to come over and help. Feng Xian frowned and thought for a while before making this decision. These 2 people had been through life and death situations with him, so they were trustworthy people. Since he couldn't monopolize such a fortuitous opportunity, he had to bring in someone he trusted. Immediately he used his tactical communications watch to send a message to Zhong Su and Ta Shi, explaining the situation. You called for help? Jiang Xi noticed Feng Xian's actions. He smiled slightly and made a decision in his heart. Chapter 131. The moonlight grew brighter and brighter. The primeval forest around Death Valley was filled with the roars of beasts from time to time. The invisible barrier was like an inverted bowl that completely covered Death Valley. Inside, clouds and mist flowed slowly. It looked very mysterious. Shen Tian and White Cloud stood on a tall mountain nearby and looked at Death Valley. Master, someone else has entered. One of them is the second director of the Liberal Alliance from the Shadow Kingdom. The other 2 are Feng Xian's friends, White Cloud suddenly reminded him. His tactical communications watch had just received a message. Oh, someone finally came. Shen Tian smiled and didn't mind. It seems that the Spirit Qi revival has made many people bold. They actually dare to ignore the declaration of our Genten Budokan. Master, let me do it. White Cloud said seriously. Many years ago, when the Jade Lake secret realm was first discovered, the Genten Budokan had announced to the public that the Jade Lake secret realm belonged to the Genten Budokan of the Wuxia kingdom. Any martial artists who belonged to other countries were prohibited from entering. Since the announcement, no one dared to take the risk to enter the Jade Lake secret realm. Now, a few heavyweight martial artists from the Liberal Alliance had actually entered openly. Although the Liberal Alliance wasn't a national force, the nature of the organization meant that they weren't martial artists of the Wuxia kingdom. This time, Feng Xian and the others had entered. It was obvious that they didn't care about the Genten Budokan. White Cloud was angry and wanted to teach them a lesson. Shen Tian chuckled and said, "It's fine. Just fishing. Why are you in such a hurry? Only a few came. It's not enough. The more the better." White Cloud, when he heard his master say that it was fine, his intuition told him that there was an 80% chance that something was wrong. On the peak of Mount Tongtian, the clear lake was like a mirror with slight ripples. Jiang Xi hid in the depressions of the peaks. He was very patient and motionless. The view here was good and he could see the surrounding environment clearly. In particular, he could see the 5 spirit plants swaying in the wind. Each of them had a fruit that emitted a faint spirit aura. It was very tempting. Jiang Xi was naturally very tempted. However, one had to know one's own limits. He didn't have the strength to fight for it now. Even Feng Xian, whose strength was at the 2nd tier of A rank, could only flee pathetically when faced with those undead creatures. If he went, he wouldn't end up any better. Jiang Xi calmed down and thought about it carefully. Some doubts arose in his heart. Logically speaking, 3 of the 5 phase were 100-year phase, while the other 2 were 1,000-year phase. How many experts could these phase nurture? It was impossible for the higher-ups of Genten Budokan not to notice such a high value. Why wasn't there anyone guarding this place? But now it was discovered by someone else. Jiang Xi could clearly see that Feng Xian hadn't gone anywhere. He was sitting cross-legged on a rock by the lake. He wasn't cultivating. Instead, he was staring at the 5 phase in the open space not far away. The 5 undead creatures only roared at Feng Xian to declare their territorial sovereignty. After that, they ignored Feng Xian. Instead, they kept wandering around the phase, guarding against anyone who came to snatch them. The higher-ups of Genten Budokan shouldn't be so stupid, right? Jiang Xi thought to himself. Perhaps the higher-ups had other considerations. He could only think this way to show some respect to the higher-ups. Another 40 minutes or so passed. 3 figures rushed over from the foot of the mountain. When they stood still, Jiang Xi realized that two of them were people he had seen before. They were Zhong Su and Ta Shi. Back in Ruin No. 09 he had taken advantage of the two of them. While they were fighting with the two-headed demon wolf, he had taken away the unripe dragon spirit fruit. Their appearances hadn't changed much. Zhong Su still looked like a middle-aged man. He held a long staff in his hand. He had thick eyebrows and thin eyes. His gaze was very intimidating. Ta Shi, on the other hand, was the young man who used a sword. His face was cold and grim. Putting these two aside, Jiang Xi focused on the other middle-aged white man. He was wearing a white warrior suit. His body was thin and his aura was very fierce. It feels like he's stronger than Elder Tang. He's definitely a second-tier A-rank powerhouse. Jiang Xi was shocked and slowed his breathing. Through observation, he could see that Feng Xian didn't seem to be happy with the white man's arrival. His face was a little gloomy. Feng Xian first exchanged glances with Zhong Su and Ta Shi. The two of them shook their heads, hiding their helplessness. "Sam, why are you here?" Feng Xian asked in a deep voice. The white man, Sam, had his eyes locked on the five phase from the beginning. His eyes were filled with greed. Even when he heard Feng Xian's question, his eyes didn't leave the five phase. He spoke awkwardly in Mandarin and answered with a smile. When Zhong Su and the others went to apply for the Liberal Alliance's transport plane, I happened to be at the Liberal Alliance's base in Shushan Prefecture. When I heard that they were coming to this plateau, I knew that you must be in trouble. Feng Xian, you can't do this. Our Liberal Alliance's motto is to help each other. If you're in trouble, you have to inform me, right? You're the backbone of our Liberal Alliance. If something happens to you, we'll all be sad. Feng Xian's face was full of smiles, but he was cursing in his heart. Shameless son of a bitch. If you could take your eyes off the five phase when you speak, I might believe you a little more. Of course, he could only mutter these words in his heart because Sam was stronger than him. Among the 13 directors of the Liberal Alliance, other than the mysterious founder who never showed his face, Sam was the strongest. Before the third awakening of Qi, Sam, who was known as the white-clothed director, was already a top-notch A-rank martial artist and was in the second tier of A-rank. Now, what made Feng Xian apprehensive was that Sam's body was faintly emitting a spiritual pressure. This was a sign that he was about to break through to the A-rank realm. Sam had become even stronger. Feng Xian didn't dare to be careless. With their current strength, the three of them together might not be able to defeat Sam. This was a wolf. The 5 skeletons in front of us look so evil. Feng Xian, in order to prove our friendship, let me represent God and destroy these evil existences. Sam made a gesture. Feng Xian, Zhong Su and Ta Shi all cursed in their hearts. They had never seen such a shameless person. Don't worry, Sam. Just the 2 long-tailed skeletons transformed from the crypt flame dragons have the strength of the second tier of A rank. With the addition of the other 3, it will be very difficult for us to deal with them. I think it's better to plan first before making a move. Feng Xian squeezed out a smile on his face. Oh, you're right. You're still the most comprehensive one. Sam gave a thumbs up, looking as if he had just realized something. Feng Xian and the other 2 heaved a sigh of relief and were about to speak. Sam pretended to be deep in thought and said, "How about this? There's an old saying in the great Xia country, it's a blessing to suffer losses. Let me suffer some losses and deal with the 2 powerful and evil long-tailed skeletons. You guys deal with the other 3 skeletons that look like gorillas." However, according to the theory that effort is proportional to the reward, I'll reluctantly. Well, reluctantly. This word should be correct. I'll reluctantly take the 2,000-year-old spirit items as spoils of war. As for the other 300-year-old spirit items, the 3 of you can divide them equally. What do you think of my plan? Sam grinned, and a frightening spiritual pressure emanated from his body. Feng Xian and the other 2 looked at each other. Their expressions didn't look too good, but facing Sam's undisguised threat, they could only nod. The law of the jungle was universal everywhere. Chapter 132. From his position, Jiang Xi could hear the conversation between Feng Xian and the others. However, the content of the conversation between Feng Xian and the Caucasian man made Jiang Xi suspicious. From the looks of it, the Caucasian man named Sam is not with Feng Xian? This is going to be a good show. He loved this kind of dog-eat-dog scene the most. In the distance, Feng Xian and the others began to attack after they had reached an agreement. Sam leaped high and a powerful aura erupted. The broadsword in his hand directly dispersed the surrounding fog, and the vision became clearer. Whoosh! One could clearly see that the giant sword had landed heavily on a long-tailed skeleton that was transformed from a crypt flame dragon. Crack. A few white bones shattered. Roar. The long-tailed skeleton let out an earth-shattering roar, and its long tail swept toward Sam like a blade. Haha. Sam laughed loudly without any fear. He held the broadsword and slashed hundreds of times in an instant. Clang, clang, clang. An intense battle. Another long-tailed skeleton also roared and pounced toward Sam from behind. As if he had eyes on the back of his head, Sam turned his body and waved his sword to block the attack from behind. This is a spirit nurture technique, Zhongsu said in horror. He has a spiritual sense that can detect the situation around him. Tashi also exclaimed. It's still not enough. His spiritual sense has not been fully condensed. Otherwise, these 5 undead creatures together would not be enough for him to kill. Feng Xian shook his head. At the same time he cursed in his heart. If it were not for this shameless bastard, he could have gotten all 5 spirit items together with Zhongsu and Tashi. With that, he could have become a powerhouse that surpassed Class A. Damn it. Feng Xian was driven mad. He gritted his teeth and shouted, "Let's attack too." As he spoke, he rushed toward one of the ape clan skeletons. 100-year spirit item could also help him break through. It was better than nothing. Zhongsu and Tashi also attacked one of the ape clan skeletons each. Both of them had the strength of a 3rd-tier Class A, which was similar to the ape clan skeletons. Although they could not crush them, it was still quite easy to deal with them in comparison. Feng Xian seemed very relaxed. He had the strength of a 2nd-tier A-class warrior, and he could completely suppress that ape skeleton. Every slash accurately landed on the huge skeletal body, shattering the translucent white bones one after another. Boom, boom. On this side of the lake, the battle was getting more and more intense. The 4 of them purposely avoided the 5 spirit items to avoid damaging the ripened fruits. The battle was in a stalemate. At present it seemed that Feng Xian had the absolute advantage. Although Sam was strong, he had to face 2 second-stage A-class undead creatures at the same time. For the time being, he was unable to gain the upper hand. Jiang Xi was still hiding in the depression, motionless. While watching the battle in the distance, he was also thinking about what he had just heard. Spirit nurturing stage. Is this the realm of A-class and above? Condensing spiritual awareness. Could it be that the spiritual awareness is about to change? Jiang Xi thought for a while and put his doubts to the bottom of his heart. He was going to explore it in detail after this survival training was over. For now, it was better to focus on the battle in the distance. Although the open space was similar to a vegetable garden, it was actually very large. The 5 spirit items were separated by 400 to 500 meters. In other words, Feng Xian and the others were very far apart. They would not be able to end this battle for the spirit items in a short time. Maybe there's a chance to get a spirit item? Jiang Xi had a flash of inspiration and his eyes lit up. There's still time. I can use the A-class spirit item medicine first and see if it can raise me to A-class. If it succeeds, my strength will improve and I will have a greater chance. He did as he said. Jiang Xi hid in the depression of the mountain peak, took out the A-class spirit item medicine syringe, and used it immediately. After the pure white spirit item medicine entered his body, it instantly turned into an extremely impactful spirit energy that spread to every part of his body. Even with the strength of a B-class warrior's body, he still felt a tearing pain all over his body from the inside out. His bones, muscles, blood vessels, and even his skin felt like they were about to split open. It's not time yet. Jiang Xi endured the pain. He wanted to use this impact to break through the rank bottleneck. In just 3 seconds, under the impact of the enormous spirit energy, the bottleneck from B-class to A-class loosened. It was as if a layer of membrane had been pierced and was full of cracks. It's done. Jiang Xi was pleasantly surprised. Increased by 1,000 experience points. In the next moment, the spirit energy that was wreaking havoc in his body rapidly decreased. At the same time, his physical fitness had finally achieved a breakthrough. From B-class to A-class, he had completed a qualitative upgrade. His strength, speed, agility, and various sensory abilities had undergone earth-shattering changes. The enhancement of his physical fitness also made him feel that the spirit energy in his body was not as strong, and the tearing pain was greatly reduced. An A-class warrior's body could withstand the impact of the A-class spirit item medicine. However, he still had to digest the spirit energy. Otherwise it would be a waste. Increased by 1,000 experience points. Increased by 1,000 experience points. After repeating this 8 times, the spirit energy from the A-class spirit item medicine was almost exhausted. The spirit energy had allowed him to increase by a total of 9,000 experience points. Jiang Xi's strength had also reached a new height. He opened the experience panel and checked. Level, Pulse Opening Realm A, 900-25900, Cultivation Technique, 9 Elements Heart Suture Martial Technique, 9 Elements Sword Art, Combine, 300-0030000, Wine Shadow Step, Combine, 400-0040000, Force Exertion, 10 Experience Points, 136049, very strong. For once, Jiang Xi was confident. Hiding in the dark, he gently clenched his fist. There was a powerful force flowing between his fingers. Before reaching A-Class, I already had the combat power of a peak A-Class warrior and was slightly stronger than a third-tier A-Class warrior. Now, my combat power has increased by a whole level and should have surpassed the second-tier A-Class warrior. As for the first-tier A-Class warrior, Jiang Xi did not dare to think about it. That was a strength that surpassed A-Class. Perhaps it could no longer be described as an A-Class warrior. Spirit Nurturing Realm. This was what he had heard from Feng Xian and the others. Just like this, after a few more minutes and seconds, Jiang Xi confirmed that the changes in his body had completely calmed down. Only then did he turn his gaze back to the open space that looked like a vegetable garden. Although it sounded long, the entire process only took 1 minute. At the same time, Feng Xian and the others were still fighting fiercely with the 5 undead creatures. The battle was still in a stalemate. And I can't be greedy. I'll pick that fruit that looks like a peach. Among the 5 spirit items, 2 of them were 1,000-year-old spirit items. The fruits they bore were the peach and the dragon fruit. Without even thinking about it, he set his sights on the peach. This was the Jasper Lake Secret Realm. Since ancient times, there were too many myths and legends that happened here. Among them, there were myths and legends related to peaches. For example, Monkey steals peach. Chapter 133. There were a total of 601 trainees from the Heaven Level and Earth Level training camps. Although the black-robed woman, Hei Tu, and the 3 Gen 10 Budokan deacons were there to rescue them, they could not guarantee that they would arrive in time every time. Therefore, more than 10 trainees died in the Jasper Lake Secret Realm in just 1 day. However, those who survived had already adapted to the environment after a day of survival training. Especially the Heaven Level training camp trainees who were ranked at the top of the Sky leaderboard. With their A-Class strength, they explored more than half of the Jasper Lake Secret Realm. Mount Tongtian was so majestic. The scene formed by lightning and clouds was like a legend. It could be seen from afar. Soon, some trainees discovered this magical place. And more than one person discovered it. However, unlike Jiang Xi, they did not rashly climb the mountain. Because the scene at the lower half of Mount Tongtian and the lightning made them fearful. The trainees in the Heaven Level training camp were divided according to the region. The number of trainees from the 7 major prefectures was about the same. But if they were divided according to the forces, the trainees' backgrounds were complicated. They mainly came from the military of the Wuxia Kingdom, the 4 major college of martial arts, and other official organizations. There were also Gen 10 Budokan, Tsukishin Budokan, and other martial arts forces as well as various hidden families. These trainees from various forces who could enter the Heaven Level and Earth Level training camps were basically the elites of their respective forces. After they discovered Heavenspan Mountain without prior agreement, they all informed the situation here to the upper echelons or elders of their own factions. It was worth mentioning that when the Gen 10 Budokan first opened the Heaven Level training camp, the first rule was that only people from the Wuxia Kingdom would be accepted. But there was no lack of traitors in any era. Although some trainees wore the identity of the Wuxia Kingdom, they were actually traitors of external forces. For example, Mayu, who was killed by Jiang Xi, and Xiao Sheng, who was killed by Han Ningxue with 1 punch, were all traitors. Now, some of the trainees who discovered Mount Tongtian had similar identities. They were originally tasked with exploring the Jade Lake Mystic Realm. After discovering the wonders of the sky-piercing mountain, they immediately sent the news to the countries or martial artist factions behind them. All of a sudden, the world's 5 major countries, various martial artist forces, and hidden families heard the news and moved. They all sent out their experts and dispatched the fastest transport planes to the Great Xia Kingdom's Kunlun's Death Valley. Over here. With a goal in mind, Jiang Xi began to look for a suitable opportunity. He had to make sure that his attack would not only be foolproof, but he would also be able to retreat safely. The last time in Ruin number 09, he almost didn't manage to escape after snatching food from the wolf's mouth. It was a huge lesson for him. If his life was in danger, he would rather give up than take the risk. The situation this time was a little different from when they fought for the Dragon Mark spiritual fruit in Ruin number 09. First of all, there were no beasts here. The remaining 5 undead creatures were still being held back by Feng Xian and the others. If he acted fast enough, the possibility of being surrounded was very small. Secondly, his strength was different from before. With the strength of a second-tier A-class warrior, the only one who could threaten him was the white man, Sam. Even so, Jiang Ci still observed his surroundings with the most cautious attitude, thinking of a plan. First, the terrain. When he sneaked over from the peak with the traces of Lingwan Road and Wondrous Rock Mountain, he had a general impression of the mountaintop environment of the sky-piercing mountain. More than half of the sky-piercing mountain's mountaintop was occupied by this endless lake. Around the lake there were many peaks of different heights. He needed to find a hidden place to enter under such conditions. Otherwise, it would be awkward if he was discovered before he even got close to the spiritual item. Other than the terrain, there was also the timing. He had to choose a time when he could enter and exit. He had to ensure that when he entered, Feng Xian and the others would not be able to stop him in time. If the timing was not right, when he appeared, Feng Xian and the others would definitely focus their firepower on him. He was not confident that he could take on the 4 of them alone. After hiding in the dark and carefully observing for a while, Jiang Ci quickly found a relatively good place to enter. The vegetable garden in the distance was oval-shaped. Its back was against the peaks of different heights, and its front was the rippling lake. If he took a detour from the back of the peaks, he would be able to reach the open space at the side of the vegetable garden. Then he could enter from the side. Let's do it. Jiang Ci's figure flashed. Under the cover of the fog, he first retreated to the back of the peaks, then took a detour from the back. His footsteps were light and quick. His figure floated and arrived near the chosen location. If he took another step, he would cross a small peak in front of him and appear in front of the vegetable garden. The distance from here to the 1,000-year-old spiritual item he had chosen was about 3,000 meters. Standing here, he could see that Sam, who was the strongest, had already started to suppress the 2 long-tailed skeletons. Although the long-tailed skeletons had the strength of a second-tier A-class warrior, their ability to fight continuously was very weak. Once their bones were shattered, there was no way for them to recover. As the battle went on, Sam gradually gained the upper hand. Feng Xian's situation was still the best. He was completely suppressing the ape skeleton. It wouldn't take long for the battle to end. Zhong Su and Ta Shi were each dealing with an ape skeleton. Although they were slightly weaker, they were still able to take the initiative in the battle. In total, the 4 of them would be able to finish off all 5 undead creatures in half an hour at most. Wait for a good opportunity. Jiang Ci maintained his calm. With his speed, he would be able to reach the 1,000-year-old spiritual item with peaches in 1 second at most. Then he would pick the peaches and leave. That would also count as 1 second. If there were any unexpected situations, he would add 1 more second. From start to finish, Jiang Ci only gave himself 3 seconds. Any more and it would be dangerous. It would be easy for him to fall into a situation where he would be surrounded and attacked by Feng Xian and the others. After about 15 minutes, the situation began to tilt. Feng Xian was about to end the battle, and Sam had the absolute advantage. Jiang Ci frowned slightly. This wasn't good. Once Feng Xian and the other 3 gained complete control of the situation, there would be no more chances. However, the 4 of them were too vigilant. Even in their battle state, they still diverted part of their attention to the 5 spiritual items. At this moment, the situation suddenly changed. For some reason, Sam suddenly fell into a passive state. He couldn't suppress the long-tailed skeletons that were transformed from the crypt flame dragons. The 2 long-tailed skeletons immediately went berserk. Their blade-like long tails whistled and swept in all directions. The battle between Feng Xian and the other 2 was affected because of this. Damn it, they cursed at the same time. They were very clear that this was Sam's intention. He wanted to use the undead creatures to finish them off and take the 5 spiritual items for himself. The son of a bitch. Chapter 134. Feng Xian, Zhong Su, and Ta Shi had been teammates in the wilderness in their early years and had a tacit understanding with each other. In the face of such a situation, they made similar moves and reduced the intensity of their attacks. The 3 ape skeletons also seemed to have intelligence. Taking advantage of the reduced pressure, they immediately converged with the 2 long-tailed skeletons and huddled together. Then it was a chaotic battle. Fuck. Facing the sudden chaos, Sam also cursed. Conceited as he was, he did not realize that his purpose was too obvious. He did not hide it at all. In the blink of an eye, the situation turned into 4 people facing 5 undead creatures. However, the undead creatures were obviously united. They were not. Therefore there was a loophole. In less than half a minute, the situation of 4 people facing the spirit item at the same time appeared. Chance. Jiang Xi's eyes lit up. Without any hesitation, he instantly activated the wind shadow step. The mysterious footwork made his whole body like the wind and shadow. In a flash, he arrived in front of the 1,000-year-old spirit item 3 kilometers away. Fuck me. Sam was the first to notice Jiang Xi. Regardless of the undead creature's attacks, he waved his sword and rushed toward Jiang Xi. Jiang Xi. Feng Xian was shocked and angry. He did not have time to think about why Jiang Xi was still alive. Anger and hatred drove him to slash at Jiang Xi. The remaining Zhong Su and Ta Shi did not have their strength. Facing the fierce attacks of the 5 undead creatures, they could not escape at all and could only bitterly hold on. It was expected that he would be discovered. Feng Xian and the others were 5 kilometers away from him. Therefore Jiang Xi did not panic. It's mine. He plucked the attractive peach that exuded spiritual charm. It took less than half a second. There's still a chance. Jiang Xi turned his gaze to the 100-year-old spirit item 400 meters away. Coincidentally, the 100-year-old spirit item bore the dragon mark spirit fruit. It was mature and had 9 golden patterns on the surface. Another one. His figure flashed again. In just 0.01 seconds, he arrived in front of the 100-year-old spirit item. His unscrupulous actions made Feng Xian and the others even angrier. Stop. Feng Xian and Sam shouted in unison. Retreat. Jiang Xi simply ignored them. He plucked the dragon mark spirit fruit and turned to leave. At this point he had finally picked the fruit for more than a second. This was still within his expectations. However, something unexpected happened. Sam, who was originally more than 1,000 meters away from him, suddenly increased his speed and caught up with him in the blink of an eye. The broad-bladed greatsword with a sharp sword aura was about to land on his body in the next moment. So fast. Jiang Xi felt a wave of mental pressure and immediately bit his lips. The pain woke him up. With a flip of his hand, his sword swept out horizontally. Clang. The long sword collided with the opponent's broadsword. A huge force burst forth in an instant. Under this force, Riverward's figure was somewhat out of control, flying out backward. Then he used the momentum to increase his speed and dashed down the mountain. What? Sam could not believe it. Although Jiang Xi seemed to be at a disadvantage, that was just a hasty strike. It actually blocked his all-out attack. Didn't that mean that Jiang Xi's strength was on par with his? Close to the first tier of A-class. Don't even think about running. Seeing that Jiang Xi continued to run and had no intention of fighting, Sam reacted and quickly chased after him. Behind him, Feng Xian also chased after him with a face full of anger. Jiang Xi was very fast. After successfully reaching A-class, his speed had improved significantly. In addition, he used the wind shadow steps at full strength. When he ran down the mountain, he only left behind a series of afterimages. In just a dozen seconds, he reached the mountainside of the sky-piercing mountain. Below him was the area with dense lightning. Sam chased after him closely. Encountering someone like Jiang Xi whose strength was on par with his, but who did not want to fight him and only wanted to escape. There was nothing he could do when he saw Jiang Xi rush into the area where the lightning kept falling without looking back. He could only curse loudly. Earlier, when he came up the mountain, Sam had already experienced the power of the lightning. Although it could not hurt him, it still felt very uncomfortable. Therefore he only cursed a few times and gave up the chase. He turned around and returned to the lake at the top of the mountain. After all, there were still 3 spirit fruits there. Compared to the 2 spirit fruits in Jiang Xi's hands, the spirit fruits at the top of the mountain were obviously easier to obtain. In just 2 seconds, Feng Xian also caught up. He just happened to see Sam return. Sam, where is he? Feng Xian asked anxiously. He ran away. Sam snorted coldly. He did not stop and increased his speed. I'm so angry. Feng Xian looked at the lightning at the bottom of the mountain and roared angrily. You are not his match. Hurry up and help me deal with those skeletons. Sam's voice came from above. Trash. Trash. Feng Xian's expression was somewhat distorted. However, he did not dare to chase after Jiang Xi alone. He had also seen the scene of Jiang Xi and Sam exchanging blows in an instant. That's the strength of a first-tier A rank. How did he do it? It's only been an hour. Feng Xian found it hard to understand. I'm not his match. Feng Xian's heart was filled with resentment and helplessness. In the end he could only turn around and return to the top of the mountain. No matter what, he had to obtain a spirit fruit. That way he would have a chance to break through to the spirit nurture stage. A glimmer of opportunity was still an opportunity. Soon, the two of them returned to the open space of the vegetable garden at the top of the mountain. At this time, Zhong Su and Ta Shi were still struggling under the siege of the 5 undead creatures. Among the 5 spirit fruits, the 2 that Jiang Xi had plucked had completely withered. Seeing this scene, Sam became even angrier. He rushed over without saying a word. He wanted to vent his anger on the undead creatures. He had already decided that he would take all the fruits of the remaining 3 spirit fruits. Feng Xian and the others would not be able to get a single one. However, he could not reveal this intention yet. He still needed Feng Xian and the others to help him deal with these undead creatures. In fact, he was somewhat envious of Jiang Xi. Because Jiang Xi was very fast, he did not need to fight with these undead creatures. He took advantage of the time when they were restraining the undead creatures to pluck the 2 spirit fruits. Although he was envious, he did not have Jiang Xi's speed and no one to help him restrain the undead creatures. It was very difficult for him to pass through the undead creatures' line of defense. He knew very well that Feng Xian and the other 2 would be lucky if they did not play any tricks. It was impossible to get them to help restrain the undead creatures. Only by dealing with the undead creatures guarding the spirit fruits could they pluck the spirit fruits. Feng Xian was 2 steps slower. After returning, he joined the battle with the undead creatures again. He looked at Zhong Su and Ta Shi expressionlessly. The 3 of them had a tacit understanding and nodded slightly. In the face of the 5 undead creatures, the 4 of them did not fully exert their strength. The battle that could have been finished in half an hour would now take at least an hour. Both sides had their own plans. They were all waiting for the final eruption. Chapter 135. On the other hand, Jiang Xi once again felt the magic of the Tongtian mountain. The lightning bolts that kept falling were all as thick as a thumb, but none of them fell on him. When he found that Feng Xian and Sam did not continue to pursue him, he easily found a nearby cave and hid inside. The cave was very dry. Surprisingly, there were stone tables and stone stools as if someone had lived here many years ago. Jiang Xi did not care about this. He sat down leisurely on the stone stool and took out the 2 spiritual fruits that he had just obtained. His throat moved. He had no choice. The spiritual essence of the peach and the dragon mark spiritual fruit was too tempting, making him have the urge to swallow them. To be safe, I'd better eat the dragon mark spiritual fruit first. This peach is the fruit of a 1,000-year-old spiritual fruit. With the strength of an A-class martial artist's body, if he can't bear it and explodes, there will be no way to explain. Jiang Xi shook his head and put away the peach. Although there was a satellite signal here, he could log into the Shantian forum. But out of caution, he did not go to the forum to inquire about the origin of the peach. He still understood the principle of treasuring a jade ring becomes a crime. A 1,000-year-old spiritual fruit was so rare that if he inquired about it in the forum, the higher-ups of Genten Budokan would definitely know. Things like website backend existed hundreds of years ago. Jiang Xi looked at the dragon mark spiritual fruit in his hand. On the surface of a mature dragon mark spiritual fruit, there would be 9 irregular golden patterns. He thought to himself, according to Feng Xian and the others, the realm above A-class should be the spirit gathering stage. Last time, the dragon mark spiritual fruit with only 1 golden pattern greatly improved my strength. This time, it's a fully mature dragon mark spiritual fruit. Can it help me reach the spirit gathering stage directly? Jiang Xi's heart palpitated. He took a few deep breaths and calmed down before eating the dragon mark spiritual fruit. The last time he ate the unripe dragon mark spiritual fruit, he swallowed it in 1 mouthful in an emergency. He did not taste it at all. This time he had the process of savoring it carefully. It was really crispy and delicious. After eating it, Jiang Xi wiped his mouth, wishing for more. I still want more. However, before he could savor the taste, the dragon mark spirit fruit in his stomach turned into an extremely rich spiritual qi in the span of a breath. It contained a few times more spirit qi than the A-grade Fey potions. His body began to expand again. However, the situation was still acceptable. Only his muscles and blood vessels showed signs of rupturing. His bones and whatnot had withstood the energy impact this time. The body of an A-class martial artist is indeed powerful. This thought flashed through Jiang Xi's mind. He then focused and used the EXP panel to level up. Level increased by 300 EXP. After chanting in his heart, the spiritual energy in his body rapidly decreased, and his body also showed a small increase in strength. After reaching a class, the improvement process was much slower. It took about 3 seconds each time. Level increased by 3000 EXP. Level increased by 3000 EXP. It increased every 3 seconds, and when it reached the 6th time, Jiang Xi frowned. After increasing his level by 3000 EXP, the decrease in spiritual energy in his body was not as obvious as the previous 5 times. Soon, when the improvement process was over, Jiang Xi went through the 7th improvement. Just as he had predicted, the improvement failed. He opened the EXP panel and checked. Level, Pulse Opening Level A, 25900-25900, Cultivation Technique, 9 Elements Heart Technique Martial Technique, 9 Elements Sword Technique, Combined 300-0030000, Wind Shadow Step, Combined 400-0040000, Force Exertion, 10 Experience Points, 119149, I didn't break through. Jiang Xi shook his head gently. The improvement just now had consumed more than half of his spiritual energy. The remaining spiritual energy in his body was not enough to break through the bottleneck from A-class to Spirit Nurture. It's a pity that I wasted less than half of the Dragon Mark Spirit Fruit. Because the 9 Elements Sword Technique and Wind Shadow Step, these 2 advanced martial techniques were also in a bottleneck state. However, he currently had no way to break through the bottleneck. It was not like he could use a large amount of spiritual energy to forcefully break through the bottleneck. Therefore, he could only let the remaining spiritual energy dissipate. Of course, he could also turn this spiritual energy into EXP through cultivation. However, this process would take a long time, and it was obviously not the time now. There were still 3 spiritual items on the mountain peak. Now that his strength had increased again, he could openly compete for them. He might not have the combat power of A-class, but he could definitely suppress Sam. Although I didn't succeed in breaking through with my current state, I should not be far away from A-class. The martial artists standing at the first step of the A-class were all in the spirit nurturing stage. Jiang Xi's eyes were in high spirits. He stood up and gently clenched his fist. Bang bang, the power that erupted from his body shook the air. It was very powerful. Who was chasing me just now? Now I'm here. Jiang Xi left the cave and gently stepped on the ground. With a boom, his figure appeared 5,000 meters away. His speed had greatly increased. He ran toward the peak of Tongtian Mountain. The process of his improvement did not take long. It was less than 3 minutes. The battle above was definitely not over yet. At the entrance of Jade Lake's secret realm, Kunlun Mountain's Death Valley, the invisible barrier was like an inverted bowl, completely enveloping the 105-kilometer-long and 33-kilometer-wide Death Valley. Endless clouds and mist were churning within the barrier. There were 3 invisible transport planes that landed at different locations around Death Valley at almost the same time. 1 to 2 people came down from each plane with weapons. They directly passed through the barrier of Death Valley and entered Jasper Lake's secret realm. 2 of the martial artists that came down from the planes did not look like they were from Daxia country. However, each of them had a very powerful aura. They were at least A-class. At the same time, on the other side of Death Valley, on the cliff of a snowy mountain, Shen Tian and White Cloud were still standing there, motionless. They seemed to be waiting for something. White Cloud reminded, "Master, there are more than 10 strong martial artists here." He was doing statistics. Shen Tian smiled and said, "No rush. There are still a few forces that have not arrived yet. We have to wait for them. But, Master, according to your plan, we only need to attract a dozen people." "Oh? Did I say that?" "Ha, I think I did say that. But it's more fun with more people. We can deal with them once and for all. It'll save us the trouble of making a move next time." All right. Pay attention. When the people from the 5 major countries and the main martial artist forces have arrived, we'll go in. White Cloud heard this and finally heaved a sigh of relief. He already knew what his master was planning. However, he felt that the current development was not right. "Don't go overboard, Master." In the next half an hour, more and more people were sent to Death Valley. They were all powerful martial artists. After these people entered Jasper Lake's secret realm through Death Valley, they all went straight to Tongtian Mountain. Chapter 136. After Jiang Xi quietly returned to the mountaintop, he did not reveal any traces. Once again he hid at the peak beside the vegetable garden. Even if he had become stronger, he could not act recklessly. If he could avoid fighting, he would try his best not to. This was Jiang Xi's style of doing things. Hence, he continued to look for the right opportunity. Observing from here, it could be seen that after the 5 undead creatures joined forces, they became even more difficult to deal with. Feng Xian and Sam were both scheming against each other. In a situation where they were not of one mind, it was almost impossible to quickly deal with the 5 undead creatures. Jiang Xi was not in a hurry. A qualified fisherman was more patient than an osprey. My position is about 6,000 meters away from the remaining 1,000-year-old spiritual item. With my current speed, I only need a little more than a second to reach it. His first target this time was the 1,000-year-old spiritual item that bore fruit similar to the dragon fruit. Just like that, he waited for about 20 minutes. Once again he saw an excellent opportunity. Without hesitation he immediately rushed over. However, before he could get close to the 1,000-year-old spiritual item with the dragon fruit, he heard Feng Xian and Sam angrily shout in unison, "We've been waiting for you for a long time." In an instant, the 4 people who were fighting against the undead creatures attacked Jiang Xi together as if they had agreed beforehand, forming an encirclement. They might have disagreements regarding the distribution of spiritual items, but their attitude towards Jiang Xi was the same. After the 2 Fays were snatched away by riverward, they were already on guard. It was impossible for them to fall in the same place twice. Blade shadows, sword shadows, and staff shadows bombarded Jiang Xi together. This was especially true for Sam and Feng Xian. Both of them were second-tier A-rank powerhouses, and their attacks were frightening. Haha, good timing. However, Jiang Xi was not afraid at all. Being safe and low-key was fundamental. However, if he really wanted to make a move, he was not afraid at all. Whoosh! The killing shadow sword was unsheathed and a cold light flashed. At the same time, Jiang Xi's footsteps were light. His body was like the wind, and with a slight turn, he arrived in front of Tashi, who was the weakest. His long sword was suffused with a terrifying sword light, and with a buzzing sound, he slashed out in an instant. 9 elemental swordplay. It was a quick sword enhanced by the extreme speed movement technique. It was even more powerful. In just 0.1 seconds he had swung his sword nearly 100 times. Clang, clang. Tashi swung his blade with all his might, but he was only a 3rd-tier A-class warrior. His speed was far from Jiang Xi's. After blocking the first 10 or so strikes he could no longer hold on. He could only barely hold his saber horizontally in front of his chest. Bang bang bang, the remaining dozens of swords almost instantly landed on his body. He was sent flying and exploded in the air. When he landed on the ground he was already a pile of minced meat. This scene stunned Feng Xian and Zhong Su. Then Feng Xian roared, "Jiang Xi, you deserve to die." A saber slashed towards Jiang Xi. Die die die. Zhong Su also went crazy. He swung the stick, the sky full of stick shadows, and smashed toward Jiang Xi. The 2 of them were furious and sorrowful. They had a deep friendship with Tashi, a friendship that had gone through life and death. As early as 30 years ago, the name of the Iron Triangle of the Jianghai Prefecture had been well known in the martial arts world. Now Tashi was dead. Facing the madness of the 2, Jiang Xi was very calm and collected. The friend of an enemy was also an enemy. He did not show any mercy. If he had to kill, he would kill. I'll kill the 2 of them together. Jiang Xi's eyes flashed with a cold light. Just nice, I'll get rid of the threat once and for all. The killer's shadow sword and his body merged perfectly. With his body leading the sword, the speed of the sword became faster and faster with the help of the wind shadow step. Clang, clang. In almost an instant, 2 consecutive strikes repelled Feng Xian and Zhong Su's attacks. Then Jiang Xi followed up with another attack, his long sword stabbing forward once again, but at this moment, a piercing chill attacked from the side behind him. It was Sam's sudden sneak attack, his broad greatsword slashing towards Jiang Xi. Jiang Xi's face turned cold and he shouted, "You're courting death." Without even looking, he swept his sword horizontally. Boom. When the long sword collided with the greatsword, a huge force exploded, and an invisible shockwave shook the surrounding fog. The situation of the battle changed again. Feng Xian, Zhong Su, and Sam had temporarily joined forces. This young man from the Dixia kingdom is too sinister. He has been hiding his strength all this time. Sam's face was tense. His reason for attacking was simple: Jiang Xi was too strong. He realized that although his attack power was similar to Jiang Xi's, both of them were close to the 1st tier of A-class. However, in terms of speed he was much slower than Jiang Xi. If he allowed Jiang Xi to kill Feng Xian and Zhong Su, he would be the only one left. He had no confidence in dealing with Jiang Xi. Then come at me together. Jiang Xi made a classic beckoning gesture. Arrogant. The three of them were furious and attacked at the same time. Jiang Xi laughed loudly, his feet moving in a mysterious footwork. His body was extremely fast and elegant, like the wind and shadow welcoming their attacks. His long sword quickly blocked the attacks, then he attacked with a fast sword. The 9 elemental sword technique and the wind shadow step were perfectly combined. In one word, fast. In addition, his current realm was at the bottleneck of A-class. His strength was outstanding, and combined with his tenfold strength, the power of each sword was frightening. As long as Feng Xian and the other two were hit by his sword, no matter who it was, even if they did not die, they would be half crippled. In a situation where his opponents were somewhat afraid, Jiang Xi's attacks were even more like a fish in water. The combined attacks of these three people were like sparring partners for him, allowing him to quickly adapt to his new strength and further increase his combat power. From the time Jiang Xi attacked until now, only 3 seconds had passed. On the other side, after the 5 undead creatures lost their target, they were confused at first. Then they roared and pounced toward Jiang Xi and the others they attacked indiscriminately. Jiang Xi was still fine. With the flexibility brought by the wind shadow steps, he was able to handle the attacks with ease. On the other hand, Feng Xian and Zhong Su were having a hard time. Not only did they have to deal with Jiang Xi, but they also had to deal with the attacks of the undead creatures. Especially the long-tailed skeletons whose 2 10-meter-long tails were like giant blades. They swept across the open space and wreaked havoc, restricting their movements. If their movement techniques were not good, they would be easily injured. In this open space that resembled a vegetable garden, the commotion became louder and louder. Some of the surrounding boulders and peaks exploded due to the aftermath of the battle. Jiang Xi felt more and more that while dodging the attacks of the undead creatures, he was also completely suppressing Feng Xian and the others. His sword was like lightning, extremely fast. His body was like a phantom, as elegant as the wind. This feeling was wonderful. How did he become stronger again? How could it be? How could it be? After experiencing a bout of anger, Feng Xian's mind was in a mess. In just a little over an hour, he had witnessed the change in Jiang Xi's strength. In the beginning, under his pursuit, Jiang Xi could only flee pathetically. Now, even if they worked together, they were still not Jiang Xi's match. A feeling of despair grew in his heart. Was this what a genius was like? What should we do? Run. We must run. Before we reach the spirit-nurturing stage, we must hide from him. Feng Xian quickly made a decision. He gave Zhong Su a look. Like them, Sam was also thinking about retreating. Sam also knew that under such circumstances, it was impossible to get a big harvest. However, he had more thoughts. He wanted to make sure that he would not return empty-handed from this trip to the Jade Lake secret realm. Chapter 137. Roar. 2 long-tailed skeletons swept their blade-like tails at Jiang Xi in a crisscross manner. Jiang Xi turned his body and easily dodged the attack. With the strength of the A-class bottleneck, coupled with the wind shadow step and 9 elemental sword art, it wouldn't be an exaggeration to say that he was the #1 A-class martial artist. Suddenly, Jiang Xi thrust his sword at an ape skeleton that was pouncing at him. The white man, Sam, retreated without any warning. He turned around and rushed towards the remaining 1,000-year-old spiritual item. Did you ask me for permission? Jiang Xi was amused. This blatant attempt to fish in troubled waters was simply an insult to his intelligence. Immediately after, he changed his target to Sam. He slowed down the frequency of his attacks on Feng Xian and Zhong Su and rapidly thrust his sword at Sam. At the same time, Sam's action of plucking the 1,000-year-old spiritual item's fruit angered the 5 undead creatures guarding the spiritual item. They also surrounded and attacked. Fuck. Sam's face changed. He accelerated towards the 1,000-year-old spiritual item and crossed the distance of 2 to 3 kilometers in a single step. Get lost. Do you think you can touch the things of my great Xia kingdom? Jiang Xi snorted and swung his sword, thrusting it forward with a cold gleam. His speed was faster than Sam's and instantly caught up. It's too late. Sam was unwilling to give up. When he saw the nearest 100-year-old spiritual item, he rushed over with lightning speed. Pucci. He paid the price for his greed. His shoulder was pierced by Jiang Xi. Moreover, it was only 2 to 3 centimeters away from his neck. It was very dangerous. Damn it. What a loss. Sam was infuriated and fled for his life. In the end, he didn't even get a single 100-year-old spiritual item. Consider yourself lucky. Jiang Xi didn't give chase. Sam was determined to escape. Even if he could stop him, it would take some effort. When he turned around, Jiang Xi's expression didn't look good either. Feng Xian and Zhong Su actually took the opportunity to escape. They knew their limits and didn't covet the spiritual item. Of course, he didn't dare to do so. He was afraid that he would be hunted down by Jiang Xi if he picked the Fei. These two. Where's the bravery they had earlier? Jiang Xi was a little speechless. So what if she ran away? He wasn't too worried. His current strength was different from before. He had no need to fear Feng Xian at all. If Feng Xian dared to come again, he could probably slap him to death. Jiang Xi's footsteps were light as he was about to pluck the remaining 3 spiritual items. 5 undead creatures rushed over to stop him. Get out of my way! Riverward bellowed as his long sword struck a long-tailed skeleton. Crack, crack, crack. In the blink of an eye, more than 10 sparkling white bones were cut off. The 5 undead creatures became even crazier. Jiang Xi pushed his wind shadow steps to the limit, wanting to get rid of them. A strange scene appeared. The 5 undead creatures seemed to have encountered something terrible. They actually growled at Jiang Xi and fled back into the depths of the fog, disappearing without a trace. Jiang Xi's head was full of question marks. Since he couldn't figure it out, he didn't want to think about it. He had to get the fruits of the 3 spiritual items first. Without any disturbance, Jiang Xi walked over and picked the fruits with ease. 1,000-year-old spiritual item fruit and 200-year-old spiritual item fruits were all in his hands. Whoosh! Suddenly, a gust of wind blew and there was a feeling of space being compressed. A huge palm print that seemed to be condensed from spiritual energy slammed directly at Jiang Xi from afar. What? Jiang Xi was aghast. He didn't even think before running away. Boom, boom, boom. Almost instantly, the huge palm print landed on the place where he was just standing. The mountain rocks split open, and a huge pit with a radius of 10 meters appeared there. Jiang Xi only had time to glance at it. His face was full of horror. What kind of attack was this? He had never seen anyone use spiritual energy to attack someone directly. It was so powerful. If he had reacted a little slower, he would have been smashed into a pile of mud. Jiang Xi rushed into the thick fog without looking back. He ran along the lakeside and wanted to go down the mountain from another direction. At this moment, a bearded white man suddenly appeared in the open space. He saw the 5 withered spiritual items. Behind him there was another person who was much slower than him. It was Sam, who had just been stabbed by Jiang Xi's sword. Lord William. Sam held his left shoulder and bowed. His attitude was very humble. He had already used the A-class spiritual item medicine and the injury on his left shoulder had stopped. Sam, what happened? William asked in a muffled voice. That kid from the Great Xia Kingdom took the 5 spiritual items. Sam quickly replied. Hide well first. I will chase after him. Before his voice faded, William's figure had already disappeared into the thick fog. Sam's eyes flickered and he sneered. He already had a premonition of Jiang Xi's fate. Because the one who made the move was Lord William. In the entire martial arts world of the Dark Shadow Kingdom, there was no one who did not know Lord William's name. Lord William was the new hero of the Dark Shadow Kingdom. He was a true first-tier powerhouse who had surpassed A-class. Sam was a director of the Liberal Alliance and was also a martial artist of the Dark Shadow Kingdom. He had trained with William for a period of time and had a good relationship with him. This time, William was able to rush over so quickly because of his timely notification. Although he was still a step late and Jiang Xi had taken the spiritual items, Sam believed that with Lord William's strength, killing Jiang Xi was just a matter of waving his hand. After that, he quickly left the place and hid by the lakeside. According to Lord William, this place was going to be chaotic. Chaos, the more chaotic the better. It would be best if the foundation of the Great Xia Kingdom and Genten Budokan is destroyed. Sam was full of excitement. Because there were rumors that the few martial arts powerhouses of the Great Xia Kingdom started to rise after coming out of the Jade Lake secret realm. Could it be the Spirit Nurture stage? Although he had escaped far away, Jiang Xi was still shocked. That attack just now was too terrifying. Whoosh whoosh, gusts of strong wind swept up in the fog behind him. It was caused by someone running at extreme speed. He's catching up. Jiang Xi's face was solemn. A foreigner? Is he also a director of the Liberal Alliance? He saw the appearance of the person clearly. It was a strong white man with a big beard. Fortunately, his speed is only a little faster than mine. As long as I can return to the lower half of the Tongtian mountain, I can use the lightning area there to escape the pursuit. Jiang Xi did not panic. He calmly ran along the lakeside and prepared to go down the mountain from the other side. On the contrary, William was shocked. He realized that Jiang Xi was not much slower than him. A person who had not reached the spirit nurture stage actually showed a speed comparable to the spirit nurture stage. He must be a young genius of the Great Xia Kingdom. I must get rid of him. He was determined to kill him. The two of them ran along the lakeside, chasing each other. Suddenly Jiang Xi's eyes widened. His breathing became hurried and the rhythm of his footsteps became a little messy. His speed dropped sharply. He saw a green lotus leaf on the surface of the lake in front of him. More than 10 mature lotus heads swayed in the wind against the backdrop of the lotus leaf. Even from far away he could feel the spiritual aura emitted by the lotus heads. These lotus heads were all 1,000-year-old spiritual items. Chapter 138. There were so many 1,000-year-old spiritual items. If the outside world knew about this, it would definitely make the strong people in the world go crazy. How is this possible? What are the higher-ups of Genten Budokan doing? Why didn't they send someone to guard this place? Jiang Xi couldn't understand. Boom. Another huge spiritual chi palm print condensed in the air and slapped towards him. The white man had caught up. Damn it. The spiritual items were important, but they weren't as important as his life. Jiang Xi decisively ran forward again. Boom boom boom. The palm print landed behind Jiang Xi, but Jiang Xi left quickly. When William arrived he suddenly stopped. He had also noticed the lotus pods on the lotus leaves. Oh my God! William exclaimed. He stopped chasing. There were more than 10,000-year-old spiritual items here. Why would he chase after Jiang Xi? Not chasing? Jiang Xi sensed that the movement behind him had disappeared. He realized that the bearded white man must have been attracted by the lotus pods. He was temporarily safe. However, Jiang Xi's mood wasn't much better. His face was tense. 100-year-old spiritual item could nurture an ordinary A-class warrior. Those lotus pods were all 1,000-year-old spiritual items. How many strong people could they nurture? This was a priceless cultivation resource. It could even affect the rise and fall of a country. The more strong people there were, the more resources there would be in this era. Although the Jade Lake Secret Realm is another space, it is still the territory of the Xia Kingdom. Do foreign warriors want to seize the resources here? Although he couldn't understand why the higher-ups of Genten Budokan didn't care about these spiritual items, Jiang Xi still decided to call for help. When Feng Xian was looking for help to fight for the 5 spiritual items, Jiang Xi already had this plan. However, he didn't expect so many accidents to happen. He used the A-class spiritual item medicine and the 100-year-old spiritual item dragon mark fruit. With the help of the experience panel, his strength increased twice in a short time. In the end he suppressed Feng Xian, Sam and the others and obtained the 5 phase on his own. Therefore there was no need to inform the higher-ups of Genten Budokan, but now that things had developed to this point, there were more than a dozen 1,000-year-old spiritual items. Even a master of spirit nurturing stage has appeared. He had to call the higher-ups of Genten Budokan over. Otherwise he would not be able to control the situation alone. Who should I inform? Jiang Xi found that the only Genten Budokan higher-ups he could contact now were Tang He, one of the 4 elders, and the black-robed woman who supervised the survival training. Contact both of them. He didn't have the black-robed woman's specific contact information. The only way was to send an emergency rescue signal and let the black-robed woman come here. However, if he used emergency rescue, it meant that he had failed in this survival training. Jiang Xi shook his head. If he failed, then so be it. Survival training was no longer important to him. Then he used his tactical communications watch to call Tang He. Jiang Xi? Aren't you in the survival training? On the other side of the phone, Tang He was a little surprised. Elder Tang, there's an emergency. Do you know the Tongtian Mountain in the Jade Lake Secret Realm? It's a huge mountain covered by lightning and fog. Now there are foreign martial artists snatching the 1,000-year-old spiritual items here. Jiang Xi spoke very quickly. What? Lightning? Fog. 1,000-year-old spiritual items. Impossible. Jiang Xi, are you sure you're talking about the Tongtian Mountain? Tang He was very surprised. Yes. There's a stone tablet at the foot of the mountain. There's also a big lake at the top of the mountain. There are more than a dozen 1,000-year-old spiritual items growing in it. Okay, I got it. The call ended. Jiang Xi was a little puzzled. Listening to Tang He's words, was the situation of the Tongtian Mountain not like this before? If that's the case, then it makes sense. Otherwise, it would be strange if no one guarded such a precious place. The higher-ups of Genten Budokan wouldn't be so stupid to let others snatch these spiritual items. Outside the Jade Lake secret realm at the edge of the Death Valley. In just half an hour, nearly 20 martial artists came and passed through the Death Valley and entered the Jade Lake secret realm. These people were at least A-class in strength. White Cloud asked in an uncertain tone, "Master, is it still not enough? There are already more than 30 people in total. 5 of them are at the spirit nurturing stage. Basically, all the experts in the world's martial arts world have come." Xian Tian didn't laugh this time. He pondered for a while, frowned and muttered to himself, "Something doesn't feel right. How can the Jade Lake secret realm attract so many people?" He also smelled a trace of surprise in the air. It seemed that the development of things was not what he expected. White Cloud thought that it was indeed the case. Master had gone overboard. "Ask He Tu if anything happened inside," Xian Tian said in a deep voice. White Cloud was about to contact He Tu to ask about the situation when his tactical communications watch rang. "Tang He's call? Answer it." When the call was connected, Tang He quickly reported the situation. White Cloud looked serious and said to Xian Tian, "Master, something unexpected happened." "Master, an accident indeed happened. Riverward was pursued by Feng Xian and entered the Heavenspan Mountain. According to his description, the environment of the Tongtian Mountain has changed greatly. It has been covered by clouds and lightning. More than 10,000-year-old spiritual plants have suddenly grown in the lake at the top of the mountain. Let He Tu rush there first." Xian Tian also became serious. White Cloud immediately contacted and nodded. Junior sister He Tu has received Jiang Xi's distress signal and is rushing there. "Let's go." Xian Tian leaped down from the cliff of the snowy mountain and crossed more than 10 kilometers in the air. He directly fell into the barrier of the Death Valley and entered the Jade Lake secret realm. White Cloud did the same and followed Xian Tian. In fact, other than Jiang Xi, there were also other Genten Budokan students who discovered the Tongtian Mountain. Like everyone else, the lightning area at the bottom of the Tongtian Mountain made them fearful and did not dare to climb the mountain. As for why they did not inform the higher-ups of the dojo, the reason was simple. Firstly, they did not have the contact information of the higher-ups. Secondly, they subconsciously thought that the mythical scene of the Tongtian Mountain was like this. After all, this was the Jade Lake secret realm. Thirdly, they did not reach the top of the Tongtian Mountain and did not know that there were so many spiritual plants there. Therefore, the final result was that other than Jiang Xi, no one thought of reporting the situation. Therefore, the higher-ups of Genten Budokan only knew about the situation now. On the other side, after Jiang Xi reported the situation, he hid in a secluded spot by the lake and quietly observed. Out of caution, he did not approach the area with the lotus heads. His intuition told him that the lake was not safe. However, after reaching the A-class bottleneck, his senses had been greatly enhanced. With his current eyesight, he could roughly see the situation over there even if he was almost 10,000 meters away. He could see that the white man was also very cautious and did not rashly pick those lotus heads. Clearly, he had also realized that this vast lake might be hiding dangers. The white man observed the surroundings for a while and used the simplest method to test the waters, throwing a stone. What? 1,000-kilogram rock smashed into the water near the lotus, splashing a large amount of water. The water rippled for a while and returned to calm after a while. It seemed safe and there was nothing hidden in the water. Chapter 139. After throwing a few more big stones and repeatedly confirming that there was no danger, the white brawny man was relieved to pick the lotus, but before he could get close to the lake, suddenly there were 4 people with powerful momentum whistling from a distance. Spirit Yin stage. Stop. William, stop. 4 Spirit Yin stage martial artists shouted in different languages. They came from different countries. One of them was a martial artist from the Xia Empire, and the other 3 were foreign martial artists. When William saw so many strong martial artists of the same realm, his face suddenly changed and his speed increased. He wanted to pick up all the lotus as soon as possible. Boom boom boom. The 4 later Spirit Yin stage martial artists, each condensed their spirit energy, and powerful attacks directly blasted at William from a distance. In desperation, William could only backhand. Boom. The huge energy collided and exploded over the lake, setting off a strong shock wave. The wind and clouds surged and the thick fog on the lake dissipated. That is. In the distance, Jiang Xi, who was hiding in the dark, widened his eyes and was shocked. He saw that in the center of the lake where the fog dissipated, there were large lotus leaves. Hundreds of lotus plants exuding spiritual charm, swaying in the wind under the lotus leaves. Looking at their spiritual charm, these lotus plants were stronger than the dozens of lotus plants by the lake. They were at least a millennium spiritual object. Jade Lake's secret realm. Is this lake really the Jade Lake? Otherwise, there was no way to explain the magic of this lake. It actually grew so many millennium-old spiritual objects. 100-year-old spiritual object could cultivate an ordinary A-level martial artist. How many of these could be cultivated? Thinking of this, Jiang Xi smiled bitterly. Because the strong martial artists of Genten Budokan had not arrived yet. Now, only one of the 5 Spirit Yin stage martial artists was a martial artist from Wuxia Empire. If this goes on, he can only watch these spiritual objects being plundered by these foreign martial artists. In the distance, William and the other 4 Spirit Yin stage martial artists were all excited. Tempted. They knew the value of the Millennium spiritual objects better than Jiang Xi. The 100-year-old spiritual objects were not very helpful for the cultivation of Spirit Yin stage martial artists. Only the Millennium spiritual objects were truly suitable for the cultivation of Spirit Yin stage. Boom. The war broke out in an instant, and the 5 spirit gathering stage martial artists immediately fought. They all had their own forces and interests, and none of them were willing to submit to the other. In the world of martial arts, the strong were revered. Whoever won in the end, these spiritual items would belong to them. For a moment, because they were continuously condensing spiritual energy, the surrounding spiritual energy became violent, strong winds blew and sand and stones flew. That martial artist from the Great Xia Empire was the first to be targeted and suffered the most attacks. Not only because he came from the Xia Empire, but also because his strength was the strongest among the 5 Spirit Yin stage cultivators. He wielded a long black alloy staff. The shadow of the staff was like a dragon. Facing the attacks of 4 powerhouses of the same level, he barely managed to defend himself. However, if they continued to defend, they would definitely lose. If this continued, they would definitely lose. This made Jiang Xi secretly anxious, and he resisted the urge to make a move. His strength was close to the first stage of the spirit nurturing stage, but it was only close. Under the pursuit of the strong white man, William Jiang Xi confirmed that his speed was not worse than those of the spirit nurturing stage. But in terms of attack, it was much weaker. If he went up now, it would be useless. Soon, the situation developed in a bad direction, and the martial artist from the Great Xia Empire who used the staff gradually fell into a decline. Jiang Xi sent the emergency rescue signal again, urging the black-robed woman to come as soon as possible. Then he contacted Tang He again. Tang He seemed to be waiting for Jiang Xi's phone call, and he picked it up immediately. He asked about the current situation. After Jiang Xi finished briefly and quickly, Tang He said, "Our people are already on the way and they will arrive in 10 minutes at most. I will now send you a list of world-renowned powerhouses. Pay attention to it." Information of well-known powerhouses? When Jiang Xi heard this, he was overjoyed. He didn't have to search blindly when he was chased by the strong white man. He only knew the other party's name, but he didn't know his information. He didn't know any of the 4 later Spirit Yin stage cultivators. After ending the communication, Jiang Xi received a document and opened it. After a rough glance, the powerhouses recorded in this document were more than 300 people. The weakest of them was A-class 3rd tier. He also saw the information of Feng Xian, Zhong Su and Tashi. The information was very detailed, directly pointing out that the 3 of them were martial artists from the Liberal Alliance, and Feng Xian was one of the directors of the Liberal Alliance. Jiang Xi searched this document and quickly found the information of 5 Spirit Yin stage cultivators in the distance. Lu Rong, founder of the Great Xia Empire's Longxiang Martial Arts School Mid-Stage Spirit Yin Stage. Sharuk, High Priest of the Peacock Country's Brahmanism Mid-Stage Spirit Yin Stage. Johansson, Archbishop of the Sacred Alliance Mid-Stage Spirit Yin Stage. William, leader of the Shadow National Shadow Organization Early Stage Spirit Yin Stage. Ivan, leader of the Alpha Star Shell Organization Early Stage Spirit Yin Stage. Sure enough, they are all Spirit Yin Stage. Jiang Xi let out a long sigh. The pressure was great. After his strength had improved greatly, his confidence had increased greatly. Now, seeing this, he understood that he was still far from it. He turned his gaze to the battle in the distance. The 3 major martial arts dojos in Wuxia Kingdom, Genten Budokan, Tsukishin Budokan and Longxiang Martial Arts Dojo, were the 3 strongest martial arts forces among the people. The first 2 were created by the world's strongest, Shen Tian, and the second strongest, Li Baibai. The founder of Longxiang Martial Arts Dojo was Lu Rong, who was fighting 1 against 4 in the distance. Lu Rong was indeed the founder of Longxiang Martial Arts Dojo. His strength was very strong. He had a square face and a determined expression. It could be seen that this person's character was very tough. Facing the siege of 4 spirit yin stage cultivators, even if he was in a disadvantageous position, he did not back down. The black alloy staff danced wildly like a dragon. The battle was extremely fierce. Whoosh! The wind whistled at this time. A black shadow flew from the bottom of the mountain. She's here. Jiang Xi's eyes lit up. It was the black-robed woman. He also saw the black-robed woman's information in the information just now. Hey Tu, one of the 2 bodyguards of the Gen-10 Budokan's dojo master, Xian Tian, early stage spirit yin stage. The 5 people who were fighting stopped one after another. Lu Rong flashed and came in front of Hey Tu's day. Hey Tu, your Gen-10 Budokan is too careless. Lu Rong frowned, his breath was a little unstable. There was blood at the corner of his mouth. He was injured in the battle just now. Master arranged it. I didn't expect such an accident to happen. Hey Tu's voice was cold and helpless. Then she took a step forward and shouted to the 4 foreign martial artists, "This place belongs to my Wuxia kingdom. Please leave immediately." The 4 people looked at each other. One of them smiled in broken Mandarin and said, "According to your Wuxia kingdom's ancient saying, treasures belong to those who are fated. These spiritual objects were discovered by us first. Naturally they are fated to be with us." The person who spoke was the Peacock country's strongest, Shalak. Among the martial artists present except for Lu Rong, he was the strongest. Chapter 140. Then there's nothing to talk about. Let's fight. Hey Tu pointed his blade at the 4 of them. She was petite, but her aura was not weak at all. Fight. Lu Rong waved his staff indicating his attitude. The 2 of them were going to fight the 4 foreign spirit nurture martial artists together. This old man will join in as well. Just as the battle was about to begin, another person rushed over. The figure stood still. Everyone realized that it was a plain-looking old man. His whole body was emitting a powerful aura, and he was also at the mid-stage of spirit nurture. "Elder Huang, why are you here?" Hey Tu and Lu Rong were surprised. "Haha, how can this old man be left out of defending against foreign enemies?" Huang Kuan laughed loudly. Hey Tu and Lu Rong were in awe. The old man in front of them was much older than them. Long before the Spirit Qi revival, he was already an iron-blooded general of the Wuxia kingdom's military. During the first Spirit Qi revival he fell behind on the path of martial arts due to his age and lack of qi and blood. However, he did not give up. In the battles against monsters and foreign enemies, he forced his way through and finally stepped onto the peak of martial arts. Now, although he had retired for many years, he had always been the stabilizing force of the Wuxia kingdom. The 4 foreign martial artists' faces changed when they saw Huang Kuan. Obviously, they also knew of the old man's reputation. "Go!" The Peacock country's expert, Shalak, roared as he formed a huge fist and blasted it out. They had to make the first move to gain the upper hand. Among the 4 foreign martial artists, 2 were at the mid-stage of spirit nurture and 2 were at the early stage of spirit nurture. On the Wuxia kingdom's side, only Huang Kuan and Lu Rong were at the mid-stage of spirit nurture. However, the 3 of them attacked crazily without caring about their lives. They were not at a disadvantage against the 4 foreign martial artists. The Wuxia martial artists in the martial arts world were famous for being able to fight and having guts. Shalak, Johansson, and the others were shocked and angry, but there was nothing they could do. However, it was impossible for them to give up on the hundreds of thousand-year-old lotus seed heads in the lake. Because of this, the thousand-year-old spiritual item itself was a priceless treasure. And this lotus seed head was extremely special. There were usually more than 10 lotus seeds in a single lotus seed head. The effect of 1 lotus seed was definitely comparable to a 100-year-old spiritual item. Based on this calculation, the value of these lotus seed heads was even higher. It could even affect the fate of a nation. After the Spirit Qi revival, the Great Xia Kingdom relied on its ancient heritage to become the strongest country in the world. This made the other countries envious and jealous. They were all trying their best to catch up with the Great Xia Kingdom in terms of martial arts strength. Now, with so many spiritual items in front of them, no one was willing to give up. The martial Tao must be fought. Huge saber shadows, sword shadows, staff shadows, fist prints, and palm prints constantly collided and exploded. The berserk spiritual energy rolled up waves of up to 10 meters high on the surface of the lake. The situation was in a deadlock. Jiang Xi was hiding in the dark. Although he was shocked by the scene, he was relieved at the same time. If this stalemate continued, they would be able to wait for the experts of Genten Budokan to arrive. Unfortunately, this relief only lasted for a minute before the situation changed again. A series of messy footsteps rapidly approached from all directions. After a few breaths, the footsteps became clear. More than 30 figures gathered from all directions. So many. Jiang Xi's heart sank. Because he had just seen the comprehensive information of the experts, he still had a deep impression of them. Therefore, he could recognize the origins of these warriors at a glance. They were all A-class warriors and their strength was at least at the third tier of A-class. These people would be important figures in any country. What was worrying was that more than 20 of these A-class warriors were foreigners. There were only a dozen A-class warriors from the Great Xia Kingdom. In addition, Jiang Xi noticed that Shu Qiqi had also come. Her aura was not inferior to those A-class third-tier warriors. It seemed that she had received some news. Other than her, no other heaven-level training camp trainees had come among the heaven-level training camp trainees, only the top 10 on the heaven list had A-class combat strength. However, they were mostly at the 4th or 5th tier of A-class. In this situation they can't help even if they come. Jiang Xi shook his head. After looking around carefully, he saw the figures of Feng Xian, Zhong Su and Sam in an inconspicuous dark corner of the peak. They had come back wanting to fish in troubled waters. These three still haven't given up. Jiang Xi sneered. At this time, the 4 foreign spirit yin stage warriors were fighting with Huang Kuan and the others. Then they shouted at the newly arrived A-class warriors in their own language as if they were giving orders. Grab them. Someone shouted. Immediately, the foreign warriors rushed to the lakeside to pick the lotuses. The spirit yin stage warriors from both sides were entangled with each other, so they couldn't take care of this side. Stop them. Huang Kuan shouted. Then he clenched his fist and smashed it toward the Sacred Alliance warrior Johansson. At the same time, more than a dozen A-class warriors from the Great Xia Kingdom also moved to stop the foreign warriors from rushing to the lakeside. The scene became even more chaotic. However, it was obvious that the Great Xia Kingdom was at a disadvantage here. They had lost half of their people. Jiang Xi frowned slightly. Then he relaxed. It seemed that he couldn't keep a low profile anymore. As a citizen of the Great Xia Kingdom, his own interests were important. However, at this time the interests of the country were more important. Shu Qiqi only knew that something big had happened when she received news from her family. Under the request of her family elders, she came to investigate the situation and wait for an opportunity to act. If possible, she had to protect the interests of the Great Xia Kingdom. Among the dozens of A-class warriors from the Great Xia Kingdom, she wasn't the strongest, but she wasn't the weakest either. However, because of her young face, some of the foreign warriors started to focus their attacks on her. Her situation had become very dangerous. Whoosh, whoosh, whoosh. 3 powerful attacks came at the same time. 2 of the attacks came from the second-tier A-class warriors. Shu Qiqi's expression changed. If she couldn't block it, she would die. She waved her sword and used her strongest move. Dang. She had already tried her best, but she could only block 2 attacks. There was another attack from the second-tier A-class warrior that she couldn't block in time. The sharp blade was about to stab her vital part from the side. Whoosh. At the critical moment, a cool breeze blew past. The cold gleam of the sword flickered and knocked away the blade that was attacking Shu Qiqi. Baka! A short middle-aged man shouted angrily. He was the one who had attacked with the blade. A Japanese? Jiang Xi's expression turned cold. Killing intent burst out from his body. Whoosh! He exerted force with his feet and used his body to lead the sword. The long sword stabbed out like lightning. 4 testicles. The Japanese man was shocked. He took a step back and tried to dodge. However, his speed was far inferior to Jiang Xi's. The killer's shadow sword streaked across the air and pierced his throat, killing him in one blow. After killing the man, Jiang Xi remembered that the Japanese had been destroyed by the sea monsters in the early days of the Spirit Chi revival. This Japanese man should be a wandering warrior. Chapter 141. Jiang Xi's attack shocked all the A-class martial artists present. Whether it was the Xia Empire's martial artists or the foreign martial artists, they all forgot to make a move. Their shocked gazes converged on Jiang Xi's body. Killing a second-tier A-class martial artist with one slash? Who was this young man? Was he at the Spirit Yin stage? However, they couldn't feel the spiritual pressure of a Spirit Yin stage martial artist from Jiang Xi's body. Jiang Xi. Shu Qiqi was the first to react. She was shocked. Her voice was filled with disbelief. Seventh sister. Jiang Xi smiled and nodded. When he first entered the heaven-level training camp, Shu Qiqi gave him a lot of help. Then Jiang Xi turned his gaze to all the A-class martial artists present and said coldly, "This place belongs to my Xia Empire. If you take another step forward, don't blame me for being ruthless." Although his current strength wasn't as good as the first-tier Spirit Yin stage martial artists, he had the speed of a Spirit Yin stage martial artist. Dealing with these A-class martial artists was a piece of cake for him because he had the speed of a Spirit Yin stage martial artist. As soon as he said that, some of the foreign A-class martial artists had the intention to retreat. "There are so many of us, why should we be afraid of him? Let's kill him together." Someone suddenly shouted in a foreign language. In the distance, William, who was fighting with Huang Kuan and the others, also shouted, "Kill that kid." Jiang Xi sneered and looked at the back of the foreign martial artists. Feng Xian, Zhong Su and Sam were hiding there. The sentence just now was shouted by Feng Xian. Although he used a foreign language, his voice didn't change. Jiang Xi recognized it immediately. "You're courting death." Without waiting for the foreign martial artist to make a move, Jiang Xi took the lead and used the wind shadow step. His figure flashed as he wanted to pass through the crowd and kill Feng Xian. "Kill him." Feng Xian was a little frightened and quickly shouted again. The foreign martial artists besieged him. "You really think you're at home?" Jiang Xi laughed angrily. Under the siege, he stepped lightly and his figure flashed like the wind, perfectly dodging everyone's attacks. Shu Qiqi shouted, "Are you trying to bully us? Let's go." The dozens of Great Xia Kingdom's A-rank martial artists also recovered from their shock and attacked the foreign martial artists. As a result, the pressure on Riverward suddenly decreased, and he began to counterattack, continuously attacking with his sword. The killing shadow sword was as fast as lightning. PFFF. Instantly, 5 A-class martial artists fell to the ground, killed by him. In just 5 seconds. Killing an A-class martial artist in 1 second. With this kind of killing speed, it seemed that these 20 or so foreign martial artists were not enough for him to kill. "Ah, good. Kill them all." Huang Kuan laughed heartily. A surprise. She didn't expect that Jiang Xi had become so strong. She was only 1 step away from the spirit gathering stage. Lu Rong 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 Lu Rong Rong Rong. He had heard of Jiang Xi before, but he didn't pay much attention to him. Unlike the 3 of them, the 4 foreign Spirit Yin stage martial artists were shocked. Their faces were ugly. Jiang Xi's sudden appearance made their plan to snatch the lotuses fail. "William." The Spirit Yin stage martial artist, Johnson, of the Sacred Alliance gave a signal to the Spirit Yin stage martial artist, William. William understood the signal. Among the 4 of them, only William had a chance to escape. The other 3 were entangled by Huang Kuan and the others. On this side, Jiang Xi was in the mood to kill. The only pity was that because of these people, Feng Xian escaped. Kill. The sword flashed so fast that it was hard to block. In the blink of an eye, another 3 people were killed. The remaining foreign grade A martial artists who were still alive were all shocked, and the thought of retreating rose in their hearts. Suddenly Jiang Xi's hair trembled. His sharp spirit sense told him that there was danger. "Be careful." A few anxious shouts sounded at the same time. It was Huang Kuan and the others who warned him. Jiang Xi caught a glimpse of a cold light from the corner of his eyes. Before Huang Kuan and the others finished speaking, a cold light had already appeared beside him. After the cold light, it was the white brawny man, the early Spirit Yin stage martial artist, William. Almost instantly Jiang Xi responded. The mysterious footwork of the wind shadow step turned, and the long sword slashed out more than 100 times in an instant. Bang! The cold light hit the body of the killing shadow sword. A strong force, together with the long sword, fell on Jiang Xi's body and exploded in an instant. Boom! Jiang Xi was sent flying like a cannonball, and heavily smashed into a mountain peak 1,000 meters away. The mountain peak, which was dozens of meters high, was torn apart and turned into a pile of rubble. "Genius? You're not a genius if you're dead." William sneered. Jiang Xi. Huang Kuan and the others were very anxious. Especially Huang Kuan. In his eyes, Jiang Xi was more important than the hundreds of lotuses in the lake. No matter how strong Jiang Xi was, he was still an A-level martial artist. Could he block the attack of an early Spirit Yin stage martial artist? A figure jumped up from the rubble and ran wildly into the distance. Blood kept flowing out of his mouth. Crack. The killing shadow sword made of a level alloy was full of cracks and cracked. Jiang Xi was seriously injured. "He's not dead." William was stunned. That was his strongest attack just now. Even a mid-stage spirit Yun stage martial artist might not be able to block it. You can't escape this time. He saw that Jiang Xi's injuries were very serious, and his speed had slowed down a lot. He took a step forward and traversed 7 to 8,000 meters. A cold light flashed and he attacked again. If Jiang Xi was hit by him again he would definitely die. Huang Kuan, Lu Rong and He Tu were all crazy. They tried their best to rush over but they were held back by Shaluk and Johnson. Damn it, I lost big time. Jiang Xi only felt that his internal organs had shifted positions. Fresh blood kept spurting out. It wasn't because he was weak, but because his opponent's methods were too insidious. If he faced the attack head-on, he might have the strength to retaliate, but William's sneak attack caught him off guard and caused him to be seriously injured. It's really dangerous this time. Jiang Xi's face was solemn. Because of his injuries, it was hard for him to use his speed. Behind him, William was getting closer and closer. Go to hell. William shouted excitedly. He was excited because he was about to eliminate the young genius of the Dixia kingdom. Humph. Suddenly, a cold snort echoed on the peak of Mt Tongtian. The fog in the sky instantly dissipated. An extremely strong spiritual pressure covered the entire area. William, who was about to catch up to Jiang Xi, seemed to have been attacked by some invisible force. His face turned pale and he staggered to a stop. While everyone was still in shock, a group of 3 people slowly walked over from afar. 2 men and 1 woman. All of them looked young. There was a man and a woman walking side by side at the front. Their appearance stunned everyone. The young man in black had a sharp face. His eyes were bright and full of vigor, hiding some vicissitudes of life. He emitted a spiritual pressure that made people not dare to look at him directly. The woman in white was very beautiful, but her cold expression made it seem like she wanted to keep people 1,000 miles away. Her powerful aura made people automatically ignore her beautiful appearance. Shen Tian. Li Baibai. The world's number 1 and number 2 martial arts experts. The 2 experts had arrived personally. Chapter 142. Behind Shen Tian and Li Baibai, there is a young man in white. Many people know him. Shen Tian's guard, White Cloud, is also a powerful spirit-gathering stage martial artist. White Cloud, Black Earth, Genten Budokan's 2 great guards. Both of them have made a name for themselves in the martial arts world. Can you still hold on? Shen Tian smiled and walked to the front of Jiang Xi. Jiang Xi was a little confused and nodded subconsciously. Very good, you did a good job. Shen Tian smiled and turned to White Cloud, heal Jiang Xi. Then he walked to the front of William. At this time, William did not dare to move at all, and his face was full of horror. Shen Tian. William opened his mouth in awkward Mandarin, and his trembling voice had a hint of pleading. I am a very fair person and I will not bully the weak. You hit my people and I will help him get back at you. It shouldn't be too much, right? Shen Tian chuckled. Spare me. William's body was trembling. Smile, I won't kill you. Shen Tian smiled. William squeezed out an ugly smile on his face. That's right. Shen Tian nodded gently. William breathed a sigh of relief. Boom. Suddenly Shen Tian kicked out, and William was directly kicked away. Boom. Boom. William's strong body flew out more than 10 times the speed of sound, and smashed on the top of the mountain, smashing one peak after another. Finally his whole body was embedded in a peak. A powerful spirit-gathering stage martial artist was actually defeated by Shen Tian's kick. Everyone was dumbfounded. You can testify that I didn't kill him. Shen Tian shrugged. Li Baibai shook his head gently, somewhat helpless. Jiang Xi was still vomiting blood, but he was shocked by this scene and the blood was stuck in his throat. Cough cough. For some reason he felt that this legendary dojo master, the world's number 1 expert, was somewhat different. Don't be surprised. Master is such a person. White Cloud smiled and handed Jiang Xi a small blue medicine bottle. This is a healing medicine specially made with phase. After drinking it, your injuries will be healed very quickly. Thank you. Jiang Xi took it and drank it without asking any questions, and energy that contained rich vitality quickly circulated throughout his body. The injuries on his body were also recovering rapidly. How magical. Jiang Xi was amazed. Watch carefully. Master is about to make his move again, White Cloud reminded. Jiang Xi hurriedly looked over. On the field, everyone was shocked by Shen Tian. No one dared to make a move. Shen Tian and Li Baibai walked side by side to the lotus heads by the lakeside. Looking up from this direction, they could still see hundreds of lotus heads in the center of the lake. There are so many thousand-year-old fays. I was careless. I was careless. I almost made a mistake. Xian Tian patted his forehead. It should be because of the third spirit chi awakening that some changes have occurred here. When we came a few days ago, these were not here yet. Li Bai said, while the two were chatting. Not far away, Sharuk, Johansson, and Ivan, 3 foreign spirit nurturing stage martial artists, were too tense to move. It seemed that no one paid attention to them, but there were 2 extremely strong spiritual pressure that had been enveloping them. At this time, the 3 of them were full of fear and regret. 2 hours ago, they learned about the changes here through the spies planted in the training camp and immediately rushed over. They wanted to take this opportunity to explore the secret of Xian Tian and Li Bai's rise in the Jade Lake secret realm. Before they came, they were full of confidence. Because of the third spirit chi awakening some time ago, their strength had improved and they had gained a lot. Especially Sharuk of the Peacock Country and Johansson of the Sacred Alliance, these 2 mid-stage spirit-nurturing stage martial artists, thought that they had the strength to challenge Xian Tian and Li Bai. But now, when they saw Xian Tian and Li Bai, they realized that they were still far behind. With one kick, William, who was at the early stage spirit-nurturing stage, could easily cripple them. Yes, William had been crippled. With the unique spiritual sense of the spirit-nurturing stage, they just scanned and knew that William's bones and meridians were shattered. Although he was not dead, he was really crippled. When the 3 of them were uneasy and became more and more nervous, Xian Tian finally turned his gaze to them and chuckled. I said, everything here belongs to my great Xia. You should have no objections, right? Sharuk and others quickly shook their heads. Don't joke, who dares to have objections? Jiang Xi is my man. You should all remember that, right? Sharuk and others hurriedly nodded. Very well, with all of you as witnesses, if anything happens to Jiang Xi in the future, I will take a knife and kill all the young talents of your country. When Xian Tian spoke, there was no murderous intent. He revealed a mouthful of big white teeth and smiled brightly. Sharuk and the others shuddered. In the distance, White Cloud smiled and said, Jiang Xi, you don't have to keep a low profile in the future. Jiang Xi nodded gently, his mood a little complicated. The world's strongest person personally supported him. So domineering, I like it. At this time, Xian Tian shouted, White Cloud, send the list you compiled to these 3 friends. List? Everyone was puzzled. Only Sharuk and the other 2 secretly felt that something was wrong. White Cloud ran over and sent a document to the 3 of them with his tactical communications watch. When they saw the contents of the document, their expressions changed. Xian Tian chuckled and said, the students on the list are all your people. I have helped you train them for so long and spent a lot of resources. It shouldn't be too much for you to pay their tuition fees, right? Sharuk, Johansson, and Ivan came from the Peacock Nation, the Holy Alliance, and Alpha Star, respectively. They all held high positions in their respective countries. Naturally, they had an impression of the spies they had planted in the Genten Budokan training camp. Usually, the spies could hide their identities in the training camp through various measures. This time, in order to convey the information of the changes in the Tongtian Mountain, the spies had a high possibility of their identities being exposed due to the lack of confidentiality measures. In the end, Genten Budokan found all the spies. How much? Sharuk asked with an ugly expression. I don't want much. 1,000-year-old Fei or something of equivalent value each. I don't accept payment in installments, Xian Tian said with a smile. This was a blatant robbery. Of course, if you don't want to pay, you can be like the one from the Dark Shadow Nation and let me kick you. Then you don't have to pay. This was a blatant threat. How could it be good to be kicked? In the end, the 3 of them handed over something of equivalent value to the 1,000-year-old Fei with bleeding hearts. Sharuk handed over an old sheepskin scroll full of Sanskrit. Johansson handed over a simple dagger. Ivan was slightly weaker and didn't have as much wealth as the other 2. He took out trillions of new moon dollars and handed over his usual weapon. Only then was the matter settled. Xian Tian threw these things to White Cloud and asked White Cloud to keep them. Then he shouted to the foreign martial artists, You, someone from the Dark Shadow Nation, come out. Everyone looked at each other. Who dared to move? Many people looked at Sam, who was hiding in the back. He was an A-rank martial artist from the Dark Shadow Nation and was very famous. Take your boss away. Xian Tian pointed at Sam. Sam's face was dark as he trembled with fear and went over to bring back the crippled William. At this time, Xian Tian waved to Sharuk and the others. Okay, you can go now. Remember to take everyone away. Finally, you are welcome to come again, but you must prepare the tuition fees in advance. These foreign martial artists, led by Sharuk, Johansson and Ivan, quickly went down the mountain with sullen faces. They swore that they would never come to Great Xia again. The people of Great Xia were all bandits. Chapter 143. After Xian Tian's deterrence, only the martial artists from the Xia kingdom were left at the top of Mount Tongtian. Xian Tian and Li Baibai first went over to greet Huang Kuan to show their respect. Then, together with Lu Rong, White Cloud and He Tu, a total of 6 martial artists from the Xia kingdom walked to the lake together to observe the lotus pods. Xian Tian, you mean, these spiritual plants have just grown in the past few days? Huang Kuan was very surprised. That's right. 5 days ago, Li Baibai and I came here and checked the entire Jade Lake secret realm. We were worried that the third spirit chi revival would cause changes to this place. Xian Tian nodded. I just didn't expect that there would still be an oversight. Li Baibai added. The spirit chi revival is indeed magical and mysterious. Lu Rong also sighed. In the distance, Jiang Xi stood together with many A-class martial artists. These people came from various martial artist forces in the Xia kingdom. Some of them were even from reclusive families. They were all very famous in the circle of A-class martial artists. Except for the young Shu Qiqi, everyone else had made a name for themselves. But at this time, everyone greeted Jiang Xi warmly and took the initiative to make friends with him. They had all seen Jiang Xi's strength just now. In the chaotic battle, 8 foreign A-class martial artists, 2 of which even had the strength of the second tier of A-class, were easily killed by Jiang Xi. In other words, if they were to face Jiang Xi, the result might not be any better. Jiang Xi politely exchanged contact information with everyone. He could handle this kind of situation with ease. At the same time, he was also very emotional. This was the world where the strong preyed on the weak. When you were weak, no matter how much you paid, it was difficult to enter the higher circles. But when you were strong, those circles would take the initiative to approach you. If you were in full bloom, a cool breeze would come. That was the principle. Shu Qiqi knew Jiang Xi, so she didn't join in the fun. She could also be considered as a witness to Jiang Xi's growth. In less than a year, Jiang Xi went from a genius trainee in the heaven-level training camp to a top A-class martial artist in the world. He was sought after by many powerhouses. Shu Qiqi sighed in her heart. Ingxue, what kind of monster do you like? She was worried for her cousin Han Ingxue. While everyone was chatting, in the distance Xian Tian and the others seemed to have discussed something. Bai shouted from afar, all of you retreat to 10,000 meters away. Everyone retreated 10,000 meters away with doubt. They each found a high peak and stood on it looking over there. Of Ingshen 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 Ingshuan when he Ingshen Ingshen Ing. Ingshen Ingshen Yuan Ingshen Ingshen. Ingshen Ingshen Ing of Yinggoff Ingshen. Apart from the hundreds of thousand-year-old lotus seed pods in the center of the lake, there were also dozens of them by the lakeside, which were within reach. However, several masters of the spirit formation stage did not rush to make a move. It seems that there should be a big guy sleeping at the bottom of the lake. Even with my spiritual sense, I can only vaguely sense a strong aura, but I can't detect the specific situation. Xian Tian's expression became serious. Li Baibai also nodded. Even the two of you can't detect it. Huang Kuan and Lu Rong's expressions changed. Xian Tian was just serious for a moment, and then he suddenly laughed. Haha, don't be so serious. With the current concentration of spiritual qi, there won't be any existence above the spirit nurturing stage. White Cloud and He Tu's hearts skipped a beat when they saw their master making such a solemn vow. Li Baibai also understood Xian Tian very well. She gently touched her forehead helplessly. Huang Kuan and Lu Rong were at a loss. What? You don't believe me? Just now, we agreed that whoever solves the danger at the bottom of the lake will get an extra 10% of the spiritual items. Xian Tian smiled, put his hand on the saber handle, and acted as if he was about to make a move. Then let me try first. Lu Rong took a step forward with his staff. Xian Tian and Li Baibai tacitly retreated, as if they had been waiting for this sentence. White Cloud and He Tu naturally followed Xian Tian's rhythm. Huang Kuan also had no intention to compete. With a smile on his face, he sat calmly on the fishing platform. Because he represented the Great Xia Kingdom's official. No matter how these spiritual items were distributed, the spiritual items he brought back in the end would not be less. Even if he really took less, it didn't matter. He was very open-minded as long as these spiritual items did not fall into the hands of foreigners. At this moment Lu Rong took a deep breath, and the spiritual qi around his body began to gather, rolling up bursts of whirlwinds. Immediately after, he jumped up, crossed a few thousand meters in the air and arrived above the lake. The long staff turned into a huge staff shadow, waved like a dragon and smashed straight at the lake's surface. "Come out!" Lu Rong shouted. Boom! The lake's surface exploded, setting off huge waves that were dozens of meters high, forming a huge whirlpool. Whoa! Suddenly, an earth-shattering roar resounded through heaven and earth. At the same time, the lake's surface shook violently, and the whirlpool became turbulent, creating a strong suction force. All of a sudden, a white shadow swept out from under the water. Upon closer inspection, it was a crystal white bone that was hundreds of meters long. Retreat! Lu Rong was shocked. However, he was in the air and had nowhere to borrow strength, so he couldn't dodge at all. He was instantly swept by the huge white bone. Bang! Accompanied by a huge impact, he was directly sent flying. His figure whistled and disappeared into the horizon. What a huge white bone! Could it be an undead creature? Jiang Xi's breathing stagnated and he was stunned. Even Lu Rong, who was in the mid-stage of spirit nurture, couldn't block a single attack. Furthermore, this was only a white bone. How big was the white bone under the water? What? Huge waves slammed against the lake shore, and a rapid whirlpool rose into the sky, forming a waterspout. Under everyone's gaze, a huge white bone figure rushed out of the water, walked on the water and roared at the sky. A strong aura suddenly spread out. This was a skeleton of the tiger tribe, and it was 100 meters tall and 400 meters long. What had sent Lu Rong flying earlier was its 100-meter-long white-bone tiger tail. Although the dozens of Xia Kingdom's A-class martial artists were 10,000 meters away, they felt a strong spiritual pressure that made it hard for them to breathe. Could it be an undead creature transformed from the wind demon white tiger? Jiang Xi felt better, but he was still shocked. All of you retreat further. This time it was the Shen Tian who shouted at them. Everyone flew back another 10,000 meters, and the spiritual pressure from the skeleton of the tiger tribe became much lighter, and they could withstand it. Jiang Xi's endurance was much better than theirs, and he didn't retreat too far. He had been observing the battle situation in the distance. The huge skeleton of the tiger tribe stepped on the water, staring at the people by the lake covetously. At this moment, Li Baibai shouted, "Let me try." She turned into a streak of white light and flew out. The long sword in her hand instantly condensed a layer of pure spiritual energy, and its power was astonishing, and it went straight for the huge skeleton of the tiger tribe. 9-element sword technique. Her famous ultimate move. The speed of the sword was so fast that even its afterimage couldn't be seen, and it was beyond the speed that ordinary people could catch. Clang, clang. The skeleton of the tiger tribe's white-bone tiger tail was not slower than Li Baibai, and it was even faster. It blocked all of Li Baibai's fast sword attacks. Whoosh! The white-bone tiger tail made a shocking sound, and it swept toward Li Baibai. It seemed that Li Baibai was about to fall into the same situation as Lu Rong, where she couldn't borrow strength in the air and was hit by the white bone. Suddenly, her footsteps became illusory, and it was as if she was stepping on stairs, and she moved hundreds of meters in the air. Walking in the air? This scene shocked everyone once again. Chapter 144. Is this something a martial artist can do? Jiang Xi couldn't help but ask himself. Walking in the air was a mythical technique. This is Senior Li's unique skill. Even Master can't do it. It is said that when her speed reaches the extreme, she can walk quickly in the air for a short period of time. A gentle voice suddenly sounded out by Jiang Xi's side. Jiang Xi was shocked and looked back. It turned out to be White Cloud. He didn't know when she came to him. It should be that his attention was completely attracted by the battle on the lake and he relaxed his vigilance, so he didn't notice her. Of course, this was also related to White Cloud being in the Spirit Yin stage. If she didn't actively emit her aura, Jiang Xi wouldn't be able to find her. What White Cloud said surprised Jiang Xi. Walking in the air can be done when one's speed reaches the extreme? Unheard of. You're also good at speed. If you have a chance later, you can ask her for advice. White Cloud chuckled. Thank you for your reminder, Senior White Cloud. Don't be restrained, just call me White Cloud. With the speed of your strength improvement, you should be able to reach the Spirit Yin stage in 1 or 2 years. You don't have to call me Senior. Jiang Xi nodded gently. The two turned their eyes to the battle on the lake. On the other side, Li Baibai walked in the air as if she was walking on flat ground. Her speed reached the extreme, and her whole person turned into a white phantom. In addition to Jiang Xi's speed, her fast sword had an additional charm. With the spiritual energy on the sword body, the power was even stronger. The sword shadow fell on the huge body of the tiger tribe skeleton, making a muffled sound that kept echoing on the top of the Tongtian mountain. The tiger tribe skeleton, which was 100 meters high and nearly 400 meters long, walked on the water with its huge body, roaring at Li Baibai in the air. The two sides fought one after another, and the amazing airwaves that broke out even lowered the water level of the lake on the top of the mountain by several meters. What a fast sword! Even if Jiang Xi's 9-element sword art had been perfected, now that he saw the creator of the 9-element sword art perform it, he also gained a lot of insights. However, after looking at it for a while, Jiang Xi shook his head. If it wasn't for White Cloud's reminder, he might have thought that Li Baibai and the tiger skeleton were evenly matched. But now Jiang Xi knew that the possibility of Li Baibai losing was very high. Although Li Baibai's sword was fast, once he lost the means to borrow power from the air, the speed of his sword could not be maintained. After a while, Li Baibai still failed to subdue the huge tiger skeleton. Suddenly Jiang Xi sensed someone approaching. This time he diverted part of his attention to guard his surroundings. He turned his head and saw that it was the plain-looking old man, Huang Kuan. Jiang Xi had already learned about Huang Kuan and knew that he was a respectable elder. "Greetings, Elder Huang." He greeted respectfully. "There's no need to be so formal. We're just having a casual chat." Huang Kuan smiled and waved his hand. Jiang Xi nodded. He was a little puzzled. He did not know why Huang Kuan was looking for him. "You did well just now. You killed 8 foreign A-rank martial artists and spread the name of Great Xia. This old man is also proud of you." Huang Kuan laughed loudly. "Thank you, Elder Huang, for your praise." Jiang Xi was still puzzled. Huang Kuan smiled and nodded. Then he changed the topic and said solemnly, "Jiang Xi, are you interested in joining our military and becoming a military martial artist?" Jiang Xi was stunned. Last year, the deputy commander of the Northern Mountains Army, Zhao Yan, had made a similar invitation, but he had rejected it. This was because his experience points panel was not suitable for a group environment. It would be easily exposed. Now, facing Huang Kuan's second invitation, Jiang Xi hesitated. If he directly rejected it, it would be very disrespectful. Moreover, he had already joined the Genten Budokan. It would be inappropriate for him to become a military martial artist. Jiang Xi glanced at White Cloud. The second in command of the Genten Budokan was standing next to him. Seeing Jiang Xi's hesitation, Huang Kuan smiled and said, "Let me add. After you join our military, you will be treated differently from ordinary military martial artists. You will be promoted to the rank of Major General. You will not be in the military camp usually. You will only be invited to participate in some important missions. For example, your dojo master Shen Tian has the rank of general in our military. You can ask White Cloud about this." Bai Yun nodded and said with a smile, "Senior Huang is right. Jiang Xi, although having an additional identity means having an additional responsibility, the benefits you obtain are also obvious." Jiang Xi thought for a while and did not continue to argue. He immediately agreed. With his current strength, there was no need for him to hide anymore. He had just killed so many people. It was estimated that all the strong martial artists in the world knew about his existence. After Huang Kuan accepted the invitation, he laughed heartily. At this time, the battle situation in the distance suddenly changed. Just as Jiang Xi expected, Li Baibai could not maintain the method of borrowing strength from the air and was in a disadvantageous position. In the end, he could only wave his sword helplessly to block the white bone tiger's tail and retreat to the lake in a flash. The gigantic skeleton of the tiger tribe stepped on the surface of the water, its roar shaking the heavens. It was as if it was mocking the fact that no one could fight. Everyone's heart sank. If they could not subdue this monster, they would not be able to pick the lotus pods. It's finally my turn. At this time, Shen Tian laughed wildly and attacked. He held his saber and jumped lightly, but he did not jump into the air. Instead, he jumped on the water and walked on the water like the tiger tribe skeleton. His aura was like that of an ancient demon. He ran on the water and a huge saber shadow shot out from his saber. The tiger tribe skeleton, which was the wind demon white tiger, roared and spat out a sharp white light, which collided with the saber shadow. Bang, bang, bang. The shock wave from the explosion set off a violent gale. Again. Xian Tian roared and the wind around him swept out like a saber. Brr. The tiger tribe skeleton pounced and swept its tail. Bam. This time, it was at a disadvantage and was sent flying by Xian Tian's saber. What? It fell into the water and dozens of its sparkling white bones were also broken. Xian Tian followed up with another attack. He waved his saber and an invisible saber wind broke the water's surface. Whoosh! The tiger skeleton charged out once more, spewing out streaks of astonishing white light from its mouth continuously, creating a huge commotion. However, Xian Tian's saber was too powerful. It was as if it could shake the space and bring great damage to the tiger tribe skeleton. Its body was made up of white bones. After its bones were shattered, it recovered very slowly. If this continued, it would definitely be defeated and die. The tiger tribe skeleton also sensed the fatal danger. Roar! It roared and the spiritual energy of heaven and earth on the mountaintop gathered toward it. A shocking scene appeared. Its huge body was shrinking rapidly. Its body, which was close to 400 meters long, turned into the size of a normal tiger in the blink of an eye. Its sparkling white bone body seemed to have a dazzling luster circulating around it, making it look extraordinary. Its aura also increased by a level because of this. This transformation was really like a demon in the legends. Chapter 145. Several spirit-gathering cultivators noticed the change in the tiger skeleton's aura. This is above spirit gathering. Even someone as strong as Li Bai couldn't keep calm. Just now, Xian Tian said that with the current concentration of spiritual energy, there wouldn't be any existence above spirit gathering. But now, this tiger skeleton showed an aura above spirit gathering. Master! White Cloud and He Tu shouted anxiously. They were worried about Xian Tian. Xian Tian is in danger. Huang Kuan said in a serious tone. Was it really so? Jiang Xi was a little confused. It wasn't that he wasn't worried about Xian Tian. He was worried too. But with his sharp spiritual sense, he found that Xian Tian seemed to be calm or rather, excited. Humph. When everyone was worried and anxious, Xian Tian snorted angrily. He flipped his saber, and an inexplicable charm spread out from his body and covered the saber. This time he left the water and rose into the air, slashing out with his saber. The inexplicable charm attracted the spiritual energy of heaven and earth, condensing into a 100-meter-long invisible saber, slashing at the tiger skeleton on the water. It was like a legendary technique, terrifying. The moment the saber appeared, everyone was shocked. They could feel an invincible and unstoppable saber intent wreaking havoc in this space. Roar! The tiger skeleton turned into the size of a normal tiger. The white bones all over its body were flowing with spiritual energy, looking very sacred. It roared angrily and rushed into the sky. The white bone tiger tail suddenly swung, and the spiritual energy of heaven and earth turned into a long whip, facing Xian Tian's saber intent. Boom! The sky and earth were bright, and the collision produced a dazzling light, making people unable to see what happened. Xian Tian shouted angrily, "Die!" The 100-meter-long saber intent soared again by 10 times, and the spiritual energy went berserk. Whoa! Then the tiger skeleton wailed. When the light dissipated, everyone found that there was only Xian Tian standing on the lake with his saber. The imposing tiger skeletons had already disappeared without a trace. All that was left was a sky full of shattered bones that fluttered in the air and scattered in the lake at the top of the mountain just as the tiger skeleton used its godlike transformation technique and revealed its strength above the spirit vessel realm. It was killed by Xian Tian with a single slash. At the same time, a group of foreign warriors led by Sharuk, Johansson and Ivan had returned to the barrier at the edge of the Jade Lake secret realm. As long as they stepped into the clouds, they would be sent out of Kunlun Mountain's Death Valley by the mysterious teleportation power. About to leave, the 3 spirit-gathering stage martial artists are very unwilling to look in the direction of Tongtian Mountain. Where would they find the opportunity to rise to prominence? But they could only watch. Just one Xian Tian could easily kill the martial artists of the Great Xia Kingdom. Needless to say, there was also Li Bai who was not weak at all, and several other Xia Empire Spirit Yin stage martial artists. If Xian Tian and the others really wanted to kill them, they definitely wouldn't be able to escape. Could it be God wants us to die? Their hearts were full of despair and powerlessness. Just now they had seen the scene of Jiang Xi killing 8 A-level martial artists in an instant under the siege. Such a genius in the future will definitely be another Xian Tian. The Xia Kingdom not only has Xian Tian, a strong martial artist at the peak of martial arts, but also a young genius like Jiang Xi. If this continues, these countries and forces can only live under the deterrence of Xia Kingdom. Damn it. They all wanted to kill Jiang Xi, but they didn't have the courage. No one dared to challenge Shen Tian. Just when they were about to turn around and cross the barrier of the Jade Lake Secret Realm, they saw a shocking saber shadow suddenly rise from the depths of the Jade Lake Secret Realm, as if it was going to cut the sky. Everyone was shocked. Especially Sharuk and the other two. They knew that this was Shen Tian's saber. With such power, they were afraid that one slash could kill all three of them together. Forget it. The three of them stepped over the barrier with a bitter face. The last shred of resistance disappeared without a trace. However, they had retreated in fear, so they missed another shocking scene. The shattered white bones quickly sank into the lake. Master has touched the threshold. White Cloud exclaimed, his voice full of envy. Threshold? Jiang Xi was a little surprised. The threshold above spirit nurturing. Huang Kuan explained to Jiang Xi. Hearing this, Jiang Xi was even more surprised. Shen Tian could kill a tiger skeleton above spirit nurturing with one slash, and he was still at spirit nurturing? Killing an enemy above his level. No wonder he was the world's strongest martial artist. While everyone was exclaiming, suddenly the wind and clouds changed. Boom. Thunder roared, and the dark clouds covering the sky quickly dissipated. However, there was no sunlight. Everyone looked up at the sky and their expressions changed. Even Shen Tian's expression changed greatly. Shocking. After the dark clouds dissipated, there was a reflection of a lake in the sky. It looked 100 times bigger than the lake at the top of Mount Tongtian. It was vast and boundless. The lake was filled with thick mist, hazy, like a celestial lake in heaven. What was even more shocking was that within the mist, there seemed to be a sky-reaching pavilion standing on the surface of the lake. Is that the Jade Lake? This thought flashed through everyone's mind. At this time, everyone was looking up at the sky, so no one noticed the change in Jiang Xi's expression. Because Jiang Xi found that after the lake appeared in the sky, the inexplicable attraction that had been lingering in his heart suddenly became stronger. Previously, when he was chased by Feng Xian, it was because of the inexplicable attraction that he came to Mount Tongtian. Then, on the top of the mountain he found the peak with the traces of Lingwan Road and Wonderful Stone Mountain. However, he always felt that the inexplicable attraction did not come from the peak. However, on the top of the mountain he could not find any other source of attraction. No wonder I couldn't find it. It's in the sky. Jiang Xi came to a realization. Do you want to go to the sky? How to go up? With a ladder? Jiang Xi shook his head. Don't be ridiculous. The reflection of the lake seemed to be in another world. Soon, Shen Tian gave him a demonstration. Shen Tian stepped on the surface of the water and suddenly borrowed the force, splashing waves dozens of meters high and leaping thousands of meters. However, in the end he fell back to the water. Obviously this method could not go up. Shen Tian returned to the lake with a frown, but his eyes were fixed on the lake in the sky. Li Baibai and the others hurriedly went up to him. Jiang Xi thought for a moment and followed. What did you find? Li Baibai asked. Under everyone's questioning gaze, Shen Tian shook his head. I can't figure it out yet. I suspect it's another secret realm. Another secret realm? Seeing everyone's surprise, Shen Tian explained with a smile. I once read in an ancient book that in ancient times, there were powerful people who could open up space and build small worlds, which are the so-called Grotto Heaven secret realms. Presumably, with such strength, it would be easy for them to open up another world in the original Grotto Heaven secret realm. In that case, the lake in the sky is a real world. How do we go up? Lu Rong raised the question that everyone was concerned about. Just now, he was swept away by the tiger skeleton's tail and rushed back from the foot of the mountain. Chapter 146. Under everyone's expectant gazes, Shen Tian crossed his arms and pondered for a while. After a while, he suddenly said, Use a ladder? Everyone was silent. Boss, are you serious? This is the answer you came up with after thinking for so long? Haha, I'm just kidding. I don't know how to go up, but the way up must be at the top of this mountain. Shen Tian laughed. However, Jiang Xi noticed that Shen Tian seemed to be joking, but inadvertently, he glanced at him meaningfully. This action caused Riverward to be alarmed. Could it be that Shen Tian noticed his abnormality and knew about the inexplicable attraction? He looked carefully and found that Shen Tian was acting normal. He was joking with everyone. Did I see wrongly? The others did not notice Shen Tian's action because they were focused on finding the way up. Next, everyone, including the dozen or so A-class martial artists, searched the mountain top together. Unfortunately, after looking around for a while, he still couldn't find the path. Jiang Xi thought of the 100-meter-tall mountain peak. However, Shen Tian and Li Baibai also thought of it. The two of them went there and studied for a long time, but they did not find anything. In the end, everyone gathered at the lake at the top of the mountain. Only this lake has not been found. It should be down there. Shen Tian looked at the rippling water and guessed. However, the Tongtian mountain had a radius of more than 50 kilometers. This lake took up 70% of the area. It was so big that one could not see the end of it. It was very difficult to search such a big lake in a short time with only manpower. After all, the situation underwater was different from the situation on land. Leave it to me. Our military has professional underwater detection equipment. Huang Kun smiled. Okay. With Elder Huang in charge, everyone can rest assured. Shen Tian laughed. However, even so, he still asked He Tu to help in the end. Huang Kun did not object. The Jade Lake secret realm had always been guarded by Genten Budokan. It was reasonable for He Tu to participate in the search. After this matter was settled, everyone plucked the lotus heads from the lake at the top of the mountain. He had obtained a total of 145 1,000-year-old lotus pods. The various forces of the Great Xia Kingdom that were present would distribute the spoils according to the ratio that was agreed upon beforehand. The government of the Xia Kingdom and Genten Budokan received the most. Next were Tsukishin Budokan and Longxiang Martial Arts School. As for the A-class martial artists, they had also contributed a lot in the battle against the foreign enemies, and each of them had been given at least one lotus pod. No one was dissatisfied with the happy ending. A single 1,000-year spiritual item was enough to raise the strength of their faction to a whole new level. Of course, some of them were also very interested in the lake world and the sky. However, they were also self-aware. They knew that this kind of opportunity belonged to the few spirit nourishment stage cultivators present. A-class warriors were not qualified to compete for it. The series of battles that occurred around the Heavenspan Mountain also came to an end here. Apart from He Tu, who was requested by the Shen Tian to stay behind to guard the sky-piercing mountain. Everyone else had to leave. As the dark clouds at the top of the mountain had dispersed, the fog that shrouded the upper half of the sky-piercing mountain and the lower half of the lightning had all disappeared. Therefore, when going down the mountain, Jiang Xi did not have to worry that others would discover the strange scene where the lightning could not hit him. After going down the mountain, he watched as everyone left with their respective spoils. Jiang Xi and Shu Qiqi were a little confused and only then reacted. As the students of the heaven-level training camp, they seem to be undergoing survival training. The two of you should leave together. This kind of training is no longer useful to you. At this time, White Cloud called for them to leave together. Soon, everyone returned to the barrier at the edge of the Jade Pool secret realm. They stepped into the clouds and were sent out of the Death Valley of Kuan Mountain by the teleportation force. After coming out, Jiang Xi stood at the edge of the Death Valley and turned around to take a look. An inexplicable attraction came from the mysterious lake in the sky. His intuition told him that he would come here again soon. After that, they took the transport plane with White Cloud and returned to the camp town. As for the other training camp students, they were still undergoing survival training. On the transport plane, no one said anything. Jiang Xi also closed his eyes to rest, but in his heart, he was reviewing this experience. Only by being good at summarizing can one grow faster. Genten Budokan had guarded the Jade Pool secret realm for many years, and there had never been such a large-scale infiltration of foreign enemies. This time, it seemed that someone deliberately let go of the guards and let those with bad intentions in. Looking at the whole thing, Jiang Xi felt that this was like a successful and failed fishing operation. The success was that the martial artists of the Great Xia Empire deterred those foreign martial artists who had become restless because of the third recovery of spiritual energy. The failure was that before the operation, they did not make sufficient preparations for possible accidents. Judging from the reactions of Shen Tian and Li Baibai, they had also checked the situation of the Jade Pool secret realm in advance to ensure that there would be no accidents. But they did not expect the recovery of spiritual energy to be so magical that the Tongtian mountain would change so much because of it. In just a few days, so many 1,000-year-old spiritual creatures had grown. As a result, the number of fish caught exceeded the expected number. Thinking of this, Jiang Xi chuckled in his heart. He seemed to be an accident too. If he had not been chased by Feng Xian, discovered these changes in the Tongtian mountain, and promptly notified the martial arts school's higher-ups. These 1,000-year-old spiritual creatures would have been obtained by the foreign martial artists. 100 years, 1,000 years, was just an exaggerated description of spiritual creatures. It did not mean that the spiritual creatures had really grown for 100 years or 1,000 years. It was undeniable that the effect of spiritual creatures was very powerful. Under normal circumstances, a 100-year-old spiritual creature could cultivate an ordinary A-rank martial artist. And 1,000-year-old spiritual creatures were important cultivation resources for spirit accumulation stage martial artists to improve their strength. It could be imagined that if so many 1,000-year-old spiritual creatures fell into the hands of foreign martial artists, it would definitely cause a huge blow to the Great Xia Empire. It would even affect the Great Xia Empire's leading position in this era. Fortunately, Xian Tian and Li Baibai were strong enough to complete the goal of deterring foreign martial artists. In addition, there was another unexpected accident, which was the appearance of the Sky Lake. This kind of accident was not something that could be controlled by humans, so it could be said that it was not an accident. In conclusion, there were still some things that Jiang Xi did not understand. For example, before everyone discovered the changes in the Tongtian mountain, what was the bait that Shen Tian and the others used to fish? But in general, he had roughly figured out everything and felt that his whole person was much more relaxed. Jiang Xi warned himself in his heart that even if his strength had become stronger, he still had to act cautiously. Before doing anything, he had to try his best to be fully prepared and consider the possible accidents that might happen. Otherwise, it would be like this fishing operation where powerful experts like Shen Tian and Li Baibai almost failed. In the end, putting aside these successes and failures, this battle of the Tongtian mountain made Jiang Xi realize one thing: the Great Xia Empire was as strong as ever. Chapter 147. September 8, 93rd year of the New Moon Era. This year's survival training in the training camp had ended. When they set off, a total of 601 trainees had gone to the heaven level and earth level training camps. In the end, less than 500 people returned. They had lost nearly 20% of their trainees. This data gave the instructors of the training camp a fright. There had never been such a tragic record. After some investigation, they found out that more than 50 trainees with the identity of secret agents had been expelled from the training camp. But even so, the mortality rate had reached 10%. It was twice as high as the previous years. They quickly found the reason from the trainees' experiences. It was because the undead creatures in the Jade Lake secret realm had become a lot stronger after the third awakening of spiritual qi. Many trainees had lost their lives because of it. The instructors had the responsibility of training the trainees. Therefore, they unanimously decided to increase the requirements for the trainees in the future training. Because of this, the camp town set off another wave of training craze. The strength of the trainees increased rapidly because of this. And all this had nothing to do with Jiang Xi. In the number 3 Shanshuiyuan manner, Jiang Xi was asking his teacher Yu Lin about some questions regarding the swift sword. He didn't become arrogant just because he had become stronger. Jiang Xi knew the importance of brainstorming, and Yu Lin had a unique understanding of the swift sword. Just the rhythm of the swift sword had benefited him a lot. The two of them practiced as usual, one teaching and the other learning, until 8 o'clock in the evening. In the end, Yu Lin smiled and said, "Jiang Xi, as your teacher, I have nothing to teach you." "Teacher, you must be joking. I think you are better than Li Bai and Senior Bai when it comes to the details of the swift sword." Jiang Xi shook his head. "You can't say this carelessly." Yu Lin smiled helplessly. His strength was in the 3rd tier of A-class. In the circle of A-class fighters, he had a lot of connections. In the past few days, he had received many congratulations from his old friends. Because he was Jiang Xi's teacher, Jiang Xi's shocking actions in the Jade Lake secret realm had spread throughout the martial arts world. Under the encirclement, he had easily killed 8 A-class warriors. 2 of them were even 2nd-tier A-class warriors. When the students were successful, the teachers would also feel proud. The only thing that Yu Lin felt was a pity was that he couldn't witness Jiang Xi's massacre with his own eyes. On the day of the Heavenspan Mountain battle, he happened to not be in the training camp. He went somewhere else, so he did not make it in time. "I don't think you'll be staying in the training camp for long. Have you thought about where you want to go?" Yu Lin asked again. Jiang Xi smiled. "Let's go home." Now that his martial artist level has reached the A-level bottleneck, the next step is to consider how to break through the bottleneck and become a spirit vessel stage martial artist. The resources of the heaven level training camp were only used to nurture A-class fighters. It was no longer of much help to him, so he could apply for graduation. In addition, he was a Gen 10 Budokan warrior, so after graduating from the training camp, he had two choices: stay in the Gen 10 Budokan headquarters or work in the branch library. If it were anyone else, they would definitely choose to stay in the headquarters because it was easier to get good cultivation resources there. In comparison, it would be more difficult to get good cultivation resources in the branches of the prefectural cities. However, these were not a problem for Jiang Xi, because he had the experience points panel. Therefore, he decided to go back to the branch library in Paksun province. Late at night, the two moons were hanging in the sky. Jiang Xi sat cross-legged on the balcony of Villa 101 in Tianyuan district, running the 9 elements cultivation method and cultivating qi. Because the data on the panel was in a bottleneck state, he could not carry out daily improvement at present. He could only use all his time to cultivate the 9 elements cultivation method. Cultivation also allowed him to gain experience points, and experience points were the foundation. Now he could gain 27 experience points for every cycle of cultivation. It used to be 9 experience points. In other words, after the third awakening of qi, the concentration of heaven and earth qi was 3 times higher than before. Level, Pulse Opening Level A, 25900-25900. Cultivation Method, 9 Elements Cultivation Method Martial Technique, 9 Elements Swordsmanship, Combined 300-0030000, Wind Shadow Step, Combined 400-0040000, Force Exertion, 10 Experience Points, 124685. It had been 6 days since he returned from the Jade Lake Secret Realm. Judging from the data on the Experience Points panel, his biggest gain in the Jade Lake Secret Realm this time was that his martial artist level had reached the A-level bottleneck. He was only 1 step away from advancing to the Spirit Nurturing stage. In addition to this, his experience points had increased by more than 3,000 points. It was a little less, mainly because he did not hunt those undead creatures this time. If he had not killed 9 A-level martial artists, he might have gained much less experience points this time. Why 9? Jiang Xi would not forget the first A-level martial artist he killed, Mayu. Apart from the experience points, the other gains this time were not small. The main ones were the 5 spiritual fruits. 2,000-year-old spiritual fruits, the peach and the dragon fruit. 300-year-old spiritual fruits. He had already used 1 dragon mark spirit fruit in the Tongtian mountain, leaving 2 fruits that looked similar to apricots. In addition, Jiang Xi was still thinking about those lotus pods. No matter what, he had contributed to the organization in the Battle of the Tongtian Mountain. There should be a reward, right? It had been almost a week and he had not received a reward yet. When it was close to midnight, his tactical communications watch vibrated. It's the middle of the night. Don't tell me they are pulling me to watch a horror movie again. Jiang Xi's face was a little dark, thinking that it was a call from Jiang Dudu. After clicking on it, he found that it was not. White Cloud's gentle voice came from the other side of the phone. Jiang Xi, come to the Tianyuan Pavilion 2nd floor. Jiang Xi was shocked and he thought to himself, it's finally here. He did not ask much and went straight to the Tianyuan Pavilion. At this time, the Tianyuan Pavilion was empty, and there was no one in sight when he came to the 2nd floor. He saw White Cloud standing at the door of the room on Lingwan Road, waiting. White Cloud smiled at him. Go in, master is waiting for you inside. Thank you. Jiang Xi nodded and walked in. The black door made of A-grade alloy slowly closed. The huge room was empty, and there was only a mountain rock about 3 meters tall. It was Lingwan Road. Shen Tian stood in front of Lingwan Road with his hands behind his back, quietly observing. You're here? Shen Tian was very easygoing. Greetings, Pavilion Master. Jiang Xi bowed respectfully. Don't be restrained. Jiang Xi just smiled. How could he not be restrained when facing the world's #1 martial arts expert? This kind of one-on-one meeting was completely different from the many people at the Tongtian Mountain. Shen Tian shook his head with a smile and did not insist. He continued, you should be able to guess the origin of Lingwan Road, right? I heard from Deacon Lu Kuei that it was brought back from a mysterious place by the Pavilion Master. This mysterious place should be the Jade Pool Secret Realm. Jiang Xi nodded. That's right, but the process of bringing it back is a little different from the rumors. I used a saber to cut it down from the Tongtian Mountain. Shen Tian's tone was a little boastful. Jiang Xi smiled and did not say anything. He had confirmed this guess when he found the 100-meter tall peak on the Tongtian Mountain. Chapter 148. This huge mountain rock, except for the side where the 9 steps of Lingwan Road were located, was a slope with a slight slope. The other 3 sides were completely cut down by Xiantian's saber. It was very smooth and looked uncoordinated. When Xiantian, Li Baibai, and the others first ascended Tongtian Mountain, the others were very careful and did not dare to destroy things without permission. Only Xiantian, after a few slashes, dug Lingwan Road, Wondrous Stone Mountain, and the martial arts arena below back from Tongtian Mountain. For Xiantian, this was something worth showing off and being praised by others. Therefore, he often found people to listen to him talk about this achievement. However, he now found that after Jiang Xi listened, he only calmly observed Lingwan Road. Xiantian suddenly felt a burst of dullness. There was no pleasure at all. He said snappily, "You brat, can't you show some surprised expression?" "Wow, so powerful." Xiantian was helpless. "Forget it, I won't beat around the bush with you. I have been busy with other things these days and didn't have time to return to the training camp. You must have been waiting anxiously. In the Battle of Tongtian Mountain, you performed well and made a great contribution. According to our Genten Budokan's rules, you will be rewarded for your contributions. Now let's talk about the reward." Jiang Xi's eyes lit up. "If you talk about this, I will be in high spirits." Xiantian continued, "I will give you 2 choices. One is a spiritual object, and the other is a cultivation method of the spirit nurture stage." "Can I have both?" Jiang Xi did not even think about it. He was already an adult, what choice did he have to make? "You are not honest at all." Xiantian shook his head. Then he smiled and said, "This time our martial arts school obtained a total of 40,000-year-old spiritual object level lotus heads. According to your contribution you can get 5% of them, which is 2 lotus heads. Since you want both the spiritual object and the cultivation method, then I will exchange one of the lotus heads for the cultivation method. Are you satisfied?" Xiantian seemed easy to talk to. Jiang Xi immediately agreed. He was very satisfied. In terms of value alone, the cultivation method of the spirit gathering realm was definitely more valuable. The Xiantian smiled and said, "It's just these. I reckon that when you return you'll also complain that I'm stingy." In the Heavenspan Mountain this time, apart from the phase, we also had additional gains that expert from the Peacock Kingdom, Shaluk, contributed a set of visualization techniques that can condense one's spiritual sense. It's very valuable, so I'll make a copy for you. You can study it when you get back. A visualization method to condense the soul? Jiang Xi was very interested in this. He recalled the scene at that time. That Sharuk had used an ancient parchment full of Sanskrit to pay for the tuition fee that Xiantian had demanded. Yes, after a martial artist reaches the bottleneck of Class A, if he wants to go further he must condense his spiritual sense. Moreover, the strength of a martial artist in the spirit accumulation stage is also related to his spiritual sense. Thus, you should know the value of this visualization method, right? Xiantian explained. Using such an important thing as the tuition fee will Shaluk's brain. Jiang Xi did not finish his words, but the meaning was obvious. Xiantian laughed. "I'm guessing that Shaluk hasn't fully understood the contents of the sheepskin scroll. Otherwise he definitely wouldn't have taken it out. If he knew that this was a visualization method that could actively condense spiritual awareness, I'm afraid he would regret it." Jiang Xi nodded. In any case, he had already guessed some of the methods of the spirit gathering realm. At this time, Xiantian asked again, "I heard from White Cloud that you are very interested in Li Bai's flying technique?" Jiang Xi was obviously stunned. "Did I say that?" But he reacted quickly. Even if he didn't say it, he must have said it. "Yes, Senior Li Bai's flying technique is very magical. I also asked for it for you. How about it, thank me?" "Thank you, Dojo Master." Forget it, forget it. You have no sense of humor, just like Hey Tuesday." Xiantian waved his hand and ridiculed. Jiang Xi's mouth twitched. Once again he confirmed that this seemingly overbearing and tyrannical man was really a joker. "Now that we have finished talking about the reward, it's time to talk about your next move." Xiantian suddenly said seriously. "With your current strength, you can be called the first person below the spirit gathering realm, so I am going to appoint you as the 5th elder of the dojo. Are you going to stay in the headquarters or go to the branch?" The 5th elder. Jiang Xi was finally surprised in the division of power in Genten Budokan. The dojo master Xiantian naturally had the most power. Next were the 2 guards, White Cloud and Hey Tuesday. Then came Tang He and the other 3 elders. The rest were the 12 deacons of the headquarters and the dojo masters of the 7 branches. These 2 had equal power. Originally, he thought that Shen Tian would arrange a deacon position for him, but he didn't expect him to be an elder directly. Jiang Xi didn't decline. At this time, of course, he should take the benefits. Then he told Shen Tian frankly that he wanted to go back to Pak Sun province. Shen Tian obviously also expected Jiang Xi's choice. He smiled and said, "It just so happens that the situation in Pak Sun province is a little tense. When you go back, you can help them deal with some things." Jiang Xi nodded. When he went back, he would be the first person in Genten Budokan in Pak Sun province, above the dojo master Qin Yuan. However, the higher the position, the greater the responsibility. He could completely reject these responsibilities, but at the same time Shen Tian would definitely take back most of the rewards just now. Shen Tian was very satisfied with Jiang Xi's attitude. He reminded him, "When you go back, you must thank He Changxing, the president of the Kitasanfu Martial Artists Association. Last year, after you shocked everyone in Pak Sun Province's Martial Science College entrance examination, many people secretly looked into your information. He Changxing was the one who covered up your information." Jiang Xi's expression froze. He said, "I'll remember that." So that was the case. No wonder so few people came to disturb him in the past year. Actually, Shen Tian also helped in this, but such a small matter was not worth mentioning. Shen Tian was also a person who cared about his reputation. Otherwise, He Changxing's influence alone would not be enough to wipe out Jiang Xi's information on the whole world. One more question. You killed Ma Yu, didn't you? That's right. Jiang Xi did not refute. Since Shen Tian asked this question, he must have investigated thoroughly. He's from the Ma family, a reclusive family in Chang'an. They have a lot of connections behind them. Although I've taken care of this for you, you must be careful not to tell anyone. Shen Tian's expression was solemn. He seemed to be quite wary of the Ma family. Jiang Xi nodded in agreement, but he was puzzled. Shen Tian was the strongest person in the martial arts world. Why would he be afraid of others? President, what's the origin of the reclusive family? It's complicated. Simply put, they're a legacy from the mythological era. They're very mysterious. After so many years, Li Baibai and I have secretly investigated a lot, but we've only found the tip of the iceberg. Jiang Xi fell silent. Shen Tian's short sentence contained a lot of information that even impacted his worldview. Chapter 149. Jiang Xi was silent for a while before he digested the shock in his heart. The mythological era. Are there really gods, demons, and monsters? There must be. If there isn't, how do you explain the undead creatures in the Jade Lake secret realm and the reflection of the Sky Lake? Also, how do you explain the projection of the Moon Palace and the palaces on the two moons? Shen Tian said with certainty. This world is very mysterious. Jiang Xi sighed. You don't have to worry too much. As long as your strength increases fast enough, you don't have to be afraid. With the current concentration of spiritual energy, even if you pry open the door of those cowards and dig up their graves, they won't come out. Jiang Xi's eyelids twitched when he heard this. He had a feeling that Shen Tian had done this before. Aren't you afraid that others will come out and settle accounts with you? In addition, I have to remind you of something. It's best not to use the 1,000-year-old lotus before you condense your spiritual sense. Can't use it? Yes, the ancients were particular about dual cultivation. It's not without reason. The spiritual energy of the 1,000-year-old spiritual item is very strong. If you don't suppress and refine it with your spiritual sense, it's easy to hurt your body's foundation. It'll be difficult to improve in the future. Jiang Xi nodded. He understood this principle. However, it didn't apply to him. Because he had the experience points panel. Whether it was a 100-year-old or a 1,000-year-old spiritual item, as long as he could digest the spiritual energy in time, there wouldn't be such a problem. After thinking about it, Jiang Xi quickly shook his head. It's better not to have such a terrible idea. Life is the most important thing. It's best not to take risks. Jiang Xi left Tianyuan Pavilion with a determined look. This world was indeed very mysterious. However, as Shen Tian said, as long as he improved his strength fast enough and became strong enough, there was no need to be afraid. Strength. He looked at the heavy alloy box in his hand. In addition to the 1,000-year-old lotus seed pod and the spirit nourishment cultivation technique that Shen Tian gave him, there was also a 100-year-old spiritual item and a spiritual weapon. Because according to the last contract that Genten Budokan signed with him, if he could pass the 8th step of Lingwan Road before January 1st, the 94th year of the new moon era, he would be able to obtain a 100-year spiritual item and a spiritual weapon. According to Shen Tian, Jiang Xi no longer needed to go through Lingwan Road to prove his strength. He could directly obtain this reward. However, Jiang Xi was very stubborn and insisted that he had to follow the contract. Therefore, in front of the Shen Tian, he climbed 2 steps and passed the 8th and 9th stages of Lingwan Road. Actually, the real reason was for the experience points. The 8th and 9th Mirage trial had given him 85,000 experience points. Back to Tianyuan District, Villa number 101. Jiang Xi entered the practice room full of expectations and sorted out the harvest this time. First of all, there was the spiritual weapon. It was a simple long sword that exuded a faint spiritual aura. According to Shen Tian, he got it from the hidden family of Shujia in Shushan Prefecture. Its quality was at least 10 times higher than an A-class alloy weapon. A full blow could even cut an A-class alloy weapon. During the Battle of Tongtian Mountain, the Dark Shadow Kingdom's Spirit Nourishment Realm martial artist attacked me and destroyed my A-class killing shadow sword with one blow. It seems that the weapon he used should also be a spiritual weapon. With this spiritual weapon, my strength has increased a bit. The killing shadow sword has accompanied me until now. From today onwards, you will also be called the killing shadow sword. Jiang Xi gently waved the sword. The sharp blade seemed to be able to cut through the air. It was extremely powerful. Next, he turned his gaze to the 3 USB drives. The contents stored in them were the Spirit Nourishment Realm Cultivation Technique, Li Baibai's Flying Technique, and the Peacock Kingdom's Visualization Technique. Inserting the USB drive into the computer, he checked them one by one. After reading, Jiang Xi sat cross-legged, closed his eyes, and understood the contents little by little. The sun rose and the moon set. It was not until the morning sun rose on the horizon that he completely digested the contents of the 3 techniques. Spiritual sense, spiritual power, so this is the Spirit Nourishment Realm. Jiang Xi opened his eyes and exhaled softly. He already had a basic impression of the Spirit Nourishment Realm. When a martial artist reaches the A-class bottleneck, he needs to cultivate the Spirit Nourishment Realm cultivation technique. First, he needs to condense spiritual sense, and then with the help of the spiritual sense, he needs to refine spiritual power. After having both spiritual sense and spiritual power in the body, he is a real Spirit Nourishment Realm martial artist. The normal cultivation process of a Spirit Nourishment Realm martial artist is that the spiritual sense and spiritual power complement each other. The stronger the spiritual sense, the more spiritual power he can refine. After the spiritual power increases, it will in turn nourish the spiritual sense, making the spiritual sense more powerful. At the same time, in this process, the physical fitness will also be enhanced. Jiang Xi gradually sorted out his thoughts. The Spirit Nourishment Realm martial artist of the Peacock Country is really bleeding this time. The strengthening of spiritual sense, normally speaking, can only be passively nourished by spiritual power. The visualization method recorded in the sheepskin scroll can make people actively condense spiritual sense, which is very helpful for the cultivation of the Spirit Nourishment Realm. Although he has not been exposed to the Spirit Nourishment Realm cultivation technique, Jiang Xi's intuition tells him that this visualization method is not simple. At dawn, Jiang Xi tidied up a little and went out to participate in the farewell dinner prepared for him by the students of Pak Sun Province. The students of the Heaven Level Training Camp are all elite geniuses of the prefectural cities, and they are well informed. They all vaguely know that Jiang Xi is now powerful and has an amazing performance in the Jade Lake Secret Realm. Their elders, or the high level of their forces, have also reminded them that they must have a good relationship with Jiang Xi. Therefore, during the dinner, Jiang Xi received goodwill from all sides, and everyone was very enthusiastic. Of course, the news of Jiang Xi becoming the 5th elder of Genten Budokan has not spread. If the news spread, then the atmosphere of this dinner will not be so relaxed and happy. Because the elder-level Jiang Xi, in terms of status, is already on the same level as the leaders of the major forces. After all, the elders of Genten Budokan are absolute figures with real power. The Spirit Nourishment Realm martial artists of Genten Budokan usually do not care about the affairs. The ones who are really in charge are these few elders. After the bustle, Han Ningxue came to Jiang Xi's side. She is now also an A-level martial artist, and will soon graduate and leave. Jiang Xi, congratulations. Han Ningxue smiled. Thank you. Jiang Xi smiled indifferently. It seems that Han Ningxue already knows that he has become the 5th elder. That's right, he is going home soon, and it is normal that Pak Sun Province receives the news in advance. There is something I want to ask. In the Jasper Lake secret realm, Mayu took my bell. I remember that you chased after Mayu at that time. The whereabouts of the bell, do you know? Han Ningxue asked. Jiang Xi shook his head. I remember this matter, but the bell is not in my hands. Maybe it was lost in the Jasper Lake secret realm with Mayu. Han Ningxue frowned slightly and chatted with Jiang Xi for a while, then turned and left. Looking at her back, Jiang Xi was thoughtful. He felt that Han Ningxue has changed a little. Maybe the experience of being attacked by Qin Feng and the others in the Jasper Lake secret realm made her grow up and become more rational. That bell should be very important, but during the conversation between the two, Han Ningxue deliberately weakened this feeling, as if she was worried that he would notice it. But in fact, Jiang Xi has long been aware of the importance of the bell. That day in the Jasper Lake secret realm, after he killed Mayu, he also rummaged through his bag to look for it. Unfortunately, in the end, because of Feng Xian's sudden appearance, he did not have time to take it away. In addition, according to the death list announced in this survival experience, Mayu, Qin Feng, and Xiao Xing were all killed by undead creatures, and not even their bones were left behind. The real cause of their deaths was erased by Genten Budokan. The only thing that was true was that there were no bones left. Therefore, it is uncertain whether the bell was left in the Jasper Lake secret realm with Mayu in the end, or fell into the hands of Feng Xian. He could not tell Han Ningxue about this situation, because Xian Tian reminded him last night that he must not reveal the matter of killing Mayu. He must also treat a force that could make Xian Tian afraid seriously. Unfortunately, Feng Xian took advantage of the chaos that day to escape. Thinking of this, Jiang Xi was vaguely worried, because Feng Xian knew that he killed Mayu. Chapter 150. Year 93 of the New Moon Era, 10th of September. The weather was clear and the northeast wind was strong. In front of three iconic buildings in Genten Budokan, Paksun Province, there was a square. At this time, the martial artists and members who came to the dojo for training saw a group of people in the square. They were anxiously waiting for something. What surprised them was that there were actually a few heavyweights among this group of people. The director of the Law Enforcement Bureau of Paksun Province, the dojo master of Genten Budokan, Chen Yuan, the captain of the first law enforcement team of Paksun Province, the deputy dojo master, Lu Shan, the captain of the sea-level martial artist team, the Mad Dragon Squad, Wang Dalong. Wait a minute. These people were the top fighters in the martial arts world of Paksun Province. They seem to be waiting for someone? Who is it? Who could make these people wait for them personally? It must be a top fighter in the martial arts world. Maybe it's an A-level martial artist from the headquarters. Everyone stopped to watch. There were many guesses. In the square, Chen Yuan and Lu Shan were the leaders. Jiang Daodu, Jiang Xing, Zhang Wei, Wang Dalong, and the members of the Mad Dragon Squad stood beside them. Didn't they say they would arrive in half an hour? It's already been 32 minutes. Jiang Daodu mumbled softly. She kept looking at the sky in the distance. With so many heavyweights around, she seemed to be more obedient. From Xiantian City to Paksun Province, the distance is close to 10,000 miles. It's across half of Xia. Although the headquarters transport plane is fast, it's still flying in the air. It's inevitable that it will encounter flying beasts on the way. It's normal for it to be delayed. Lu Shan explained with a smile. Won't it be dangerous? Jiang Daodu raised her voice. She was worried. Haha, let's not talk about whether the flying beasts can catch up with the headquarters transport plane. Even if they can, they're no match for Jiang Xi. So don't worry. Dojo Master Chen Yuan laughed. The others also laughed. Take Zhang Wei and Jiang Sheng for example. Although they didn't say anything, their eyes were filled with excitement. They already knew that Jiang Xi had become an A-class martial artist and had graduated from the training camp. Among the people present, it could be said that aside from Jiang Daodu, the two of them had the closest relationship with Jiang Xi. While everyone was focused on the distant sky, Chen Yuan whispered to Lu Shan, "Old Lu, when Jiang Xi comes, you have to say a few words for me. Boss Chen, if you really want to pull strings, you'll have to go through Daodu and Jiang Sheng. Also, you'll have to call Elder Jiang. If you call him by his name, it'll be disrespectful." Lu Shan chuckled. "Thank you for reminding me. I didn't pay attention to that. You should call him Elder Jiang." Chen Yuan nodded seriously. Lu Shan, "Boss, you can't be serious, right?" However, he understood Chen Yuan's complicated feelings right now. Originally, the person with the most power in each of the Genten Budokan branch libraries was the library master. But now, an elder with an even higher status had suddenly appeared out of nowhere. This made people a little nervous. Who knew if there would be a seizure of power? Especially since Qin Yuan and Jiang Xi hadn't interacted much all this time. They only interacted once when Jiang Xi entered the heaven-level training camp. After that, there was no other interaction. This wasn't to say that Qin Yuan was arrogant or anything like that. It was because before Jiang Xi entered the training camp, he was only a D-class martial artist with the reputation of being a genius. Compared to Qin Yuan, who was an A-class martial artist, he was far inferior in terms of status and strength. Therefore, it was normal that the two of them didn't interact much. But who would have thought that in just a few months, Jiang Xi had actually become an A-class martial artist? Some time ago, they had heard rumors that Jiang Xi had gone on a killing spree in a mysterious place and had killed nearly 10 A-class martial artists. Among them, there was even a second-tier A-class martial artist. In the beginning, the two of them had a skeptical attitude. But just yesterday morning, they received a message from the headquarters stating that the fifth elder, Jiang Xi, would be stationed in Pak Sun province and that they should be prepared to welcome him. This time it was a match. Lu Shan still remembered that when he received the news yesterday, he and Qin Yuan were sitting there in shock for a long time before coming back to their senses. What a scary guy. It's only been a little more than a year. Lu Shan sighed in his heart. He still remembered that when he had signed the contract with Jiang Xi, Tsukishin Budokan and Longxiang Martial Arts School had come to fight over Jiang Xi. In just a little more than a year, Jiang Xi had become an A-class martial artist, and the kind that was close to the peak. He looked at Jiang Dudu, Zhang Wei and Jiang Sheng with envy. In terms of close relationship with Jiang Xi, no one could compare to Jiang Dudu, Zhang Wei and Jiang Sheng. It's here. At this time, Jiang Dudu pointed to the sky and cheered. A black dot appeared in the sky to the west. Soon everyone saw it clearly. It was a black transport plane. It drew a streak of light, whistling as it approached at an extremely fast speed. In just 10 seconds, the transport plane landed on the square. Jiang Daodu was no longer able to maintain her composure as she ran over. Qin Yuan and Lu Shan looked at each other, then went up with everyone. The cabin door opened. Immediately after, a black-haired youth with a long sword on his back, wearing a black martial artist combat uniform, appeared in everyone's sight with a faint smile on his face. Who else could it be but Jiang Xi? Everyone, long time no see. Jiang Xi smiled. Zhang Wei, Jiang Sheng and the others were about to go up and greet him, but they did not expect that someone would be faster than them. Qin Yuan and Lu Shan took a step forward. Zhenten Budokan, Pak Sun Province Branch Martial Arts School Principal Qin Yuan greets Elder Jiang Xi. Qin Yuan bowed respectfully to Jiang Xi. Beside him, Lu Shan stood there with an awkward expression. He was dragged over by Qin Yuan. At this moment, the scene was very quiet. Whether it was Zhang Wei, Jiang Sheng or the original Mad Dragon squad led by Wang Dalong, they were all confused. What did they just see? Principal Qin Yuan and Jiang Xi were both A-class martial artists, but Qin Yuan was actually bowing to Jiang Xi? What was an elder? Qin Yuan and Lu Shan did not tell them that Jiang Xi had become the fifth elder. At this moment, Jiang Xi chuckled and said, "Uncle Qin, you don't have to do that. We're all family. Just call me by my name like before." Qin Yuan glared at Lu Shan, feeling betrayed. Then he laughed loudly. "Haha, that's how it should be, that's how it should be." Hearing Jiang Xi's words, most of the stone in his heart was put down. It seemed that Jiang Xi had no intention of competing with him for power. "Jiang Xi, we've prepared a welcome banquet for you. Shall we go now?" Lu Shan asked. "Uncle Lu, we don't have to be so polite, right?" Jiang Xi smiled and declined. At the same time he glanced at Jiang Daodu. He knew that Jiang Daodu must have prepared something as well. "Brother, you haven't seen everyone for so long. It's a good time to get together." Jiang Daodu said something that surprised Jiang Xi. This made Jiang Xi look at Jiang Daodu a few more times. The little girl had grown up and learned to be considerate. In the past, she would not say such things and would only keep a straight face. Jiang Xi nodded slightly. Qin Yuan and Lu Shan looked at each other and sighed in relief. Jiang Xi's strength and identity were different from before. They had to treat him with caution. If they did not treat him well and angered Jiang Xi, they would not do it in the future. The group left the square under the gaze of many Zhenten Budokan martial artists and members. After they left, these people dared to talk loudly. Because Jiang Xi did not train in Zhenten Budokan for a long time, only a few martial artists and members had seen Jiang Xi, but they did not have a deep impression of him. So, everyone started another round of speculation. Who was this young man? He actually made the dojo master Qin Yuan bow to him. Chapter 151. At the welcome banquet, no one talked about anything else. They were mainly reminiscing. It started from the first time Jiang Xi came to Zhenten Budokan for training under Zhang Wei's guidance. Then he trained under Jiang Sheng's guidance and took the Martial Science College entrance examination. After that, he joined the Berserk Dragon Squad and grew rapidly in the wilderness. Finally, he entered the sky-level training camp and returned as an elder in less than a year. So many things happened in just a year and a half. Everyone sighed. Zhang Wei, Jiang Xing, Wang Dalong, Zhou Yang, Tian Chenfeng, Lu Hao, Lu Shan and Qin Yuan. Everyone present was a witness to Jiang Xi's growth. After eating and drinking, everyone went their separate ways. Qin Yuan was completely relieved. Because Jiang Xi said frankly at the end that he was focused on cultivation. The Zhenten Budokan of Pak Sun Province would remain the same as it was in the past. He could just pretend that he, the elder, did not exist. He showed that he had no intention of fighting for power. Also, before the banquet ended, Jiang Xi, Zhang Wei, and Jiang Sheng agreed to meet alone in a few days. It was obvious that with Qin Yuan and Lu Shan around, everyone was a little hesitant. Besides them, Jiang Xi also made an appointment with the 4 original members of the Berserk Dragon Squad. They were all brothers who had fought together in the wilderness. They were true friends who had gone through life and death together. Especially Zhou Yang. When he was attacked by the Bloodthirst Squad, his right arm was broken, and his martial artist career was ruined. If it was in the past, Jiang Xi would not have cared about this kind of friendship because he was afraid of trouble. But now he paid attention to this aspect. He did not want to be alone after he reached the peak. He did not want to be left with only people who flattered him and no real friends. Loneliness, emptiness and coldness. Tongtian District Villa 92. Jiang Xi and Jiang Daodu returned home together. The familiar environment made Jiang Xi feel the warmth of home. When they were eating earlier, Qin Yuan had even suggested that he move to the mansion in Tongtian District No. 1. Jiang Xi refused. Because the feeling of home was not determined by the size of the house. Even though Villa 92 was 2 to 3 times smaller than Villa 1, it was close to 1,000 square meters in size, which was more or less enough. Jiang Dudu didn't say much at the welcoming banquet, but after she came back she became a familiar scent to Jiang Xi. Jiang Xi, are you hiding something from me? Jiang Daodu asked with a straight face. In all honesty. Jiang Xi patted his chest and said. Hee, then why do Uncle Lu and Uncle Qin know that you've become an elder, but I don't? I just wanted to give you a surprise. I don't want surprises. I just want peace of mind. Jiang Dudu's calm tone made Jiang Xi fall into silence. Just want peace of mind. These 4 words hammered Jiang Xi's heart heavily. He seemed to have done something wrong in this matter. He ignored Jiang Dudu's feelings. Because of her early experience as a homeless child, Jiang Dudu's mind seemed to be much more mature than her peers. But in fact, Jiang Dudu was only 14 years old. She was just a little girl who lacked a sense of security. It had been more than 8 months since he went to the training camp. Jiang Dudu lived alone in this empty villa. She went to school alone and ate alone. Some time ago, on the night of the 3rd awakening of spiritual aura, she heard a terrifying low chant, and her strength jumped to level C. Even if this kind of thing happened to an adult, they would feel terrified and uneasy. Not to mention a 14-year-old girl. If her mentality was slightly worse, she might have broken down long ago. Jiang Dudu, on the other hand, acted as if nothing had happened and lived alone for nearly a month. Right now, Jiang Daodu's questioning of him was very reasonable and didn't cause trouble for no reason. It was normal for her to be unreasonable. After all, she was a girl. I'm sorry I was wrong. Jiang Xi admitted his mistake honestly. Then tell me, what did you do wrong? Jiang Dudu sneered. Don't be unreasonable. Who's the unreasonable one? Since you admitted your mistake, you must have a guilty conscience. Maybe you're hooking up with a vixen outside. What the fuck, what a waste of my psychological speculation. In the end, Jiang Xi gave in. The price was to accompany Jiang Dudu to watch midnight horror movies for a month. For Jiang Xi, this was definitely the harshest punishment in history. Therefore, when Jiang Xi went to the Martial Artist Association to visit He Changxing the next day, he went out with dark circles under his eyes. This visit was something that had been confirmed before returning to Pak Sun Province. On the 99th floor of the Kitasanfu Martial Artists Association building, He Changxing's office. Jiang Xi met He Changxing for the second time. That's right. After all this time, he had only met He Changxing once. It was during the Martial Science College entrance examination last year. At that time, He Changxing had flashed from the stage to stand in front of him when he was tested with 100 points in martial arts talent. He said, "I'll remember you," which was similar to a declaration of vengeance. He shouted a few times and then stopped. However, through Shen-Tian, Jiang Xi learned that this president of the Kitasanfa Martial Artists Association had done a lot for him behind the scenes. For example, when Feng Xian investigated him, He Changxing had covered up for him and did not find much information about him. Otherwise he would not have made it to the sky-level training camp and would have been killed by Feng Xian. Therefore Jiang Xi showed respect to this senior from the bottom of his heart. He had prepared a 100-year-old spirit item for this visit. Although He Changxing tried his best to decline, he could not persuade Jiang Xi. After all, Jiang Xi was stronger, so he had no choice but to accept it in the end. He Changxing had a square face and a wide mouth. He had a dignified face and was not a talkative person. However, he was very enthusiastic and happy to talk with Jiang Xi. Haha, I really didn't expect that the genius kid from last year's Martial Science College entrance examination would grow to such a height in just 1.5 years. He's bringing glory to the martial artists of Great Xia. He Changxing sighed. As the president of a prefecture city's martial artists association, he was also a second-tier A-class martial artist. However, it was difficult for him to take out a 100-year-old spirit item as easily as Jiang Xi. It's all thanks to Uncle He's help that Jiang Xi can achieve what I have today. Jiang Xi regarded himself as a junior. There's no need to say such things. We Great Xia people value passing on the torch. Today I'm helping you. In the future you should help those who come after you. Never forget that you're a martial artist of Great Xia. Jiang Xi will remember this. After that, the two of them talked about cultivation and life as if they were old friends who had not seen each other for many years. He Changxing also mentioned Jiang Dudu. He told Jiang Xi not to neglect Jiang Dudu's cultivation. After all, Jiang Dudu's talent was shocking. She had the same talent as the world's second strongest person, Li Baibai. Jiang Xi noted everything down. In the end, He Changxing proposed to hold a celebratory banquet for Jiang Xi half a month later. He would invite people from all walks of life in Pak Sun province to attend. Jiang Xi thought about it and did not refuse. This was the care of an elder. He Changxing did this to introduce him to these people and expand his social circle. Chapter 152. In an unknown barren mountain in the wilderness, there was an empty cave hidden inside. 12 virtual figures appeared in the cave. They were the 12 directors of the Liberal Alliance. They were scattered all over the world, and through this virtual projection they held remote board meetings. In the past, the board meetings were mostly presided over by the white-clothed director, Sam. But today Sam was very quiet. He still hadn't recovered from the loss 10 days ago. In the Battle of Sky Pass Mountain he gained nothing and was even injured. Not only that, the Dark Shadow Kingdom suffered heavy losses in this battle. A spirit nurture martial artist was crippled, and 3 A-class martial artists were killed. Sam was a powerhouse of the Dark Shadow Kingdom, so he naturally felt pained by such losses. Of course, there was another reason why he remained silent today. Because today's board meeting was different from the past. This time it was convened by the most mysterious founder. The Liberal Alliance had a total of 13 directors, among which the founder was the most mysterious. He had only appeared in the board meeting 3 times. Today was the 4th time. Everyone knew the purpose of this board meeting. It was because Feng Xian had obtained the bell that the Liberal Alliance had been looking for a long time. It was a key item related to the next step of the Liberal Alliance's plan. While everyone was waiting for the mysterious founder to arrive, one of the directors, whose face couldn't be seen clearly, asked Feng Xian, "Feng Xian, can you reveal the process of how you obtained the bell?" "Mr. M is also interested in this?" Feng Xian asked in reply. Among the 13 directors, except for the founder, only Mr. M's identity was still unclear. He was also a mysterious person. Mr. M, whose face was blurred, didn't speak. He just kept staring at Feng Xian. Feng Xian smiled and said, "The process was very simple. Not long after I entered the Jade Lake secret realm, I received a message from a spy. He said that he had obtained the bell, but was being hunted down. Coincidentally, the person who was chasing him was the murderer of my son, Jiang Xi. Speaking of this, he stopped. Mr. M quickly asked, "And then?" Feng Xian gave Mr. M a meaningful look and continued, "Then when I arrived, the spy had already been killed by Jiang Xi, but Jiang Xi didn't have time to take the bell, so it was taken by me." Oh, in order to let everyone remember the spy who made great contributions to the Liberal Alliance, I'll tell everyone his name. His name is Mayu. As far as I know, he should be from the Ma family of the great Xia kingdom's Chang and prefecture. As soon as he said this, everyone noticed that Mr. M's body trembled. Suddenly, there was a flash of light in the cave, and a virtual figure appeared in front of everyone. Greetings, Hermit Yuan Qing. The 12 directors hurriedly bowed. Yuan Qingshan's face was also blurry. What was different was that even though he was in the state of light and shadow, everyone could feel a bone-piercing chill from him. It was extremely gloomy and cold. He grunted softly and said, "Feng Xian, take out the bell and let me take a look." Feng Xian nodded and waved his hand. The silhouette of a simple and unadorned bell appeared in front of him. "That's right, this is it. After some time, send it to the same place." Yuan Qingshan's voice was also very cold and harsh. Then he looked around. The only thing that could be seen on his blurry face was a pair of similarly cold eyes. "Now that we have the bell, the next step of the plan is to prepare to open that arcane realm. As long as the plan succeeds, it's not impossible for our strength to surpass Xian Tian and Li Baibai. Therefore, before that arcane realm opens, I only have one request. Keep a low profile. I don't care what grudges you have with others. Even if it's a blood feud, you'd better let it go. Otherwise, don't blame me for personally killing him." When Yuan Qingshan said this, his cold gaze paused on Feng Xian and Mr. M. That bone-piercing coldness instantly enveloped the two of them. Even though they were separated by a holographic projection, Feng Xian could not help but shiver. He was different from the other directors. He had been in close contact with Yuan Qingshan before. Therefore, he knew Yuan Qingshan better than the others. In his opinion, Yuan Qingshan, Xian Tian, and Li Baibai should be powerhouses on the same level. If Xian Tian was a dragon and Li Baibai was a tiger, then Yuan Qingshan was a poisonous snake. Compared to the dragon and the tiger, who were open and above board, the poisonous snake was hidden in the dark. It was impossible to guard against it, and it was even more terrifying with the end of this meeting. The Liberal Alliance's secret forces began to operate. Although martial artists from all over the world were monitoring the Liberal Alliance, on the surface, the Liberal Alliance did not change much this time. Therefore, no one knew about the Liberal Alliance's actions. In the next few days, Jiang Xi was basically visiting friends and connecting with old friends. Then he brought Jiang Dudu to visit his former neighbor Old Yang, in Luming District's apricot flower garden. Ever since Jiang Xi bought Old Yang's family a house in Sunshine Mansion, their family had completely turned over a new leaf. The family was doing well now. After visiting these friends, Jiang Xi cut off all contact and completely entered a state of cultivation. His current goal was to break through the current bottleneck and reach the spirit gathering stage. In the underground training room of Villa number 92 in Tongtian District, Jiang Xi sat cross-legged with his eyes slightly closed. He was not absorbing the spiritual energy of heaven and earth. Instead, he was cultivating through visualization. Before reaching the spirit gathering stage, martial artists would absorb the spiritual energy of heaven and earth through the qi drawing method. It would circulate throughout the body in the form of spiritual energy and strengthen the body. However, the spiritual energy could not be stored in the body for a long time. If it was not used in time, it would eventually dissipate and become the spiritual energy of heaven and earth again. Only after reaching the spirit gathering stage can one truly refine the spiritual energy of heaven and earth and turn it into spiritual energy that can be stored in the body. Jiang Xi already knew the way to reach the spirit gathering stage. But knowing and doing it are two different things. To become a spirit gathering stage martial artist, one must first condense their spiritual consciousness into spiritual consciousness. Only with spiritual consciousness can one refine the spiritual energy of heaven and earth into spiritual energy. Although Jiangxi had been visiting friends these past few days, when he came back at night and finished watching a ghost movie with Jiang Daodu, he would always come to the training room to cultivate and try to condense his first strand of spiritual sense. The spirit gathering stage technique that Xian Tian gave him was called 5 Elements Kinship Deed, and he had studied it thoroughly. The opening of 5 Elements Kinship Deed talked about the method of condensing spiritual consciousness. However, Jiang Xi found that the so-called condensing spiritual consciousness was actually a visualization process. It was similar to the visualization method that the expert of Peacock Country contributed. It was worth mentioning that in order to thank the selfless contribution of the expert of Peacock Country, Jiang Xi named this visualization method Peacock Visualization. In comparison, the visualization method in the opening of 5 Elements Kinship Deed was to observe things with one's heart. However, this visualization was only used to condense the first spiritual consciousness, and it was useless afterwards. On the other hand, peacock visualization was to observe oneself with the heart. After condensing spiritual consciousness, one could continue to visualize and cultivate in the later stage, constantly condensing spiritual consciousness. In comparison, in terms of visualization, peacock visualization was of a higher level. Of course, it did not mean that 5 elements kinship deed was bad, because the focus of 5 elements kinship deed was to refine spiritual energy after reaching the spirit gathering stage. However, peacock visualization could only be used to condense spiritual consciousness. Spiritual consciousness and spiritual energy were equally important to a spirit gathering stage martial artist. Chapter 153. Visualization Cultivation. It sounded easy, but it wasn't easy to do. It didn't mean that just imagining things in one's mind was enough. According to the Shen-Tian, warriors who were stuck at the bottleneck of rank A were basically stuck at the visualization stage. Only a very small number of people who were gifted by the heavens and had outstanding perception could successfully visualize and condense spiritual awareness. Object visualization is to choose an object and visualize it in one's mind. The more realistic it is, the higher the possibility of successfully condensing spiritual awareness. Self-visualization is to use one's own body as the object of visualization. However, due to the complexity of the human body, it is very difficult to visualize a realistic image. In line with the idea of practicing, Jiangxi chose the peacock visualization method. Observing oneself. He had tried to visualize many times over the past few days, but he didn't succeed even once. At most, he could visualize a blurry human figure in his mind. Unfortunately, the experience panel is of no help to this kind of cultivation. He could only rely on himself to break through this bottleneck. As long as he broke through the bottleneck, he could use the panel to continue leveling up. In addition to practicing the peacock visualization, Jiang Xi was also practicing Li Baibai's flight technique. This kind of flying technique was an application of speed. It was similar to the quick sword rhythm that Yulin had taught him. It could only be considered a technique, not a martial technique. Therefore, the experience panel couldn't record it. To master this technique, there was no other way but to practice. Practicing the flight technique required a certain environment. In Pak Sun province, it definitely couldn't be done. Therefore, Jiang Xi would go to the wilderness outside the city every day, find a ruined city and practice there. Ruin 0723. There were many tall buildings that hadn't collapsed yet. Jiang Xi ran between these tall buildings at top speed. Within the ruins, terrifying sonic booms kept ringing out. Then Jiang Xi turned into a blur and rushed to the top of a tall building. He stomped down hard and soared into the air. Crash! This tall building that hadn't collapsed for 100 years turned into a pile of ruins in the blink of an eye. As for Riverward, he borrowed this force to continuously step in the air. However, after a dozen steps, he lost the strength to continue. He fell rapidly. Bang! Jiang Xi's entire body smashed into the ground, leaving behind a large crater. Of course, nothing happened to him at all. He patted the dust off his body and continued the process. Running at top speed, tearing down buildings with a single kick, stepping in the air. Then, the ruined city met with disaster. After Jiang Xi cultivated for a day, not a single tall building could be seen in Ruin 0723. Furthermore, there were many large pits on the ground. As for the monsters in the ruins, they had long been scared away by Jiang Xi's powerful aura. Those martial artists who came here to train even stayed far away, not daring to approach. Just like that, Jiang Xi cultivated for a week. More than half of the ruined city near Pak Sun province had been destroyed by Jiang Xi. Because of this, many warriors below D class complained that they could not find a place to hunt monsters. However, no one cared about their complaints and no one dared to voice their opinions to Jiang Xi. This was because many of the higher-ups in Pak Sun province's martial arts world had already acknowledged that Jiang Xi was now the strongest person in Pak Sun province. From their point of view, Jiang Xi wanted to cultivate and increase his strength. So what if he destroyed a few ruined cities? It would be best if he destroyed all the surrounding ruined cities and drove away all the monsters that were entrenched in them. In that case, he could take the opportunity to reclaim the land that was occupied by the monsters. Of course, Jiang Xi did not return empty-handed after destroying so many cities. After a week of cultivation, he finally grasped the basics of using speed and the technique of flying. After that, he gained his own insights. Simply put, there is resistance in the air. Senior Li Bai's method is to use the air resistance to fly when one's speed reaches a certain level. Actually, the wind shadow steps that I cultivate is more suitable for this technique of flying. This is because when I use the wind shadow steps there will be wind. I can completely use this wind to fly. If that's the case, the world is full of spiritual energy. In the end, I can even control the spiritual energy. If that's the case, I might be able to fly in the air. The more Jiang Xi thought about it, the brighter his eyes became. He seemed to have touched upon something deep. In fact, Jiang Xi later realized that what he thought was right. However, for now he had to master the technique of flying first. After he figured it out, the progress of his cultivation became faster. Jiang Xi combined Li Bai's technique of flying with his own wind shadow steps. After practicing for another 3 days, he successfully increased the time he could walk in the air to 10 seconds. He had basically mastered the technique of flying and gained one more technique. This technique did not seem to be very useful. However, Jiang Xi knew that when fighting with others, especially when their strength was similar, the more techniques he had, the more he could gain the upper hand. Compared to the rapid improvement of the technique of flying, his improvement in visualization was not great, but he also found a way to improve it. He adjusted the visualization steps and no longer tried to visualize the whole person in one go. Instead, he visualized it in different parts, starting from the palm and then to the other parts of the body. Finally, he visualized the whole body. In this way, he visualized and cultivated for a period of time. That night, Jiang Xi continued to visualize and cultivate in the practice room. Today was a critical moment of visualization. He sat cross-legged, closed his eyes and adjusted his breathing. His mind slowly fell into a state of emptiness. As he visualized, the right hand of the blurry figure in his mind gradually became clear. Skin, fingerprints, palm prints, fingernails and so on appeared one by one. In the end, the entire right hand appeared in his mind. Finally, a part of the blurry figure was clearly visible. At the same time, Jiang Xi felt that his spiritual consciousness had become stronger, his thoughts were smoother, and his spiritual sense was sharper. Success. Jiang Xi was pleasantly surprised. This success proved that his method of adjusting the visualization steps was feasible. Just by completely visualizing the right hand, I feel that the strength of my right hand has nearly doubled. Jiang Xi gently clenched his fist. He could feel that in addition to the strength of his body, there was also a very shallow spiritual pressure that permeated between his fingers. This was the initial condensation of spiritual consciousness, but the manifestation of spiritual consciousness. If he succeeded in condensing spiritual consciousness and refining spiritual power, how powerful would he be? Jiang Xi was full of expectations. He looked at the time. It was already 6 o'clock in the morning. He was a little surprised that this cultivation actually took a full 6 hours. And he was in the middle of visualization and did not notice the passage of time at all. After successfully visualizing the first step, my whole body's spirit has become better. Even if I didn't sleep all night, I'm still full of energy. Riverward stretched lazily, got up, and prepared to head to the wilderness to practice his flight technique. But before he walked out of the underground practice room, he heard Jiang Daodu calling him. "Brother, someone is looking for you." Jiang Xi was puzzled. Who was it? A visit early in the morning? Chapter 154. Ever since Jiang Daodu had become a C-class martial artist, she had been practicing hard every day. She no longer lazed around in bed in the morning, and her schedule was the same as Jiang Xi's. She woke up at 6 in the morning and went to bed at 12 at night. When he heard Jiang Daodu calling him, Jiang Xi washed up briefly and rushed to the living room to meet the visitors. 2 of them were wearing military martial artist uniforms, which revealed their identities. "Major General Jiang Xi, do you still recognize me?" One of them, a strong man with a resolute face, laughed loudly. "Congratulations, Commander Zhao." Jiang Xi chuckled. The man was Zhao Yin, the deputy commander of the Northern Mountains Army. He was the one who had supervised his batch of prospective martial artists' combat assessment last year. After the assessment, Zhao Yin had invited him to join the Northern Mountains Army. The reason for his congratulations was very simple. It was because he could tell at a glance that Zhao Yin had been promoted from B class to A class. Jiang Xi had also learned in advance that Zhao Yin had been promoted and was now the commander of the Northern Mountains Army. "Haha, Major General Jiang Xi is really amazing." Zhao Yin laughed loudly. Then he suddenly said seriously, "I'm here for no other reason than to greet Major General Jiang Xi in advance. If the military encounters any difficulties in the future, I hope that Major General Jiang Ci can help us. Jiang Ci nodded and said, "Don't worry, Commander Zhao. I've promised Elder Huang before. As long as I can help, I'll do my best." A moment later, Zhao Yin left Jiang Ci's house with his deputy. On the way back, the deputy couldn't help but ask, "Commander, you and Major General Jiang Ci are both A-class martial artists. Is he worth your attention?" Of course. The martial arts world is very deep. If I'm not wrong, he should have touched the threshold of the spirit gathering stage by now. That's the real peak of martial arts. I'm still far from him. Zhao Yin sighed. When he was talking to Jiang Ci just now, he noticed that there was a faint spiritual pressure on Jiang Ci's body. That was the characteristic of a Yunling stage martial artist. The deputy general was speechless. He had only heard that Jiang Ci was a genius A-class martial artist, but he did not know that Jiang Ci was actually so strong. Spirit nourishment stage. That was an existence that stood at the pinnacle of humanity. After the deputy general came back to his senses, he hurriedly asked, "Commander, you still want to scheme against such an expert? Aren't you afraid of offending him?" "How is this a scheme? I'm just going with the flow. If he really bears a grudge against me, then I, Zhao Yin, can only blame myself for being blind and misjudging him. However, I believe that Major General Jiang Ci is a hot-blooded man. Before I came here, Elder Huang told me about his achievements. He once killed many foreign A-class martial artists in a mysterious place." Zhao Yin said with a smile, his eyes filled with confidence. The deputy general became even more shocked. Clearly, this was the first time he had heard of Jiang Ci's glorious battle record. "Alright, you just have to follow the arrangements made by me and the higher-ups. Now we just have to wait for the show to begin," Zhao Yin instructed seriously. New Moon Era, March-September 30th. Cloud Top Building, Pak Sun Province's most luxurious hotel. On this day, the security of the Cloud Top Building was raised to the highest level. Of course, the security today was just for show. This was because most of the guests today were powerful martial artists in Pak Sun Province. No one dared to cause trouble here. In the evening, important people from all walks of life in Pak Sun Province gathered here to celebrate the new fifth elder of Genten Budokan. As the main character of the banquet, he had to be the last to appear. Others were already waiting here, especially those with lower status and strength who were the earliest to arrive. Wang Qi arrived in the afternoon. With his status as a D-class martial artist, he did not have the qualifications to attend this banquet. However, the deputy principal of Longxiang Martial Arts Dojo, Yan Gang, decided to bring him along. This was because Wang Qi and Jiang Ci were in the same batch of people who participated in the prospective martial artist combat assessment. Yan Gang wanted to use this relationship to build a relationship with Jiang Ci. Bullshit friendship. Wang Qi was in a bad mood. During last year's prospective martial artist combat assessment, he treated Jiang Ci as a competitor. In the end, his results were better than Jiang Ci's. However, he did not expect that Jiang Ci would progress faster and faster, leaving him in the dust. Now that Jiang Ci was already an A-class martial artist, even the deputy principal of Longxiang Martial Arts Dojo had to do his best to befriend him. In fact, if he did not compare himself to Jiang Ci, his talent would definitely be top-notch for being able to become a D-class martial artist in a year and a half. However, what people liked to do the most was to compare. Wang Qi followed behind Yan Gang. When Yan Gang chatted with other people at the banquet, Wang Qi would reveal a bright smile and hide his displeasure well. He received a lot of praise. Everyone said that he would definitely become an A-class martial artist in 10 years. This kind of praise made Wang Qi even more displeased. 10 years? Who the hell wants to wait 10 years? Soon Wang Qi saw a young man who was about the same age as him. As the saying goes, people of the same nature appreciate each other. The two of them looked at each other. Bosom friends. He and the young man could feel the displeasure and unwillingness in each other's hearts. However, what made Wang Qi puzzled was that he could not see through the young man's strength. Could it be that the young man was stronger than him? Thus, Wang Qi became even more displeased. At this time, Yan Gang was talking to the young man's elder. "Congratulations, patriarch of the Han family. Your son's talent is comparable to Elder Zhang's." Yan Gang congratulated Han Chuan. The young man was Han Lei. The person who brought him here was his father, Han Chuan, the current patriarch of the Han family. The reason why Yan Gang congratulated him was because Han Lei's aura was that of an A-class martial artist. Han Lei had reached A-class in his early 20s. He was definitely a first-rate genius. "Thank you for the compliment, Brother Yan. I don't dare to compare myself to Elder Jiang." Han Chuan shook his head and smiled. he felt helpless in his heart. He was the clearest about his own family matters. His two children, regardless of whether it was Han Lei or Han Yingxue, had taken advantage of the third awakening of spiritual energy to forcefully raise their strength to A-class using the vitality pills that had been passed down in the family. If not for Jiang Xi, perhaps this kind of increase could be flaunted. But now, a poor boy from an ordinary background without any help, had grown to become a top-notch A-class martial artist in just a year and a half with his own talent. Comparing the two, Han Chuan was too embarrassed to flaunt his achievements. Han Lei's displeasure stemmed from this. A long time ago he had looked down on Jiang Xi. Not only Jiang Xi but he had also looked down on the strong martial artists in the outside world. However, he did not expect Jiang Xi to grow to such a height. Although he and Jiang Xi were both A-class martial artists, he was only a fourth-tier A-class martial artist. On the other hand, Jiang Xi was one of the top A-class martial artists. The fifth elder of Genten Budokan was an existence that one had to look up to. Just look at the banquet that was specially organized for Jiang Xi. The important people from all walks of life in Pak Sun province came with the intention of making friends or even currying favor with them. When he had become an A-class martial artist, everyone had come to congratulate his father. Very few people had come to congratulate him. For the past half a month, every time Han Lei thought of this, he felt as if a knife was being twisted in his heart. Chapter 155. Yan Gang and Han Chuan chatted for a while before they left with their juniors. Xiao Wang, when Elder Jiang arrives later, you have to keep your eyes open and your mouth sweet when I talk to him. Remember to tell Elder Jiang about your combat assessment, okay? Yan Gang whispered to Wang Qi. Got it? Wang Qi squeezed out a smile. On the other side, Han Chuan looked around and said, Why isn't Yingxue here yet? Your cousin said that Yingxue likes Jiang Xi, and this is a good opportunity. She's the key to winning over Jiang Xi. Hurry up and tell her. Han Lei's cousin was naturally Shu Qiqi. Is there a need to do this? Han Lei frowned. Han Chuan smiled bitterly. Do you think I want to do this? However, the ancestors of the upper echelons miscalculated and thought that they didn't need to care about these martial artists. However, they only recently discovered that the geniuses who rose after the spiritual Qi awakening were all born with luck. Shen Tian, Li Baibai, and now Jiang Xi are all existences that can't be ignored. It's impossible to win people like Shen Tian and Li Baibai over, but Jiang Xi has just grown up. There's still a chance to win him over. This way we can continue to have the upper hand in the future. Seeing that Han Lei was still silent, Han Chuan smiled helplessly. I'm not trying to harm Yingxue. Doesn't she like Jiang Xi? They're both single and I didn't mistreat her. Han Lei sighed. He understood what his father was saying. In fact, he just couldn't put down his pride. After a while, Han Yingxue arrived. She was dressed simply and neatly. Unlike the other young ladies at the banquet, all of them were dressed to the nines. Why are you dressed like this? Didn't I get someone to prepare a dress for you? Han Chuan was confused. I'm not used to it. Han Yingxue shook her head. I gave you a chance but you didn't even fight for it. Han Chuan sighed. Dad, you don't have to worry about this. Don't listen to my cousin's nonsense. It's nothing. Han Yingxue smiled faintly. Han Chuan let out a long sigh. At this time, someone shouted from the entrance of the banquet hall, Elder Jiang Xi is here. Everyone's gazes turned in that direction. He saw Jiang Xi, who was wearing a warrior's combat uniform, holding a young girl's hand as they walked in through the door. Behind them were Qin Yuan, Lu Shan, and other Genten Budokan warriors. He Changxing, the organizer of this banquet and the president of the Warrior Association, went up to greet them. Uncle He. Jiang Xi nodded and saluted. Jiang Dudu did the same. Haha, you, the main character, are finally here. Let's start the banquet. Yi Changxing laughed. Jiang Xi nodded. The celebration banquet officially began. The banquet hall was bustling with noise and excitement. Under He Changxing's lead, Jiang Xi went to meet the important people of Pak Sun province. During this process, Jiang Xi held Jiang Dudu's hand and Jiang Dudu was unusually quiet, like a lady. The two of them followed He Changxing and arrived in front of the Longxiang Martial Arts Dojo's vice principal, Yan Gang. Yan Gang gave Wang Qi a look. Then, with a smile on his face, he was about to greet them. At this time, He Changxing frowned and asked Yan Gang, Little Yan, where's your principal? Yan Gang was stunned and his expression changed. He looked around the large banquet hall but didn't see his principal. He thought to himself, oh no. The three major martial arts dojos in Xia Empire, Genten Budokan, Tsukishin Budokan and Longxiang Martial Arts Dojo, each had a branch in each of the 7 major prefectures. Under normal circumstances, the Longxiang Martial Arts Dojo was ranked 3rd among the 3 major martial arts dojos branches. But in the past 10 years, the Longxiang Martial Arts Dojo was ranked 2nd in Pak Sun Province, even surpassing the Genten Budokan's branch by a head. The one who affected this balance was the principal of Pak Sun Province's Longxiang Martial Arts Dojo, Zhang Mengbei. Zhang Mengbei was a famous genius martial artist in Xia Empire. His strength was tyrannical and he was known as the most promising martial artist to reach the spirit nurture stage. Under his leadership, the Longxiang Martial Arts Dojo's branch in Pak Sun Province was ranked 2nd. Their overall strength was very close to that of Genten Budokan's branch in Pak Sun Province. If it wasn't for Genten Budokan's title as the world's number 1, perhaps Zhang Mengbei would have led the Longxiang Martial Arts Dojo in Pak Sun Province to the number 1 position. Yan Gang knew his principal very well. He was a very arrogant person who would never admit defeat. The celebration banquet had already started, but Zhang Mengbei still hadn't arrived. This kind of behavior was self-evident. It was a slap in the face to Jiang Xi and Genten Budokan. President He, our principal should be in the wilderness and didn't make it back in time. Yan Gang was a little embarrassed. I sent out the invitation letter half a month ago. How busy is he? He can't even spare a night? Is he looking down on me, He Changxing? He Changxing said coldly. Zhang Mengbei's behavior was not only a slap in the face to Jiang Xi, but also a slap in the face to him, the organizer of the banquet. He Changxing's words were also meant to protect Jiang Xi and shift the focus to him. Uncle He, maybe Principal Zhang really has something to do. Jiang Xi smiled. He Changxing snorted and left with Jiang Xi. Yan Gang's face was full of bitterness. He had been thinking about building a good relationship with Jiang Xi, but he had neglected the whereabouts of his principal. It was over. He had offended someone. Next to him, Wang Qi had mixed feelings. This was because Jiang Xi didn't even look at him just now. It was as if he was a stranger. This kind of attitude that bordered on contempt made him very angry. At the same time, he was secretly happy because his principal had slapped Jiang Xi's face. Not far away, the commander of the Northern Mountain Army, Zhao Yan, and his deputy general looked at each other. The deputy general said worriedly, "Commander, Principal Zhang is not giving face to President He and Major General Jiang Xi. What we're going to do next will directly ruin this banquet. Won't that offend the two of them?" Zhao Yan pondered and said, "Now that things have come to this, we can't care so much. After the 3rd spiritual Qi revival, the situation has become more and more tense. The longer we delay, the more dangerous it will be. Why don't we trigger this crisis in advance? It's not easy for the powerhouses of Pak Sun Province's martial arts world to gather together. It would be a pity if we don't take advantage of it. I hope Major General Jiang Xi and the others can understand. If they don't, then let them hate me." The deputy general nodded. He was full of admiration for Zhao Yan's choice. On the other side, He Changxing brought Jiang Xi to Han Chuan. He Changxing laughed and said, "Patriarch Han, it's my honor that you took the time to come. I'm not doing this for your honor, old He. I'm doing this for Major General Jiang Xi's power." Han Chuan laughed while the two of them were talking. Jiang Xi smiled and nodded at Han Ningxue, who was standing behind Han Chuan. Han Ningxue also smiled and did not say anything. Jiang Xi, on the other hand, felt a little pain when he held Jiang Daodu's hand. Jiang Daodu pinched him. He Changxing then introduced him to Jiang Xi. "Jiang Xi, this is Han Chuan, the patriarch of the Han family. You can call him Uncle." "Hello, Uncle Han." Jiang Xi greeted him politely. Han Chuan smiled. Just as he was about to speak, there was a commotion at the entrance of the banquet hall, interrupting him. I'm not late, am I?" A very arrogant laugh rang throughout the banquet hall, drowning out all other sounds. Many people frowned. It was a bald, middle-aged man. He was wearing a warrior's combat uniform and had 2 large bronze hammers hanging from his waist. He walked in from outside the door. He did not restrain his aura. Instead, he let his powerful aura spread out without any restraint. Many of the weaker females turned pale because of this. Chapter 156. Jiang Xi frowned. He was displeased by this rude behavior. "Uncle He, is he Zhang Mengbei?" "Yes. He's really powerful. Jiang Xi nodded gently. He felt a layer of spiritual pressure from Zhang Mingbei, which was a sign that his spiritual sense was about to condense. Moreover, Zhang Mingbei's spiritual pressure was much stronger than the one he condensed 2 days ago. From this point of comparison, Zhang Mingbei seemed to have reached the spirit vessel stage earlier than him. Ah, where's Jiang Xi? Where is he? Let me meet the young genius of Pak Sun Province. Zhang Mingbei strode into the banquet hall. His tone directly put Jiang Xi in the position of a junior. Jiang Xi's brows relaxed. He smiled and stepped forward. He was now the highest-ranking person in the Gen 10 Budokan in Pak Sun Province. Zhang Mingbei's move was not just a slap in the face. He also wanted to use him to suppress the Gen 10 Budokan in Pak Sun Province. At this time he couldn't think about keeping a low profile. Just do it, what's there to be afraid of? Zhang Mingbei, you're so powerful. But someone was one step ahead of him. He came in front of Zhang Mingbei and snorted. It was Han Chuan. He was just talking with Jiang Xi, but was interrupted by Zhang Mingbei. In this case, Han Chuan was also angry. Of course, his actions also had the intention of getting closer to Jiangxi. Zhang Mingbei's face changed slightly. He restrained his smile and said in a deep voice, "What do you mean by that?" "What do I mean? May I ask, when did Headmaster Zhang learn to bully the weak? When did I bully the weak? Look at the women here." In the banquet hall, many of the weaker women turned pale because of Zhang Mingbei's aura and spiritual pressure. Zhang Mingbei's face darkened. He obediently withdrew his aura and spiritual pressure. This action made Jiang Xi look at Han Chuan a few more times. Han Chuan was only a third-tier A-class martial artist, but he was able to make Zhang Mingbei, who was about to reach the spirit-nurturing stage, obey him with just a few simple words. Was this the power of the hidden families? He recalled Xian Tian's warning before he left the heaven-level training camp, telling him to be careful of the hidden families. Jiang Xi was even more curious about the hidden families. When the atmosphere turned cold, Jiang Xi smiled and said, "Hallmaster Zhang, right? I'm Jiang Xi. I heard that you want to know me? But I'm very sorry, I'm chatting with Uncle Han right now. I think we should get to know each other next time." Jiang Xi's words were neither servile nor overbearing. He used Han Chuan's name to make Zhang Mingbei speechless. "Ah, I'll leave you to it then." Zhang Mingbei laughed dryly and turned to Yen Gang. As soon as he turned around, his smile disappeared. It wasn't because he was humiliated in front of Han Chuan and Jiang Xi. This scene was nothing. In his mind, martial artists who cared about their face were not good martial artists. The main reason was that he also felt a faint spiritual pressure from Riverward's body. This was the most shocking thing. Zhang Mingbei learned from the intelligence that Jiang Xi had reached A-class last month. How long had he been cultivating? Now, his spiritual consciousness had begun to condense. However, he was only shocked. It was impossible for him to admit defeat to Jiang Xi. There's still a long way to go. Let's see who reaches the spirit-nurturing stage first. After Zhang Mingbei left, Jiang Xi and Han Chuan continued to chat. The atmosphere was very harmonious. The two were like old friends who hadn't seen each other for many years. They chatted happily. This scene made Han Lei and Han Yingxue a little confused. He Changxing smiled and shook his head. He had already experienced Jiang Xi's ability to chat with ease. This kid was not only talented in martial arts, but his communication skills were also far better than his peers. Today's celebration banquet was because of Zhang Mingbei's accident. So far, everything had been going smoothly. Everyone was chatting in small groups. The atmosphere was very warm. Everyone came here to make friends with Jiang Xi. On the other hand, they could use this occasion to get to know each other better. After all, they were usually very busy and rarely had the chance to gather together. Halfway through the banquet, He Changxing walked to the stage and coughed a few times to signal everyone to be quiet. Everyone's eyes were focused on him. He Changxing was the president of Kitasanfa Martial Artists Association. Putting aside his strength in terms of status, he was the real leader of the martial arts world in Pak Sun Province. Everyone paid close attention to his every move. He Changxing smiled and said, "Today I've brought a new friend to everyone. You've all met him just now. Now let me introduce him to everyone." He was born in poverty, but he never gave up on his pursuit of martial arts. He made a name for himself in the college entrance examination and became the first person in history to get full marks in martial arts. During the invasion, he fought with all his might and killed 8 A-class martial artists in one battle. He's the star of tonight's banquet, Jiang Xi. Please give him a round of applause. Clap, clap, clap. The banquet hall was instantly filled with enthusiastic applause. Jiang Xi walked to the stage with a smile. He was very calm. After the applause died down, he smiled and said, "First of all, I'd like to thank President He for organizing this banquet. I'd also like to thank everyone for taking time out of their busy schedules to attend this banquet. To be honest, without everyone's support, Jiang Xi wouldn't be where he is today." "Why do you say that?" "That's because every expert starts off as a weakling. After the Spirit Qi revival, monsters were everywhere, and humans were trapped in various cities. I'm sure I don't need to tell you about the dangers of the wilderness. Without a peaceful environment, it would be very difficult for a weak, ordinary person to improve their strength step by relying on their talent. A peaceful environment is created by everyone's hard work. Therefore, all of us should be grateful for this peace and stability. At the same time, no matter who it is, after becoming a powerhouse, they should use their own hands to protect this peace and stability. Thank you, everyone." Clap, clap, clap. The banquet hall was filled with enthusiastic applause again. Everyone's impression of Jiang Xi went up another level. What a beautiful speech. The person who was most surprised was Zhao Yin, the commander of the Northern Mountain Army. Because of Jiang Xi's speech, the success rate of his next plan increased by at least 20%. On the other side, the three Han family members had different expressions. Han Xuan felt that it was a pity because just now Han Yingxue had confessed to him that she was obsessed with martial arts and would not consider emotional issues. In fact, he also realized that his daughter seemed to have changed after returning from the heaven-level training camp. He did not know whether this change was good or bad. Han Lei sighed silently. He let go of the last trace of superiority in his heart. He acknowledged Jiang Xi's excellence. Beside the two of them, Han Yingxue just looked at Jiang Xi indifferently. Her emotions did not change at all. She had indeed given up on emotional relationships. This change began when she swung her knife and cut Qin Feng's throat. That experience woke her up from her fantasy and made her realize some of the reality. Compared to them, Zhang Mingbei's face was gloomy. He regarded Jiang Xi as a competitor. Naturally, he was unhappy that Jiang Xi was in the limelight. Jiang Xi did not know about the various reactions of the crowd, but he did not care. Because there was a premise behind what he had just said. Before protecting this peace and stability, he would protect Jiang Daodu and his own life first. Nothing was more important than this. However, these words could not be said out loud. Jiang Xi walked down from the stage and held Jiang Daodu's hand again. The two of them looked at each other and knew what the other was thinking. The atmosphere of the banquet became livelier because of Jiang Xi's speech. Near midnight, the situation suddenly changed. Chapter 157. What? Suddenly, someone spoke loudly in a grave tone. Everyone turned to look. It was Zhao Yin, the commander of the Northern Mountains Army. He was talking to someone with a serious expression. Jiang Xi and He Changxing realized that something big must have happened, so they walked over together. "Okay, I got it. I'll summon the military martial artists immediately." Zhao Yin hung up the phone. He said to Jiang Xi and He Changxing, "President He, Major General Jiang Xi, I'm really sorry but I have to leave early. The commander of the E Army just called. The monsters on E Mountain and Ruin 09 are rioting. The monster horde is gathering and attacking the E Army. The situation is urgent. I have to go back and organize the Northern Mountains Army to reinforce them." His voice was very loud so many people heard him. Everyone's expression changed. E Mountain was the legendary place where the Yellow Emperor refined pills and became an immortal. In the eyes of ordinary martial artists, myths were mostly illusory. However, many powerhouses present knew that many magical things had happened there after the revival of Spirit Qi. It was an important strategic location in the martial arts world of Great Xia. The E Army is responsible for guarding E Mountain. We can't afford to lose it. Since everyone is here today, let's go and reinforce them together. He Changxing said solemnly. Jiang Xi also nodded and agreed with He Changxing's suggestion. Moreover, he had the military rank of Major General. Under such circumstances he had to go. "Thank you everyone." Zhao Yin thanked them solemnly. Then he asked everyone to gather at the Northern Mountains Army's barracks outside the city. Because no one had brought their combat equipment to the banquet, they had to go back to get it first. "Commander Zhao, let's go there first," Jiang Xi said. He had come in combat equipment. When he said this, he felt Jiang Daodu's hand grab him tightly. Jiang Xi smiled and held her hand tightly to reassure her. "Count me in." At this time Zhang Mingbei also walked over. He was also fully armed. He and Jiang Xi were competitors, but they had the same attitude when dealing with foreign enemies and monsters. Zhao Yan did not waste time and immediately left with the two of them. With their departure, the banquet ended. The martial artists who were preparing to participate in the battle went back to retrieve their equipment as quickly as possible. As for the female family members, they were all worried about their families and wished them well. "Brother, you have to come back safely. Otherwise, even if I have to kill my way to the King of Hell's palace, I will find you and bring you back." Jiang Dudu looked at their departing backs with an inexplicable expression in her eyes. Jiang Xi, Zhang Mengbei and Zhao Yan were all A-class martial artists. With their strength and speed, they arrived at the Northern Mountains Army's barracks outside the city in just 2 to 3 minutes. At this time, the martial artists of the Northern Mountain Army had already assembled. Jiang Xi also boarded the transport plane with them. 10 transport aircrafts carrying nearly 10,000 military martial artists roared as they left. 15 minutes later, they were close to their destination. Roar! Wah wah! Before they even landed, everyone could already hear the roars of various beasts reverberating between heaven and earth. The 2 moons hung in the sky. Under the bright moonlight, the surroundings could be seen clearly. Further away, clouds and mist lingered, and a green mountain range loomed. It was the legendary Yi Mountain. All they could see were monsters roaring and pouncing toward the Jinni army's barracks. Not only on the ground but also in the sky there were huge bird-type monsters attacking the barracks. Boom! 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 The Jinni army opened fire with all their might. The huge barracks were like a large war machine armed to the teeth. Huge cannons were constantly firing with astonishing power. The martial artists of the army were scattered in all directions, fighting and killing the monsters that had pounced on them. "Quick, suppress those bird-type monsters from the air." A valiant middle-aged female martial artist saw the Northern Mountains Army's transport plane and quickly commanded loudly to disperse the bird-type monsters so that the transport plane could land. She was Fang Yu, the commander of the Jinni army. She was a very famous A-class martial artist in the Xia kingdom. The Northern Mountains Army's transport plane successfully landed. Nearly 10,000 martial artists quickly joined the battle, providing support to the Jinni army and relieving the pressure. Zhao Yan briefly introduced Jiang Xi and Zhang Mengbei to Fang Yu. Fang Yu said to them, "Thank you for coming to support us. I won't stand on ceremony. The current situation is indeed not good. 2 A-class martial artists from the Jinni army are 30 kilometers away, blocking a few A-class monsters coming from ruin number 09. Please go and support us." The overall strength of the Jinni army was much stronger than that of the Northern Mountains Army. It could be seen from their high-end strength that they had 3 A-class martial artists. "No problem." Jiang Xi nodded immediately. "Me too," Zhang Mengbei said in a deep voice. Then the 2 of them leaped and rushed out of the barracks. Zhao Yan gave Fang Yu a look, nodded and rushed out as well. 3 powerful figures landed in the middle of the monster horde with a boom. Jiang Xi used a sword. Zhao Yan used a knife. Zhang Mengbei used a hammer. The 3 of them attacked in the middle of the monster horde. Because of their attacks, a large part of the monster horde was suddenly emptied. However, they did not stay there and quickly ran 30 kilometers away. Compared to killing the weaker monsters, it was more important to stop the A-class monsters. With their speed, the distance of 30 kilometers was covered in an instant. Roar! Whoa! Hiss! In the wasteland between the Jinni army camp and ruin number 09, the earth trembled and cracks appeared. Under the moonlight, 5 huge A-class monsters were attacking 2 A-class martial artists. Through his training in the training camp, Riverward recognized the species of the 5 monsters at a glance. 2-headed demonic wolf, blood-eyed demonic ape, silver-striped fire python, cave flame dragon and iron-armored mystic bull. The 2-headed demonic wolf was the one he saw when he first came to ruin number 09. The monster roared and used its powerful body to attack the 2 A-class martial artists of the Jinni army. The appearance of Jiang Xi and the other 2 changed the situation of the battle. "Ah, our men are here." The 2 A-class martial artists were injured. Their breathing was unstable. At this moment they regained some of their energy and strength. The situation was urgent, so the 3 of them did not talk nonsense. Jiang Xi shouted, "I'm fast. Leave the 2-headed demonic wolf to me." Zhang Mengbei and Zhao Yan did not refuse and each faced a monster. The 2-headed demonic wolf had 2 heads and was the strongest of the 5 monsters. It was also the most difficult to deal with. Jiang Xi specialized in speed so he could deal with it. "Last time you were the one chasing me. This time it's the other way around." Jiang Xi looked at the two-headed demonic wolf expressionlessly. He stomped on the ground and dashed out, leaving a large hole in the ground. "Oh whoa!" The two-headed demonic wolf roared. The intelligence of an A-class monster was not much different from a human. Its intelligent eyes were filled with anger. Obviously it recognized Jiang Xi. It was this thief who had stolen the spirit item in its nest. Chapter 158. The two-headed demon wolf was furious. If that 100-year spiritual item was still there, it could take advantage of the third spirit chi awakening to consume that 100-year spiritual item and reach the spirit vessel realm. A spirit vessel realm monster was the king of monsters. No, at that time it would no longer be a monster but a legendary demon. Ho! The two-headed demon wolf was unable to restrain its anger. It pounced over, wanting to tear Jiang Xi to shreds. Jiang Xi snorted and swung his killing shadow sword, causing a sword beam to appear. Last time, he had almost died in the mouth of the two-headed demon wolf. Now he had to get back at it. Shoo! Jiang Xi used his body to lead the sword, using the wind shadow step to the extreme. With the speed of his movement technique, the long sword seemed to pierce through the air, bringing along a strong shockwave as it crossed 1,000 meters in an instant. Dang! The long sword and the two-headed demon wolf's sturdy claws collided, causing sparks to fly. Ho! At the same time, one of the two-headed demon wolf's huge heads opened its bloody mouth, biting towards Jiang Xi with its sharp fangs. Wishful thinking. Jiang Xi's heart was as calm as still water. With a light tap of his feet, his figure flickered as he dodged to the side. The great circle of Unity Realm wind shadow step was like the wind, perfectly dodging. Kill? Jiang Xi made full use of his agility, surrounding the two-headed demon wolf and continuously attacking. His fast sword was also displayed to the extreme. Chi. The sharp blade brought along a sword beam as it continuously pierced into the two-headed demon wolf's body. Ho! The two-headed demon wolf angrily roared, but it couldn't do anything to Jiang Xi. The strength of both sides had long been reversed. Now Jiang Xi had the absolute advantage. After attacking over 1,000 times, Jiang Xi coldly shouted, "Slash!" In an instant, he mobilized the mental pressure that he had just condensed a few days ago and covered the sword. The power of the killing shadow sword, which was a spirit weapon, instantly increased by 50%. Seeing that the situation was not good, the two-headed demon wolf turned around to escape. As if cutting through the air, the long sword fell with a strange speed. Suddenly Jiang Xi caught up with the two-headed demon wolf. Wah! One of the two-headed demonic wolf's large head was directly chopped off by the long sword and the invisible sword aura on the sword. Fresh blood gushed out like a fountain from the wound. Oh woo! The two-headed demonic wolf howled miserably. It didn't dare to stay any longer and frantically fled. Can you escape? Jiang Xi snorted lightly and sped up, turning into a series of afterimages as he caught up with the two-headed demonic wolf. Again? A sword slashed out. The other head also fell to the ground. You have killed a rank A two-headed demon wolf. EXP plus 110. Rumble. The headless two-headed demon wolf's enormous body was like a small mountain. It continued to run wildly across the wasteland for a distance before crashing to the ground. It took him less than 3 minutes to kill the two-headed demonic wolf, which was one of the strongest A-class monsters in the world. Haha, good. Zhao Yin and the two A-ranked martial artists from the Jinni army were both surprised and delighted. They were shocked by Jiang Xi's strength, but at the same time, they were excited to have such a strong ally. Zhang Mingbei snorted and wildly waved his two large hammers, increasing the power of his attacks. His opponent was the blood-eyed demonic ape. My mental consciousness is clearly more condensed than his, so why is his combat power so much stronger? Zhang Mingbei wasn't convinced and wanted to quickly kill the blood-eyed demonic ape. Both sides were proficient in strength, but the blood-eyed demonic ape was also proficient in defense. It wasn't easy to kill it in a short period of time. On the other side, after Jiang Xi killed the two-headed demonic wolf, his figure flashed and appeared in front of an A-ranked martial artist from the Jinni army. This person had just been attacked by 5 monsters and was heavily injured. He was in the most dangerous situation. In front of him was an A-class armored mystic bull. Jiang Xi's help relieved the pressure on him. He smiled gratefully at Jiang Xi. Jiang Xi lightly nodded and cooperated with him to kill the armored mystic bull. From the name, one could tell that this was a monster that was proficient in defense. It was very strong and difficult to kill it. It took a full 10 minutes for Jiangxi to stab his sword into its eye and shatter its brain. You killed an A-class armored mystic bull, experience points plus 110. Following the notification on the panel, the armored mystic bull fell to the ground. Zhao Yan and the rest were shocked again. Was this Jiangxi's strength? No wonder the Genten Budokan appointed Jiangxi as the fifth elder. With such strength, no one would object if he said that he was the strongest person below the spirit realm. Zhang Mingbei snorted again. He was a little anxious. Jiangxi had already killed 2 A-class monsters, but he hadn't even killed one. Was he going to admit defeat just like that? Impossible. Unlike Zhang Mingbei, Zhao Yan and the rest were very happy. Out of the 5 monsters, 2 had already been killed by Jiangxi. The remaining 3 weren't that difficult. Just when they thought that victory was in their hands. Suddenly, a giant bird flew out from the depths of the clouds under the moonlight in the distance. It was as if it wanted to block out the moonlight. Its bare wings were more than 100 meters wide when they were spread out. Caw-caw! The giant bird let out an ear-piercing screech and flew toward the Jinni army. It was extremely fast. In just 10 seconds, it had flown dozens of kilometers. Oh no! Zhao Yan exclaimed. In the direction the giant bird was flying, a northern mountain army transport plane was streaking across the sky and rapidly approaching the Jinni army. It was the martial artist who had just arrived from Pak Sun province. The giant bird was ferocious and its aura was even stronger than the 2-headed demonic wolf. Once it collided with the transport plane, the martial artist who had come to help would be in danger. I'll leave this to you. Jiangxi did not even think and chased in that direction. It's over. Zhao Yan's face was ashen. Both the giant bird and the transport plane were in the air. Jiangxi could not fly. No matter how strong he was, what was the use of him going there? These martial artists who had come to help were the elites of the martial arts world in Pak Sun province. If all of them died here, the North Mountains prefecture would suffer a huge blow, and they might not be able to recover from it. I'm going to be a sinner. Zhao Yan's heart was filled with bitterness. Ever since the third awakening of spiritual energy, the monsters in E Mountain and Ruin 09 had been restless for more than a month. There was a hidden danger. That was why he and Fang Yu, the commander of the Jinni army, had planned to detonate the hidden danger and let the monsters attack in advance. They had wanted to use the opportunity when Jiangxi returned to Pak Sun province to gather the strength of the martial arts world in Pak Sun province. With the help of the Northern Mountain Army and the Jinni army, they could eliminate most of the monsters in one fell swoop. However, man proposes, God disposes. Who would have thought that such a huge A-class flying monster was hiding in the depths of E Mountain? Humans could not fly, but giant birds could fly. If they were of the same level, it was obvious that this giant bird had the upper hand. At the same time, Jiangxi, who was sprinting on the ground, crossed nearly 5,000 meters with each step. He was as fast as lightning and caught up with the giant bird in the air. Rise! Suddenly Jiangxi shouted. Zhao Yan and the others were attracted to him. They saw Jiangxi stomping on the ground. The explosive force caused the ground around him to sink nearly a meter. Jiangxi used this force to leap into the air and reached a height of more than 1,000 meters. Then they saw something that shocked them. Jiangxi's footsteps created a strong wind as he sprinted in the air and quickly approached the giant bird. He was flying. When Zhao Yan, Zhang Mingbei and the others saw this, they were shocked and then overjoyed. They were saved. Chapter 159. Jiangxi's mood was not relaxed. Instead, it was very dignified. Because he could only walk in the air for 10 seconds, time was limited. As long as I can stop the giant bird and let the transport plane land. Jiangxi was very calm and knew what he had to do. The transport plane had just decelerated and landed. At this time, it was impossible to pick up the speed again. If he didn't stop the giant bird, the transport plane would be torn apart by the giant bird in the air. On that transport plane, there were his friends and many other people he had just met at the dinner party. There was no room for failure. Jiangxi stepped on the mysterious footwork of the wind shadow step. His speed was extremely fast and a burst of wind circled under his feet. Using the wind to travel, his speed in the air was not much slower than on the ground. Quack! The giant bird found Jiangxi chasing behind it, but it ignored him and continued to rush to the transport plane that was circling to escape. 3 seconds. Jiangxi caught up with the giant bird. In the air it was like walking on flat ground. With the help of the wind, he stabbed his sword. Whoosh! The giant bird's wide fleshy wings swept towards riverward. Jiang Xi was not afraid and increased the speed and strength of his sword. Whoosh! The sword shadow danced wildly, and hundreds of holes were instantly pierced on the giant bird's wing. Quack! The giant bird's voice changed. It was angry and suddenly stopped in the air and turned to pounce on Jiang Xi. The giant beak opened and made a sharp whistling sound, shaking the air, making people who heard it dizzy. There is also spiritual pressure. This giant bird is about to reach the spirit accumulation stage. Jiang Xi was shocked. The giant bird's realm was almost the same as his. I can't fight in the air, I can only fight. Jiang Xi's mind turned sharply, adjusting his fighting style, using speed and flexibility, constantly circling the giant bird. Quack! The giant bird screamed angrily, and its wings of more than 100 meters rolled up a gust of wind. However, it did not expect that these strong winds would provide sufficient wind power for Jiang Xi to fly through the air. With Jiang Xi's current ability to fly, he could only stay in the air for 10 seconds at most before falling down due to the lack of support. Now that there was sufficient wind power, Jiang Xi was naturally pleasantly surprised, and the fight became even more smooth. Wind shadow step like the wind and shadow. With the wind, it was as if the heavens were helping. Haha! Jiang Xi laughed heartily. It was as if he could really fly in the air. His figure kept flashing in the sky. He had actually gained the upper hand in an instant. As for the transport plane, it had taken the opportunity to safely land in the Zhini army camp town. At this moment, everyone was shocked to see Jiang Xi running in the air like a mythical figure. This is Jiang Xi's strength? Zhang Ming Beiyao looked at the unbelievable scene and felt a sense of powerlessness. He felt that he had chosen the wrong competitor. Both sides were not on the same level at all. When he was still running on the ground, Jiang Xi could already fly. J. The giant bird roared angrily and the wind suddenly flashed. Its ferocity was monstrous, but it couldn't do anything to Jiang Xi. This was because Jiang Xi's speed in the air was even faster and more agile than it. The slaughtering shadow sword, which was a spirit weapon, left wounds on its body. A large amount of blood sprinkled down from the sky like raindrops. Soon the giant bird was afraid. It stirred up a gust of wind and wanted to fly away. It didn't dare to continue fighting. You want to leave after showing off? Jiang Xi snorted coldly and followed the wind created by the giant bird. He continuously stepped on the wind shadow step. Like a shadow. The giant bird couldn't escape. Poochie, Poochie. A large piece of the giant bird's huge wings was cut off by the spirit weapon-killing shadow sword. Its speed was affected. If this continued, it would be killed by Jiang Xi in a moment. Roar! It let out a long cry and stretched its neck to roar. Its extremely penetrating voice spread for dozens of kilometers. A deathbed struggle. Jiang Xi was very calm. At most, he could kill this giant bird with 3 sword strikes. He was about to swing his sword. Suddenly, the world changed color. Dark clouds quickly gathered in the originally clear night sky. Lightning flashed and thunder rumbled. Brr! A terrifying demon-like figure rose from the distant mountain. Its roar was like thunder resounding through the world. Under the cover of the dark clouds, the terrifying figure couldn't be seen clearly. Accompanied by lightning and thunder, the dark cloud surged wildly. The figure soared into the sky as if it was roaming the world. In an instant, it flew above the Zhini army. Brr! A black breath similar to spirit energy shot out from the dark clouds and attacked Jiang Xi. Danger! Jiang Xi was shocked. He only felt a stabbing pain all over his body. His sharp spirit perception told him that this was a life-and-death crisis. If he was hit by this energy breath, he might be directly melted and not even his bones would be left. Jiang Xi didn't even think. He used the wind shadow step and turned to run. However, the speed of the energy breath was too fast. It was far faster than his speed. The terrifying figure hidden in the dark clouds gave him the feeling that it was second only to the tiger skeleton that Shen Tian killed in the battle of the Tongtian mountain. In other words, it had the strength to crush him. Damn it! Why can't I remember? Jiang Xi scolded himself in his heart. In fact, Jiang Xi couldn't be blamed. Who knew that such a terrifying existence was hidden in the depths of mountain? Dragon Python, how dare you! At the critical moment, there was a sudden roar. At the same time, a shocking saber shadow slashed wildly from afar. In just an instant, it collided with the energy breath that was chasing Jiang Xi. Boom! The terrifying energy exploded in the air, setting off waves of air. Good chance. Jiang Xi used the force of the explosion to fly down and return to the ground. Then he turned around and observed the sudden change. A young man with a cold face walked over from afar, covering 10,000 meters with each step. He exuded a powerful aura. He held a spiritual weapon in his hand and pointed at the dark clouds in the sky. Dragon Python, you violated the agreement, the young man said coldly. Boom. Thunder rumbled and the dark clouds quickly dissipated. On the ground, everyone was shocked. They saw a huge python with wings on its back and black scales on its body. It hovered in the air and looked down at the ground. What was even more shocking was that this python had a single horn on its head that shot towards the sky. The young man's words also revealed its identity: Dragon Python, a legendary creature. Roar. The dragon python roared at the young man. I don't care what you said. No matter who started this war, based on our agreement, no one above Class A, regardless of whether they're humans or monsters, is allowed to interfere in the war between humans and monsters. The cold young man did not back down. He could actually understand the dragon python's meaning. Roar. The dragon python roared again. You didn't look after your child. How can you blame us human warriors? Besides, your child isn't dead. The young man sneered. The dragon python's child? Jiang Xi glanced at the giant bird that was almost killed by him. It was in a sorry state with a large piece of its wings cut off. It looked somewhat similar to the dragon python. Bird? Dragon python? A cross-species transaction. Monsters were indeed powerful. Chapter 160. Roar. The young man's words enraged the dragon python. If you don't retreat, don't blame me for being rude. The young man shouted coldly. A layer of pure spiritual energy instantly covered his long saber. Roar. The dragon python roared at the sky. This roar was filled with anger and unwillingness. Even Riverward could hear it. The dark clouds gathered again. The dragon python rolled up the dark clouds and flew towards E Mountain with the scarred giant bird. In the blink of an eye, they disappeared into the mountains shrouded in clouds. As the dragon python and the giant bird retreated, the beast horde that was besieging the E-army also began to retreat. The scene of the beasts fleeing in a frenzy was spectacular. Monsters above Class C already had spirituality and were quite intelligent. They sensed great danger and wanted to escape. Oomph. The young man waved his saber and slashed dozens of times. The shocking saber shadows landed in the midst of the beast horde and exploded. Tens of thousands of beasts were instantly blown to pieces. Roar. The dragon python's roar could be heard from the depths of E Mountain. I'm just collecting some interest. The young man sheathed his saber elegantly. Fuck. Jiang Xi was envious. If he had this skill, he could slash dozens of times and his experience points would skyrocket. Then he became curious. Who was this young man? It seemed that his skills and strength were not much inferior to Shen Tian and Li Baibai. At this time, Zhao Yan and the others returned from the distant wilderness. In the end, Zhang Mengbei killed the blood-eyed demonic ape. The remaining two had escaped because of the unforeseen event. Greetings, Senior Qin. Zhao Yan, Zhang Mengbei, Fang Yu, Hichang Xing, Qin Yuan, and a few other Class A martial artists who had rushed over from Pak Sun Province came over to salute the young man. You did well. The young man nodded lightly. Zhao Yan and the others were like primary school students who had been praised by their teacher. They were overjoyed and quickly said, Thank you for the praise, Senior Qin. Are you Jiang Xi? The young man with the surname Qin turned his gaze towards Jiang Xi. Jiang Xi greets Senior Qin. Jiang Xi also bowed respectfully. Are you willing to join my Qin clan? The young man surnamed Qin suddenly asked. Jiang Xi was stunned. So direct? Senior, I have already joined Genten Budokan. It doesn't matter. I have a granddaughter who is about the same age as you. Her beauty is unparalleled in Shantian Prefecture. I can marry her to you and let her join my Qin family through marriage. Xian Tian won't say anything. Senior, that's not a good idea. A forcibly picked melon is not sweet. Whether the melon is sweet or not has nothing to do with how it was picked. What a reasonable explanation. Jiang Xi remained silent, expressing his refusal. Humph. The young man with the surname Qin snorted and disappeared in a flash. Those A-rank martial artists all revealed looks of pity, feeling pity for Jiang Xi's rejection. Jiang Xi, your rejection was too direct. Senior Qin's granddaughter is? Sigh. Zhao Yan sighed. Who is Senior Qin? Jiang Xi asked, puzzled. He Changxing smiled and explained, Senior Qin's name is Qin Qi. He comes from the Qin clan of Shantian Prefecture. He is one of the top 10 martial artists in the world and is in charge of guarding Yi Mountain. Jiang Xi's expression was indifferent. Wasn't that Qin Feng's senior? The Qin clan had such a domineering expert like Qin Qi. How could they have taught a junior like Qin Feng who had a mental problem? Everyone still felt pity for Jiang Xi. However, when they saw that Jiang Xi did not want to talk about this matter, they could only let it go and disperse. Jiang Xi's shocking performance of easily killing the A-rank monster and flying in the air had shocked them no less than Qin Qi's. They did not dare to say anything to Jiang Xi, afraid that they would make Jiang Xi unhappy. Of course, Jiang Xi was not so narrow-minded. He just did not like to decide a person's feelings with a few words. Moreover, he was very loyal to one woman, Jiang Xi. These are the monster materials from the two-headed demon wolf and the armored mystic bull. I've brought them back for you. Zhao Yan did not leave. He handed a large backpack to Jiang Xi. Thank you, Commander Zhao. Jiang Xi smiled. This could be considered a bonus. The value of an A-rank monster's materials started from 10 billion. The two-headed demon wolf he had just killed was worth at least 50 billion new moon coins. However, to him this was already considered a small amount of money. Any one of the few spiritual items he had obtained from Tongtian Mountain was worth thousands or even trillions. A 1,000-year-old spiritual item could not be measured by its price. In Jiang Xi's opinion, money was secondary. The biggest gain from this support was that he had a deeper understanding of this world. Monster. Qin Qi had mentioned this word just now. This world is getting more and more interesting. Jiang Xi looked at Mount Yi. Then Jiang Xi began to reflect. This time he had really been a little reckless. If Qin Qi had not appeared in time, he would have been melted by that fatal energy breath. This world was very mysterious. It was hard to say where fatal dangers were hidden. Except this time he recalled that he had fled in panic along the Xn river when he had come to ruin number 09 last year. Downstream he had almost been sucked into a terrifying whirlpool at the bottom of the river. Now that he thought about it, the existence in the whirlpool gave him a feeling that was very similar to the dragon python. Be careful. Be careful. Be more careful. Jiang Xi warned himself again and again in his heart. The crisis of the Jinni army suddenly ended because of the appearance of Qin Qi and the dragon python. Originally, because of the third recovery of spiritual energy, the overall strength of the monsters in Mount Yi and ruin number 09 had increased by a level, bringing a great crisis to the Dixia kingdom and the Jinni army. However, in this battle they had suffered heavy losses. Especially the death of the two-headed demonic wolf, the armored mystic bull, and the blood-eyed demonic ape. The death of the 3 Class A monsters had caused their overall strength to decrease by a lot. The hidden crisis caused by the third awakening of spiritual qi was thus resolved. The warriors who had rushed over from Pak Sun province to provide support also embarked on their return journey. No matter what had happened this moonlit night, Jiang Xi's flight, Qin Qi's domineering attack, and the mysterious dragon python, was etched in everyone's mind. It was deeply engraved in everyone's minds. After this battle, no one doubted Jiang Xi's strength anymore. The 5th elder of Genten Budokan was indeed powerful. There were even more warriors and forces who wanted to befriend Jiang Xi. However, after returning to Pak Sun province, Jiang Xi cut off all contact and focused on cultivation. Even if these people wanted to befriend him, they could not find a way. His recent experiences made Riverward feel very anxious in his heart. This was because after the third recovery of spiritual energy, the spiritual energy of heaven and earth had increased greatly. In the future, there would definitely be more and more Spirit Yin stage warriors. He had to reach the Spirit Yin stage as soon as possible. Next, he put all his energy into the Jinni technique and visualization cultivation. It was worth mentioning that Jiang Xi had a deeper understanding of the Jinni technique in the battle with the giant bird in the air. Therefore, the improvement of the Jinni technique was very fast. You're tuning in to the Han Li's Wuxia Adventures YouTube channel. We're so grateful for your support, and don't forget to subscribe to join us on this incredible journey through captivating stories. Your generosity through donations truly makes a world of difference, as it's the primary source of revenue that allows me to expand and enhance this channel for you. Thank you from the bottom of my heart for being a part of this adventure.